Reclaim Mosaic Chronicles Book 5 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2015 Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Shara Bradley. For being one of the best friends I've ever had, and for suffering with me through some not-so-fun pregnancies. I love you. Chapter 1. Nicole always kept the contraption with her that prevented Rebecca from visiting. Well, almost always. And of course, the one time she forgot was the time when Rebecca chose to visit. Nicole saw the spider waltzing across the dashboard of her car and didn't think twice before squishing it with a napkin. "What did he ever do to you?" Rebecca asked, appearing in the seat next to Nicole. Nicole shrieked, nearly driving off the road. She righted the car before turning to her guest. "My gosh, Rebecca. You freaked me out. I've been trying to visit you for quite some time, young lady." Nicole wasn't sure how to take that or how to respond. Maybe Rebecca wouldn't know that Nicole had prevented her from coming on purpose. "If my visits were starting to annoy you, you should have told me. You can't even imagine how worried I've been." Rebecca turned to Nicole, a dark expression on her face. "Have you had a change of mind?" "Kind of." "Don't give me partial answers. I expect to know the truth about why you've been avoiding me." Nicole forced herself to relax, hoping Rebecca wouldn't notice how tightly she gripped the steering wheel. "A deceased woman told me you've been lying to me." "And you believed her?" Nicole glanced at the elderly woman. "I didn't have a reason not to. There are too many loose ends in your story, too many things you weren't explaining." Rebecca glared, folding her arms. "I don't understand why you don't trust me. You used to." "I've never fully trusted you, not really. And no one has given me a reason to do so." "What about your grandfather?" Nicole scoffed. "Your husband? Someone who has always been loyal to you?" "Yes, well." Rebecca didn't say anything for a moment, then, "What else did the woman tell you?" That you plan to use my body." "And again I question, you believed her." "I heard you talking to my mother about it too." Rebecca growled, probably recognizing she couldn't talk her way out of this. "Your body belongs to me, Nicole. I bought it. You wouldn't even exist if it weren't for me. And besides, you have $2 billion because of what I've done for you." She glared at Nicole. "Which your mother reports is completely inaccessible to anyone but you. You obviously aren't to be trusted any longer." Nicole raised an eyebrow. "I'm not to be trusted?" "No, Rebecca. You're the one who should never be trusted, not even by your precious Tarians." Rebecca snarled, lunging across the space between them. Her left hand dug into Nicole's right arm, fingernails breaking the skin. She tried to grasp Nicole around the neck with her other hand. The car jerked, barely missing a light pole. Nicole slammed on the brakes, heedless of the honking cars that swerved around her, and tried to push the woman back. Nicole choked against the tight grasp. She twisted her arm, finally breaking away from the older woman's hold. With both arms free, she lunged against Rebecca, pushing her into the door. Suddenly, Rebecca turned translucent. Nicole's hand swiped through the woman's body. Rebecca cackled. "Can't harm a dead person who doesn't want to be harmed." Nicole undid her seatbelt and opened the door. "Oh, and where do you plan to go?" "I'll find you, Nicole. I always will." Nicole whirled, glaring. "If you ever come back, I'll destroy the elixir." Rebecca must have sensed the honesty behind Nicole's threat, because the grin disappeared from her face. "Suit yourself." She disappeared. Nicole slumped in her seat, breathing heavily. She rested her head against the steering wheel for several minutes, not wanting to drive until the shakiness went away. A man approached the car, asking if she was all right. Nicole nodded and thanked him. Then, not even caring that she'd be late for the meeting she'd been headed to, she buckled up, shut her door, and turned the car around, waving another thanks to the man as she drove back to her apartment. She would never forget to block Rebecca again. The meeting she was going to be late for was with Coolidge, Austin, and the dean of the Aretes department at Caton University. While driving, Nicole heard her phone beep several times, but she didn't have time to answer calls or respond to texts. The meeting had been arranged by Coolidge and was supposed to help Nicole and Austin graduate earlier by allowing them to pass several required Aretes classes that dealt with themes they'd encountered outside of the classroom over the past 8 months. Still ignoring her phone, Nicole dashed into her room and grabbed the blocker from where it lay next to her alarm clock. It was an old cell phone that Coolidge had converted into a device that detected Rebecca's particular energy wave and prevented it from coming close. She strapped it around her waist, pulling her shirt down over it. While doing so, she noticed that a letter had been written for her from Mrs. Morse on the old paper propped against her lamp. Weird. The woman typically mentioned new letters on the smaller slip of laminated paper Nicole always carried. Nicole pulled the slip out of her pocket and saw that Mrs. Morse had given the usual notice. Obviously, Nicole had been very distracted while getting ready that morning. She sighed, knowing she couldn't blame it all on Rebecca. The events of the past few weeks had been trying, and she'd been distracted. Nicole picked up the larger sheet of paper and read Mrs. Morse's letter. Nicole, I hope this letter finds you well. Jack has received more information regarding the upcoming war. Tarians are reaching out to creatures from all dimensions. You and yours need to expect lesser demons and monsters to come through the link along with the great ones. Nicole shook her head. She couldn't believe it. Not only did the Tarians have the upper hand in weaponry and armor, but now they were seeking help from monsters? Couldn't they just be content with their illegal and stolen warheads? Stupid people. The note continued. Tarians will be attacking main cities around the world. Jack is trying to figure out which cities those might be. Only a small contingent of Tarians plans to head to Salmon, Idaho, to worship the Great Ones when they arrive. Please be careful. We will be in touch again with more information. Nicole returned the fragile paper to her nightstand, then, making sure the Rebecca blocker was in place, rushed back to her car and to campus. She dashed down the hall to the dean's office. Austin and Coolidge were waiting outside the room. The door was closed. Nicole slumped, slowing to a walk. Am I too late? Where have you been? Coolidge asked. It's not like you to miss such an important meeting. We've missed it? Professor Smith is trying to find another time to fit us in. It might be weeks before we're able to meet again. Austin stepped closer to Nicole, his eyes narrowed. What happened to your neck? It's bruised? Rebecca came to visit, Nicole said, showing them her arm as well. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Austin growled. I need to stay with you all the time with my own Rebecca blocker, just to make sure you're not vulnerable again. Nicole shook her head. It was a stupid mistake. I left in a rush and wasn't thinking. Don't worry, I'll never do it again. She took a breath. That's why I'm late. She attacked me while I was driving. I turned around and got the blocker immediately. Good thinking, Coolidge said. Nicole sat on a chair outside the office, and the two men took seats next to her. But maybe it's best that I went back. I found another note from Anna Morse. She proceeded to tell them what the woman had reported. Coolidge shook his head. Austin, contact Elizabeth. Have her start gathering as many Aretes who've passed on as possible. Have them start storing power. We're going to need their help. Austin agreed, and Coolidge pulled papers out of his briefcase. We probably won't be able to meet with Professor Smith today, but we should still take the opportunity to review. He handed them each a single sheet of paper. This is how it'll go. I'll present my reasoning. Nicole will go next. He glanced at her. Talk about the times when you've had to use your magic, the stadium, arches, all of it. Austin, you too. He motioned to the paper. Here's the class information I emailed you, in case you need to look it over again. Nicole was grateful for the review material, even though she'd already prepared what she'd say. Her plan was to take it one class at a time, explaining why she believed what she'd been through would cover the credit requirements. She looked at Coolidge. What about organizing a university expedition to Idaho? We'll handle that after we get this approved. Good idea. Austin was staring at her arm. You might need stitches, you're still bleeding. Oh, I forgot. The cuts no longer hurt, and Nicole had washed them off at home, not knowing if a dead woman could pass on bacteria or not. It's fine. It's a slow bleed and I brought Band-Aids. She pulled the bandages from her purse and applied them, noticing how much her arm was bruising around the holes Rebecca's fingernails had made. She winced, wondering how bad her neck looked. Just then, the door opened and Professor Smith himself stepped out. He was wearing a silver pinstriped suit that perfectly matched his silver hair. Ms. Williams has finally arrived? Good. I canceled my next 2 meetings for you. Your professor seemed to think our appointment was important enough. His eyes strayed to her neck, and Nicole felt a blush creep across her cheeks. You obviously have a good reason for being late. Nicole groaned inwardly. The guy probably thought she'd been attacked by a boyfriend or something. She glanced at Austin. Nope. Austin couldn't even touch her, let alone attack her. And right then, an attack from such a hot guy would do wonders for her spirits. Speaking of Austin, Nicole noticed something different about him. She nearly opened her mouth to mention it, but the dean was inviting them into his office, and she decided not to say anything just yet. Her boyfriend's hair was much grayer than before. A feeling of sadness overcame Nicole for a moment, before being replaced with a fierce pride. Austin's dark hair was beautiful. It framed his tan face and warm brown eyes perfectly, and she hated seeing it go. But the fact that his hair was turning silver was proof of how hard he was working on becoming a better, more powerful Aretes. She loved how devoted he was to his talents and abilities. Professor Smith had them take seats across from his desk. He folded his arms, leaning back in his chair. He looked at Coolidge, one eyebrow raised. Nicole mentally kicked herself again for forgetting to block Rebecca. Professor Smith was obviously annoyed that the meeting was starting so late. Not a good way to begin such an important appointment. Coolidge pulled out another copy of the same sheet of paper he'd given Nicole and Austin. My students would like to be given credits for these classes. Each of them will explain why they feel they deserve this. He turned to Nicole. She leaned forward and pointed to the first class. It was Intro to Aretes Magic 101. The course description had been printed underneath it. Over the past several months, through university expeditions and other activities, I've been exposed to all of the major elements and many of their sub-abilities. I've mastered wind magic and nearly all of earth. I've had to use both powers several times to defend myself. Because Intro to Aretes Magic 101 isn't an in-depth class, but more of an overview, I'd like the opportunity to test out of it. She continued down the piece of paper, highlighting all the topics she'd had experience with. Now that she'd mastered wind powers, she didn't see any point in going to those classes. Of course, she didn't say exactly that to Professor Smith, as she didn't want to offend him or make him think she believed those classes would be a waste of her time, but she did show him how the material taught in would be easy for her to pass. Austin went next, doing pretty much the same thing as Nicole. If their wish was granted, Austin would be able to test out of many more courses than Nicole. When he had finished his portion, Nicole spoke again. The classes we'll still need to take are in other areas, English, biology, math, etc. But by allowing us to test out of the classes we've mentioned, the university will have room for 2 other students to take them, which means more resources for the department. Why do you want to graduate earlier? Professor Smith asked. Nicole shook her head. It's not graduating earlier that interests me. It's proving that I already have a sound knowledge of the material that would be presented in these classes, allowing me the opportunity to make the most of my college years, to focus my time and attention on things that might be more difficult for me to grasp. I look forward to delving into the more advanced classes this department has to offer. She leaned forward. I'm a good student. I have a perfect record from high school, and my grades last semester were excellent. I promise I'm not trying to get out of these classes because I'm lazy or wanting a break. I'd like the opportunity to test out of them so I can push myself harder and be a more valuable citizen. She glanced at Coolidge, and he nodded. I have full confidence in both of these students. Austin has been using his Aretes abilities since he was 15, and Nicole has very quickly caught up and surpassed most of the undergraduate students. Professor Smith nodded. I've heard of Austin already, and would nearly be compelled to pass him now based on reputation alone. But out of fairness to the other students, I believe he and Nicole should both be tested. 1 test per class. Nicole held her breath. That sounded like a yes. Would it be possible to take all the tests on the same day? I think we could arrange that. Professor Smith glanced at his watch. I'll have an advisor contact you, possibly through Professor Coolidge. The dean got to his feet, and the others followed suit. Thank you for your time, Coolidge said, shaking the man's hand. Professor Smith smiled. You already know I'll do pretty much whatever it takes to keep you here, Coolidge. Nicole glanced at her professor. She remembered him saying that the dean had bribed him for several years to continue teaching at Caton University. It was obviously his respect for Coolidge that had gotten them this meeting. Nicole was grateful for the opportunity, and she hoped she'd do well on the tests. Chapter 2. Austin picked Nicole up at 4 in the afternoon the following Friday. They decided to make a date out of visiting Elizabeth, including ice cream and a movie. Nicole showed him the ice cream parlor where Toby had brought her several months earlier. They chatted easily, talking about Tarians and school and what they'd do with their time if they passed the tests and graduated early. You'll be out of college almost a year before me, Nicole said, taking a sip of her milkshake. Austin nodded. That's if I pass the tests. His eyes were warm on her, and Nicole could tell his thoughts were only partially on the conversation. His gaze drifted to her lips, then back to her eyes. His hand twitched, resting on the table a few inches from hers. Nicole sighed. You're making this so much harder than it needs to be, you know. They were still having to be careful that they didn't accidentally touch. They couldn't risk having the great ones realize they were together. He gave a look of mock surprise. What am I making more difficult? Nicole was tempted to throw her purse at him. Us. But you already knew that. She sighed. Only a little more to go before we can be a real couple again. We aren't already? Lots of people have relationships that don't revolve around physical affection. I know. Nicole didn't say anything else at first. She'd never thought she would end up being one of those people. It makes me appreciate many things that I took for granted before. Austin's eyes dropped to her hand. Like simple hand-holding. Yes. His eyes rose to her lips. And a kiss. Nicole bit the inside of her cheek, feeling a sudden urge to cry. And no wonder, she'd been under so much pressure the past several months. If she made it through this without a billion scars, there wouldn't be anything good or wonderful she wouldn't savor and appreciate. Especially Austin. Have you picked a major yet? Austin asked, probably trying to diffuse the tension. Nicole shook her head. I know I want it to revolve around my powers. But I don't know what beyond that. Your native wind ability is silencing sound. You could work in technology, find better ways to quiet things. Gun silencers, stuff like that. I've considered it. Nicole leaned back in her chair, studying Austin's face. You've decided on your major then? He nodded. Business with an emphasis in agriculture, focusing on my natural Aretes abilities. I know my dad wants me to take over his ranches someday. And you'd like that? I would. I enjoy being alone under Montana's incredible skies. Nicole's eyes dropped. But not too alone. Look at me. Nicole looked back. His hand was only an inch from hers, and she realized he'd almost grabbed her to get her attention. "You will always be in my plans, Nicole. Being away from you for several months was torture. I feel complete, whole when we're together. I can't imagine my future without you in it. It doesn't matter how long it takes. You are and forever will be the only woman for me." The happiness that swelled up in Nicole's chest made it difficult for her to breathe. "That's the best thing I've heard in a long time, Austin." "So, you feel the same?" Wishing she could hold him, show him how she felt, Nicole instead put as much love into her gaze as possible. "Yes." Austin relaxed in his chair. "I love you." "I love you too." She grinned at him. "But if you feel whole with me, you'd better not leave my side or you'll fall apart." He returned the smile. "You know that's not what I meant." His gaze told her exactly how he felt, and again Nicole struggled with breathing, she was so content. Austin so rarely shared his innermost feelings that when he did, it was something precious. She wished she knew how to gently provoke more moments like these out of him. "We'd better get going," Austin said, motioning to their now empty cups. "Elizabeth isn't going to contact herself." Nicole chuckled. "Probably not." The drive to Britnell Manor was quiet, yet comfortable. The sun pierced through the clouds and trees, leaving patterns on the road in front of them. The windows were down, letting in the fresh breeze, and Nicole leaned toward them, breathing it in. She was really enjoying this time of year in Seattle. Austin parked in front of the manor and reached across Nicole to open her door. He hesitated before pulling back, his gaze lingering on her mouth again, before looking her in the eye. "I miss you," he said, then got out of the car. Nicole took a breath. "I miss you too," she whispered. They met where they knew Elizabeth had been buried. "I wish there was an easier way to contact her," Nicole said. "I don't mind driving out here, but it isn't practical if we ever need to get a hold of her in an emergency." Austin nodded but didn't respond. He squatted and held his hand over the grass. "Wait," Nicole said, nearly touching his shoulder, but pulling back at the last moment. "Can I try?" Austin got up. "Sure. Do you know how?" She shook her head. "I'd love you to teach me though." "Okay. I always use my hand. Coolidge says I don't need to, but it makes it feel more real." Nicole crouched next to the grave and put her hand over it, then looked up at Austin. "Now what?" "Concentrate on the dirt. Sift down until you find her remains. Then give them a slight nudge while thinking about her and her name, what she looks like, all of that. Envision her meeting us here." Nicole turned back to the grass and closed her eyes. She hadn't had many opportunities yet to mess around with earth abilities, outside of wood, and the print of dirt and grass was weird on her mind. She focused harder on the soil below the grass, willing her mind to recognize the different materials that made it up. She wasn't able to go very far and finally, mind exhausted, got to her feet. "I've never tried using actual dirt before. I think I need more practice." Austin nodded. "The first time I worked with soil, I had to separate it into different components. Sand in one place, wood fragments in another, like that. We'll do that later. It'll be easier than starting with everything mixed together." Austin took her place and whispered, "Elizabeth, please come. We need to talk to you." He rose, wiping his hands on his jeans, even though he hadn't actually touched the dirt. Moments later, Elizabeth shimmered into view in front of them. Instead of her usual black dress, she wore a white one that still made her look stunning. Her vibrant red hair was pinned away from one ear while spilling forward in thick waves on the other side. "Yes?" she asked, looking at Austin, a scowl on her otherwise beautiful face. He didn't flinch from her cranky gaze. "We need you to start talking to deceased Aretes, gathering those who are interested in helping fight against the Tarians." "That's it?" She flipped her hair behind her shoulder. "Son, what do you think I've been doing? Why you had to call me back here, wasting my precious magic, to tell me to do something I'm already doing is beyond me." Nicole raised her hand, drawing Elizabeth's gaze. We'd like to know if you'd be able to keep in contact with Anna Morse. We're finding it's easier for Aretes who've passed on to be in that dimension than this, for some reason. Of course it is. Why is that? Elizabeth ignored her question. And continue following Rebecca? Don't you know any other dead Aretes? Austen rubbed the back of his neck. Well, yes. Your husband. Elizabeth scoffed. Don't even think about asking him. The lazy drunk sits around all day and does nothing. She folded her arms. Anyone else? Nicole nodded. Lizzie came across one named Helen once. Elizabeth immediately shook her head. I know of Lizzie's experience with her. That woman is insane. No one dares approach her, she destroys them when they do. Austen whistled. Powerful Arete? Incredibly so. Nicole asked, Is there anyone you trust who could help? Elizabeth didn't respond for a moment, as she thought over the question. A few, I suppose. I'll contact them, then I'll send a message through your Anna Morse. I need to conserve my energy. She glared at both of them, arms still folded. Don't contact me again. I'll get in touch with you. She disappeared, and Nicole and Austen returned to the car. She's so cranky all the time, Nicole said. Austen chuckled. I think I would be too, if I died under similar circumstances. I've got the feeling she was like this before her death. Austen nodded, pulling away from the house. Should we try to contact Helen? Nicole asked. He shook his head. Not a chance. I'm with Elizabeth on this one. Insane Aretes are much more than we can handle. We'd end up fighting them and the Tarians. It wouldn't be worth it. I'll keep that in mind. Avoid crazy Aretes. Nicole's eyes strayed to Austen, and she noticed his hair again. You've got more gray in your hair. Yeah. I've been focusing a lot on wind powers. Can't have my girlfriend passing me up now, can I? He smiled at her, a twinkle in his eyes. Nicole snorted. You're light years ahead of me, Austen. Chances are high that I'll never catch up with you. Don't doubt yourself. Even without the elixir, you're an exceptionally powerful Arete. He glanced over at her. You've seen how much you've progressed, and in such a short time. Not all of that is because of the elixir. I guess not. Nicole wasn't really sure, though. She still felt the elixir granting her power. Not for the first time, she wondered how it would be once the thing was gone. She'd been carrying it for 6, almost 7 months now. And speaking of hair, Austen said. Yours is starting to gray too. Or haven't you noticed? Nicole gasped, pulling down the visor in the car. Her mouth dropped when she saw that Austen was right. She'd been so distracted lately, she hadn't noticed. Silver weaved in through her usual color, with her blonde locks partially disguising it. That's it. Time for a visit to the old beauty parlor. Austen looked stricken. Please don't. I love the proof of your hard work and effort. Nicole smiled at him. One of us needs to look 19. And since your birthday was in December and mine in February, I get to be the lucky one. Fair enough. He chuckled, then glanced at her. How about you pick the movie this time, as a late birthday present? Sounds great. Nicole pulled out chips and dip, letting Austen find and set up the movie. Once ready, they sat on the couch, leaving a full seat between them. Halfway through the movie, when they'd eaten all the salsa and chips they could take, Austen paused the show and stood. I have an idea. He picked up a large blanket that was folded in the corner of the room and indicated for Nicole to get to her feet as well. He proceeded to wrap her in several layers, then he sat down and piled pillows around and on him. Then he tucked her against him on the couch, the padding between them, and his arm around her. See? We can touch while not touching. Genius. Nicole cuddled up to him, feeling comfortable for the first time in forever. Austen pushed play again, and they relaxed into each other and finished the movie. After it ended, they talked until long after Lizzie had gotten home from work and gone to bed. Austen told Nicole more about growing up on several ranches, his time being split between Missoula and Billings. Nicole answered his questions about her family dynamics, a mother who was afraid of her, and a father who was indifferent. If it weren't for my brothers Chase and Derek, I would probably be a lot more messed up than I am. Austin didn't respond for a while. Nicole could feel him breathing deeply, and wondered if he'd fallen asleep. Suddenly, he traced a finger along her arm. Even though she was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, her skin tingled under his touch. "Was that okay?" he asked. Nicole nodded. She didn't trust herself to speak. Half of her wanted to beg him to continue, but the other half knew that if he did, they'd likely end up coming into actual physical contact. But even while recognizing the possibility, she had a hard time remembering the reasons for the strict rules. Nicole shifted until her back rested on the pillows on his lap, and she could look into his face and see his expression. Austin closed his eyes, and she felt him playing with her hair that had spilled across his arm. "We should be careful," she whispered. He nodded, glancing down at her. His gaze drifted to her mouth, then back to her eyes again, and the desire she saw there made her heart ache. She understood his turmoil all too well. Nicole blinked, trying to defog her mind, trying to see reason. "The blocker is really strong, isn't it? Like really, really strong?" Austin cleared his throat. "Yes." His voice was husky. His lips parted, and the expression he gave her made her burn. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" he asked. "Probably. Only one way to know what we can and can't do." Austin didn't need any more encouragement than that. He bent over her, his lips meeting hers, gently, questioningly. He ended the kiss and looked at her, eyebrow raised. She smiled in response, and Austin hungrily kissed her again, pressing her into the pillows. Nicole almost gasped at the intensity behind his actions. She threaded her hands behind his head, holding him close. After a moment, and with some difficulty, Austin unwound Nicole from the blanket, flinging it and the pillows away from them. Once again, his mouth found hers, as he pulled her tightly to himself, eagerly exploring her face with his lips. Nicole responded just as energetically. She couldn't believe they were finally kissing, after so many long, long months. Oh, how she'd missed this. How she'd longed to feel his arms around her again, his lips against hers. And it didn't take her long to realize something. The contact wasn't affecting her. The great ones had no idea who she was with. Nicole pulled away from Austin, grinning at him. "They don't know." Austin groaned, cupping her face with his hands. "I love you, Nicole. I love you too." He spread kisses along her forehead, over her eyes and down one cheek and then up the other. Nicole melted into his arms, feeling tears of joy pricking the back of her eyes. A sudden dullness of her senses overwhelmed her, and she kissed him harder, willing the excitement to return. Instead, a headache began building at the base of her skull. She froze. The nausea hit her like a tsunami. Crashed over her. Spread through every cell of her body. Almost without warning, chips and dip sprayed out of Nicole's mouth. She barely turned away in time, puking all over the living room floor instead of all over her boyfriend. Austin's reaction was fast. He laid her to the side and jumped off the couch, pressing himself against the wall opposite her. Nicole was barely aware of what he'd done. Bout after bout of vomit spilled itself onto the carpet. But that wasn't the end of the torture. The vomit was soon accompanied by visions, stronger, worse than before. The room was full of creatures. Several of them climbed all over her, their tentacled arms and legs snagging her skin and clothes. The huge worm from before crawled across her legs, its weight heavy against her thighs. Thousands of legs from other creatures trailed along her arms and across her neck and chest. Nicole was aware of pounding in the background, of doors opening and closing. She vomited again, then screamed, trying to fight back as red-eyed demons beat their wings against her face, scratching her cheeks and forehead. At some point, Nicole realized Austin had left, his magical print gone, and Lizzie had joined her. She heard Lizzie calling her name. She couldn't respond. Creatures from every nightmare Nicole had ever had taunted her, growling and hitting her. She vomited several more times, recognizing that nothing was coming up now but bile. Finally, after what felt like hours, the visions gradually slowed, then stopped. Nicole found herself in Lizzie's arms, a big bowl nearby. Lizzie was rocking her, shushing her, singing lullabies. Nicole was sobbing. She clung to her best friend, bawling. The smell of throw-up wasn't nearly as strong as she'd expected, and she realized Lizzie had cleaned everything up while she'd been hallucinating. Even Nicole's clothes had been changed. They sat that way for what felt like hours. Nicole refused to be alone, and the two friends ended up moving to Lizzie's room and cuddling on her queen-sized bed. Around 5 a.m., Nicole finally drifted to sleep. Nicole opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling fixture. Light played into the room from Lizzie's open window, and a soft breeze tickled her hair against her face. She looked over. Lizzie's side of the bed was empty. Nicole groaned, pressing her palms into her eyes. What a horrible, horrible night. Hey, you're awake, Lizzie said from the doorway. Nicole pulled herself into a sitting position. You're not at work? It's Saturday. Besides, even if I did work today, I couldn't leave you alone. Nicole whimpered. I can't believe what we did. I can't ever look him in the eye again. I'm such an idiot. Lizzie bit her lips. I don't think it's Austin you need to be worried about. She held out Nicole's phone. Coolidge has been calling and texting all morning. I didn't pick up. I wanted you to get some rest before facing him, but I did happen to see one of the texts as it previewed on the screen. He's, pretty upset. Yeah. And that's putting it lightly. Nicole groaned again, taking her phone. How does he know already? Austin said something about needing to go to Coolidge's house after leaving here. Nicole quickly scanned through her notifications. 7 voicemails, 10 missed calls, and 16 text messages. She glanced at them, not needing to read them completely to see that Lizzie was right. Coolidge was smoking anger. The last text requested that she meet him in one of the auditorium rooms on campus. He warned her to bring a bag to puke in, since Austin would be there too. You're right, Coolidge is mad. Nicole relayed the information to Lizzie, then lay back on the bed and groaned. I'm going to be super sick there. Lizzie nodded. You'd better shower first. You reek. Thanks. Nicole couldn't bring herself to smile at the situation. It would be years before she could wash away the guilt that clung to her heart. Nicole wasn't able to get to campus for 45 minutes. She hoped Coolidge would take the time to cool off. But once she saw the expression on his face, she realized that no time in the world would make him happy until he'd had it out with the lovebirds. He let her into the building but didn't say anything, his face dark. She followed him meekly down the hall and around a corner, not feeling brave enough to ask if Austin had arrived yet. A moment later, when the nausea hit her, she didn't have to voice her question. Austin was already in the auditorium. He sat on the back row on the opposite side of the room from where Nicole entered. Thank goodness the auditorium was large. Too bad it wasn't bigger. Though she didn't throw up while there, she hadn't had any breakfast and refused to look at Austin. She struggled with intense nausea the entire time Coolidge lectured them. And what a lecture it was. The moment the door was shut, he started on them. I can't believe how childish you acted. Do you realize what you've done? I don't know that we can undo this. And I can't create another blocker, let alone one that will be strong enough to overcome your stupidity of last night. Nicole stared straight ahead. Coolidge was pacing back and forth, and tracking his movements increased her sickness. I know you're sorry, I can see it, but what I don't know is if you realize how much you've put at stake. Bringing the attention of the great ones is not a good idea right now. We don't need them watching us even more closely than they have been. Not only that, but without Austin's help, we probably won't succeed. We can't risk having the two of you together, which means he'll have to stay home when we go to Salmon. What you did was impulsive, reckless, and immature. But more importantly, it was selfish. The only thing you had on your minds last night were your hormones, not the hundreds of thousands of lives you've put at stake. Didn't you listen to Jack and Anna Morse? Didn't you hear them say that our best hope for survival is to keep the attention of the great ones off of us? He waited for acknowledgement from both students before continuing to lecture them for 30 more minutes. Finally, he calmed down. I know you're already incredibly miserable from what happened. I apologize for being so upset. But I thought you already understood the precarious position you were in. He ran his hands through his hair. Maybe now you do. Coolidge slumped into one of the chairs at the front of the auditorium. Hala said I needed to go light on you, that you're just hormonal teenagers. He looked up, making eye contact with them one at a time. I expected more of you. He let that hang in the air. Nicole wanted to curl up and die. She hated that she disappointed her professor, a man who was much more than just a teacher. But she especially hated that she disappointed Austin and herself. They'd really let each other down. Now then, we have a meeting with more officials on Monday to try to convince them to support an expedition to Idaho. Or at least give us access to university equipment for that trip. He got to his feet and glanced at Nicole and Austin. I know I don't need to ask you to avoid each other. Coolidge pulled papers from his ever-present briefcase and handed one set to Nicole, then the other to Austin. You're to be tested for those Aretes classes tomorrow. Expect it to take all day. Good luck. He made to leave the room but paused, sighing heavily. Nicole, Austin, look at me. Nicole did so, unable to see if Austin had as well. You're still the best students I've ever worked with. I hope things won't change from what happened last night. That we'll be able to laugh this off a year from now. I suspect we will. He took a breath. I need you to know how proud I am of you both, and how much I've loved teaching and instructing you. We will get through this. I promise. And I'm sorry for how harsh I've been, when you're both so obviously suffering already. Please know it's because I care for you. Nicole nodded, looking back at her lap. After saying bye and sending another round of good lucks for the tests, Coolidge left. Nicole waited to see if Austin would follow, but realized he didn't want to come that close to her. Good thing too, as even being this near was killing her, turning her stomach inside out. Without looking at him, wanting to but grateful she couldn't at the same time, Nicole got to her feet and walked out of the auditorium. Would Austin still want her when all of this was over? Did she still want him? At that moment, she couldn't tell. The only thing she felt was guilt, shame, embarrassment, and the desire to prove herself. Yet again. She'd come full circle since arriving at Caton University. How ironic. Chapter 3. Nicole wasn't sure if she could, but she was determined to make things up to Coolidge. She sent him a text later that day, asking about the blocker, why he couldn't make another one. He responded, almost immediately. Apparently, he'd run out of platinum, one of the metals in the recipe, and his supplier had stopped communicating with him. He was trying to find a new one, but hadn't been successful so far. Nicole pondered over the dilemma that evening, and again the next morning while getting ready for her tests. She was on the road heading to campus when she decided something. She would contact his supplier. Coolidge might not find another one in time. And he was right, they really did need Austin with them in Salmon. Nicole parked her car and headed toward the administration building, deep in thought. How would she approach the supplier? How would she get her hands on his contact information? And without Coolidge finding out? She didn't want to get his hopes up, and she definitely didn't want him discouraging her from trying. She pulled out her phone and called Lizzie. I need your help with something, she said after Lizzie answered. What's that? Finding someone. Lizzie snorted. I ain't no PI girl. Nicole smiled. No, but together we should be able to do it. She explained her plan. Lizzie was silent for a moment. Well, Coolidge probably keeps a list of all his suppliers. Maybe we could ask Hala for help. Hala was Coolidge's wife, and Nicole highly doubted the woman would give the girls the information they needed. But maybe if Nicole explained to her why she and Lizzie wanted it, that might work. Do you want to go with me tonight, after my tests are over? Lizzie agreed, and they ended the call. Nicole let herself into the building and took a seat in the hall. She was waiting outside Professor Smith's office again. This time, however, she was alone, and the dean wouldn't be meeting her. Instead, an advisor would be administering the tests. She glanced over the paperwork Coolidge had given her the day before. She was nervous, but not as much as she'd been for the tests to go on the expedition to Arches National Park last year. She still didn't know exactly what the tests would consist of, other than some of them would be written and others would be based on performance. The administrator arrived shortly. She was a tall black woman with gray hair that was pulled back in a loose bun. A pair of glasses sat on top of her head. "Nicole?" she asked, looking at a tablet in her hands. "Yes, that's me. My name is Tess. Come along. We'll get started immediately." Nicole followed Tess to the stairs and down a level to the basement of the administration building. The hall they entered was long and wide, painted almost completely white. A door to a large lab was open on the right-hand side, beckoning them to enter. There were a few objects lining one side of the room and shelves on the other, but for the most part it was empty and large, at least 20 feet tall and 40 feet wide. "Please have a seat." Tess gestured to the only chair available, a black office chair. Nicole sat, tucking her hands beneath her legs, waiting to see what her first set of instructions would be. Tess pulled her glasses down and studied her tablet for a moment before looking up. "Your first test will be performance-based. Please show me that you can successfully use your wind sub-ability." Nicole nodded. "I'll need you to continue talking, if that's okay." "Very well." Tess cleared her throat and smiled at Nicole. "Here at Caton University, we strive for perfection in all of the most." It didn't take Nicole long to gather enough magic to silence the woman. She held on as Tess counted down with 10 fingers, then let go when the woman nodded. "Very impressive." Tess made a note in her tablet, then continued down the list. Nicole was required to use her powers to move things around the room, along with creating a whirlwind, shuffling papers, and increasing and decreasing Tess's speaking and singing volumes. Then Tess had her prove she could create sound. This was more difficult, as it was the opposite of Nicole's natural ability, but she'd practiced it quite a bit before moving on to Earth powers last semester, and was able to do it without a problem. Once she'd gone through all of the wind abilities on the list, the woman handed her the tablet, where Nicole was tested on her academic knowledge of those abilities. It took her 30 minutes, during which time Tess pulled things off the shelves. Tess took the tablet back. "Which aspect of Earth is the easiest for you?" "Anything with wood." "Okay, give me a minute." Tess opened another shelf and pulled down random pieces of wood, dismantled chairs, branches, sawdust, and other things. She then had Nicole pull it all apart by chunks, and then by the grain. Then she had her dissolve the grains completely. These tasks were easy for Nicole, but she struggled with putting the wood back together, only finishing one chair. Tess frowned. "This is something you must show you can do in order to pass Earth 202. Nicole nodded. "I expect I'll need to take that class." "Well, let's see how you do on the written portion for Earth 101. She clicked on the tablet for a moment, then passed it to Nicole. "How are you on water and fire?" "Not very good. I didn't plan to test on them today." "That's fine. Go ahead when you're ready." Tess cleaned up the room while Nicole took the test. Once Nicole finished, Tess glanced over her answers, then looked up, a smile on her face. "Congratulations, Nicole. You've just passed 27 credits worth of Wind Aretes courses, along with 3 credits for Earth 101. Nicole sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. You did very well. I expect we'll see good things of you yet." "I hope so. I plan to continue with my abilities until I'm fully a silver, An accomplished Arete. Nicole flushed. Tess chuckled, leading the way out of the room. Silver works for me. She patted her hair fondly. I used to dye it when I was younger. Got over that quickly when I realized how expensive it would be to keep up. Nicole laughed. I haven't decided what I want to do yet. You've got blonde hair, Tess said, closing the lab behind them and walking toward the stairs. It hides the silver much better. You could get away with a simple weave every 6 weeks. That should keep your expenses down. Once they reached the top of the stairs, Tess congratulated Nicole again and the two parted ways. Nicole wondered when Austin would be tested. But even just wondering about him made her head pound, and she had to push those thoughts from her mind. Doing so made her heart ache, and she wished a Toby-like relationship would come along and help her move on. Realizing what she was thinking, Nicole chided herself. She wouldn't do that to another guy. The pain on Toby's face when he learned she was still in love with Austin made her hurt with regret. She hadn't heard from him, and she knew better than to contact him. Even if she couldn't be with Austin for a while, he was the man for her, she knew it, and so did he. If only their mistake the other day hadn't been so horrible. If only they'd controlled themselves better. Nicole sighed. The if-only road was a bumpy one she wasn't in the mood to follow. When she got in her car, she turned her music up as high as she could tolerate, rolled her windows down, and enjoyed the cool, humid breeze as it rushed over her on the way home. Nicole and Lizzie held a quick powwow on Coolidge's porch Saturday afternoon before ringing the doorbell. You're sure he's not here? Lizzie asked. Nicole nodded. He was still in his office when I left campus, and looked like he'd be there for a while. Okay. You do the talking, and I'll fill in where necessary. Nicole nodded, then rang the doorbell. Hayla answered a moment later, wearing jeans and a tee, and her hair pulled into a ponytail. Can I help you? Her eyes landed on Nicole, and she squinted for a moment before recognition crossed her face. Oh, Nicole. Come on in. She stepped back, making room for the two girls to enter. Hayla led them to the sitting room off the foyer. She invited them to sit, then did so herself, her hands fluttering in her lap while she glanced at Nicole and away again. Nicole smiled. It's okay, Hayla. I know you've already heard about the stupidity of my situation with Austin, and, our actions of the night before. She leaned forward. Actually, that's partly why we're here. It is? Hayla didn't look very comforted by Nicole's announcement. Yes. Nicole took a breath, then rubbed her forehead. I feel horrible about what happened. I know Austin feels the same. And I need to make it up to Coolidge. He worked so hard on that blocker. And what Austin and I did was immature and careless. Hayla knitted her eyebrows. Don't be too hard on yourself. He'll get over it, and you'll all move on. I know. But what we did had real consequences. Has Coolidge told you his platinum supplier for the blocker dropped off the grid? He mentioned something, yes. Nicole swallowed. Here goes. I want to contact that supplier and see what's going on. Hayla shook her head. No, I don't think that's a good idea. The people he works with are dangerous. They're not like college professors or anything like that. They work with illegal products, and most of the time they're hardened criminals. I understand this. And I'm prepared to deal with the possible risks. Nicole leaned forward. Please, Hayla. I need to do this much. Coolidge is seriously stressed about not having Austin with him, and I'm to blame for that, at least half of it. We can't let this keep us from being successful in our overall goal, stopping the Tarians. Lizzie nodded. And we're both Aretes. We're smart, street smart. She sent a sly expression to Nicole. At least I am. But Nicole is a fast learner. Would you bring anyone else with you? Nicole shook her head. No. We can't risk it. Austin is the only person I'd trust enough not to go blabbing about it. And I don't want Coolidge's reputation getting ruined. The fewer people who know, the better. She hesitated, then said, "And you don't need to worry about us. Yes, we're Aretes. But we'll also be carrying other forms of protection." "Guns?" "Most likely. Knives too." Hala chewed on her fingernail. "I don't know, Nicole. What if something bad happens? What if you get killed?" From what Coolidge insinuated, if we don't have Austin with us in Salmon, we will die. "I'm not just trying to make things up to my professor. I'm trying to give us as big an advantage against the Tarians as possible." "I understand that," Hala said. "But it doesn't make me want to help you anymore." Lizzie scooted to the edge of her seat. "We would love your help more than anything. But we feel strongly enough about this to do it anyway, without assistance." Hala smiled tiredly. "I figured as much." She got to her feet. "Well, I'll show you where he keeps his information on suppliers." She turned and looked at them. "But you have to swear up and down right now that you will not use this information for anything but contacting the one person, and that you'll be as smart about it as possible." "Got it." The girls promised, then followed her into the basement where Coolidge had a second office set up. Apparently, the one Nicole had been in before wasn't the one he used most. She laughed that this one was in the basement. "He likes being underground, huh?" Hala also laughed. "He says it's where the air is always cleanest." "I definitely don't agree with that. I think it comes from his upbringing. They didn't have air conditioners." She unlocked Coolidge's office, then led the girls inside. Nicole wasn't sure what she'd been expecting, but all white furniture wasn't it. The desk was white, the shelves were white, even the chairs and carpet were white. "He's not big into dark colors here, huh?" she asked. Hala shrugged. "Not right now, he's not. I think he likes having his home office look different from his work one." She pointed to a filing cabinet. "That's where he keeps information on suppliers and instructions for contraptions. I don't know where exactly in there you'll find what you're looking for. Just call up the stairs if you have any questions." Nicole and Lizzie thanked Hala, then got to work as soon as she'd left. First, they tried to find some sort of catalog of everything Coolidge had in the cabinets. They couldn't, so they started going through the folders one at a time, Nicole starting at the top and Lizzie the bottom. Nicole found a lot of interesting folders. She had a hard time keeping her attention on the task at hand, vowing to eventually see if Coolidge would be willing to share his collection. It was Lizzie who found the necessary file. They quickly put everything else away, marking where she'd gotten the file, then spread the contents all over Coolidge's desk. Coolidge had made several notes on each supplier, and it wasn't hard to figure out which one was the person he hadn't heard from. The man's name was Julius Maxwell. He lived in Portland, thank goodness, not too far away, and like Hala said, he seemed pretty seedy. He'd been supplying Coolidge with platinum for only a few months, so Coolidge didn't fully trust him. Julius had stopped responding to anything from Coolidge about 2 weeks earlier. Nicole took a picture of the information on Julius with her phone, making sure his number and address were easily visible, then took a picture of the recipe. She tucked her phone away, and she and Lizzie started cleaning up. They were just putting the file back in the cabinet when Hala dashed into the room. "He's here," she hissed. "Home early. On his way down. Get out of here, hide somewhere." She turned and ran back upstairs. The girls raced out of the office and sprung into a room across the hall. Nicole turned and shut the door nearly all the way, leaving a small slit to see through. She watched as Coolidge entered his office and sat at his desk, rubbing his eyes. He didn't shut the door. How were they going to get out without him noticing? They'd been fast, yes, and he hadn't seen them, but unfortunately they were directly across from his office. Nicole waited until he seemed involved in something on his laptop, then she carefully closed the door, waited a moment longer, then turned on the light. They were in a media room with stadium seating, facing a huge TV. She glanced at Lizzie and whispered, "Well, if we get bored, we could always watch something." "He'd hear it," Lizzie said. Nicole snorted. "I know. I was joking." Lizzie sighed, obviously not in a joking mood. Now what? We wait? Maybe Hala will distract him. Actually, I'm sure she will. She knows we're down here. Nicole turned the light off, then quietly, slowly opened the door again, just a slit. Coolidge was still immersed in something on his laptop. Not wanting to miss anything in case he got up and shut the door even for just a moment, Nicole kept her eye pressed to the crack. After what felt like 30 years, Hala came into view and entered his office. She started talking to him, then glanced back to the hall and, looking both ways, obviously wondering where Nicole and Lizzie had hidden, casually shut the door most of the way. Coolidge was no longer in eyesight. Knowing this would probably be their only hope for escape, Nicole swung the door open and stepped lightly down the hall toward the stairs, Lizzie on her trail. The girls raced up to the first floor, through the house, and out the front door, closing it tightly behind them. They hopped into Nicole's car, which Nicole had parked around the corner, buckled up and pulled out. Then they both started giggling with relief. It felt so good to laugh. Nicole couldn't believe how long it had been since she'd actually thought something was funny. Lizzie wiped tears from her cheeks. I mean, it's not like he's going to send us to jail or anything, right? Probably not, Nicole said. But I'd still feel better not having him know. Until we're successful, anyway. Lizzie nodded. So what now? Head to Portland. Nicole glanced at Lizzie. After Monday's meeting, if possible. Monday morning, Nicole found a letter from Anna Morse. My dear Nicole, Jack has decided to oversee following Rebecca himself. Elizabeth is simply too busy to do it any longer, but she has enlisted the help of 2 Aretes who've passed on. One will follow Rebecca at all times, reporting to Jack as often as necessary, and the other will act as an intermediary between you and us. Both of these gentlemen are lesser Aretes, who have just enough power to do these tasks. They'll be devoting everything to their assignments, and you won't be able to ask them to do anything more than what they've agreed to. They simply won't have the power. Our intermediary will come to you tonight. Memorize his magical print. When you need to contact us, reach through your power for that print. He'll recognize that he is being summoned and will come to you. Jack knows both men fairly well and trusts them. You should feel comfortable around them, that is our hope. Elizabeth has decided to head up the war against monsters in this dimension. She frightens me a bit, but I have no doubt that she'll be successful. She's very tenacious. Until next time, dear. We love you. Nicole's heart warmed at Anna Morse's fond farewell, and she thought over it frequently while preparing for the meeting with the university authorities. She cared for Mrs. Morse too, and really hoped their plans would succeed. Oh, how she hoped that. She realized, though, that with a dead man coming to visit her, tonight wouldn't be the best time for a trip to Portland. Maybe she and Lizzie would be able to go Tuesday. Nicole sent a text to Lizzie, informing her of the change of plans, then turned her thoughts to the upcoming meeting with the university officials. Its purpose was to apply for help with the trip to Salmon. She took extra care while getting ready, wanting to show how serious and dependable she was. For the first time in the last few days, she was grateful for gray hair, and she did hers up, showcasing the new streaks around her ears. When she and Lizzie were ready, they drove together in Nicole's car, meeting Coolidge and Austin on campus, along with others who'd help petition. Judith Ann was one of them. Nicole rolled her eyes when she saw that the girl was sitting next to Austin, sending him a big flirtatious grin. How had Judith Ann not gotten the hint yet? He would never be interested in her. But sitting a few people away from Judith Ann was Sylvia, a post-grad student Nicole had gotten close to last year who dropped out after nearly getting killed while in Arches. Oh my gosh! Nicole shrieked, dashing forward, ignoring the nausea that bubbled in her stomach as she passed Austin. Sylvia! How are you doing? Oh, I'm so excited to see you here. Sylvia returned Nicole's hug. I'm doing well, much better. That's so good to hear. Nicole sat next to her, and Lizzie took the seat on the other side of Nicole. After Nicole made introductions, She turned back to Sylvia, noticing scars on the girl's face and neck. I still can't believe you made it out of there. What happened anyway? Sylvia raised a hand to the ridges on her neck, a distant expression in her eyes. I'm pretty sure they drugged me. I woke up, shivering and in pain in the caverns, unable to remember how I'd gotten there. She looked at Nicole. Coolidge said there'd been a ton of blood inside our tent and on my sleeping bag, so I know something must have happened to me before they took me away. Nicole nodded. Yeah, I was sure you'd been killed. Sylvia smiled, her face drawn, and Nicole could tell that she was still not fully recovered. Just then, Nicole noticed that several of the girl's fingers were missing, and she had bite-mark scars up and down her arms. Nicole motioned to them. Were you awake for this? Sylvia turned troubled eyes to Nicole. Yes, unfortunately. I screamed and screamed, struggling to get away, but nothing I did stopped them. I honestly don't know why they finally left me alone. Suddenly, they all just ran off. I dragged myself as far as I could go before a search and rescue guy found me. She shook her head. If you think my arms are bad, check out the scars on my legs. Nicole gasped when Sylvia pulled up her pant legs. Huge chunks where tissue had been ripped out were healing over, leaving the girl's legs distorted and mangled. Sylvia motioned to a cane, leaning against the wall. I still can't walk without a heavy limp. Plastic surgery helps, but it's a long and drawn-out process that requires a lot of money. Thank goodness the university is helping cover costs, because I still have to have many more surgeries before my doctor is happy, before I can walk normally again. Nicole felt tears pricking the backs of her eyes. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. I wish so much I would have woken up early enough to stop them. It wouldn't have done anything other than get you in trouble too. Nicole blinked several times, trying not to embarrass Sylvia by crying. Do you think you'll finish your degree? Sylvia snorted. Heck no. I'm happy with my life as a full-time mom. My little boy nearly lost his mother, and all of my time since Aretes has gone to surgeries and recovery. She met Nicole's eyes. No, Nicole, I'm done for good, and I'm totally okay with that. She took a breath. I really felt strongly about coming here, though, and I'm going to do everything I can to convince the university that they have to help you and the others. And hopefully, your testimony will encourage the world to join with us too. Coolidge told me our presentations will be recorded, and they'll be sending our reports all over. Good. Just then, Coolidge entered the hall. They're ready for us, he said, motioning to the auditorium behind him. Nicole, Sylvia, and Lizzie followed him and the others into the large room, where Coolidge instructed them to sit in the order they'd present. Nicole would be one of the first to go, as she'd been involved the most, so she sat far to the right of the others. Coolidge hoped her report would influence the authorities, and that the reports of the others would fill in the gaps. And at first, Nicole figured it would be easy, that the university would have no other choice but to support the expedition, given the evidence. But when Coolidge got up and thanked the authorities for their time, the president of the university had a scowl on his face. Professor Coolidge, your last expedition was a disaster. How many students were killed? Coolidge hesitated. 2. And what about Aretes University? You did nothing to prevent the deaths of nearly all of Professor Howard's students. Professor Smith leaned forward, raising his hand. On the contrary. Professor Coolidge frequently, even continually, tried to convince Stan Howard that what he was doing was foolish. In fact, I think several here can attest to this. He looked at the students in front of him for confirmation. Nicole nodded and saw Sylvia and even Judith Ann doing the same. He motioned to Coolidge. Let's allow them to continue their reports. Then we can discuss specific details after. The president seemed okay with that. He indicated for Coolidge to continue. Coolidge steepled his fingers and paced in front of the university authorities. Let's take things back several years, before the expedition to Aretes was even a plan. Coolidge had one of his grad students talk about a vacation he and his family had taken to Aretes, where he'd sensed huge pulses of magic and a sibling had disappeared. None of this was new to anyone in attendance, but Nicole could see why Coolidge wanted to go over the information. The authorities needed to be reminded that the dangers had existed for a long time and weren't likely to go away. Once the grad student had finished, Coolidge mentioned how difficult it had been to get permission from the government for the expedition to Aretes National Park. As you'll discover today, the Tarian organization has increased in power significantly, even in the past year. They're the reason we need the university's help with this expedition to Idaho. Coolidge motioned to Nicole. Nicole Williams will be addressing you several times. She has first-hand experience with Tarians, starting with an infected tree that grew on the property near her apartment. He nodded at her to take over, and Nicole did so, plugging a thumb drive into the projector, then turning to the authorities. She told them about Rebecca and how the woman lived in the tree just outside her bedroom window. How Rebecca controlled spiders, getting them to try to take Nicole to the tree. She pulled up pictures of the dead bodies at the bottom of the tree, and several more pictures that were taken as the bodies were exhumed. She showed a clip someone had taken of Rebecca freaking out after she'd been pulled out, begging to be allowed back, until she saw Nicole and asked her to read the book. Then Nicole showed pictures of the spiders that had filled her apartment after Rebecca's death. She half smiled at the expressions of disgust the authorities gave. Nicole held up the leather journal. This is the book she was referring to. It's a journal written by my great-great-grandfather, Captain Christopher Price. The journal had been calling to me for several weeks at this point, and when Rebecca saw me, she begged me to read it. Lizzie then got up and told her version of what had happened in the apartment. Her part was very short, only a minute or so long, but Coolidge had felt it important to have witnesses. I don't mean to be rude, the dean of another department said to Nicole when she got to her feet again, but what do a journal and spiders have to do with the expedition you plan to take to Idaho? It will be explained, I promise, Nicole said. We'd like to go in chronological order, as much as possible, to help keep things straight. She told the authorities how Coolidge had locked up the journal for their expedition to Aretes. Then she quickly summed up what had happened there. Judith Ann and Austin followed Nicole, each telling their version. Judith Ann admitted to needing hours of therapy and help from psychologists for the stress she'd experienced while there. Even though Nicole couldn't tolerate Judith Ann under most circumstances, she still felt bad for what she'd gone through. No one deserved the shock and trauma she'd experienced, especially when she hadn't been ready to deal with something like that. After Austin finished, Sylvia got to her feet, using her cane to reach the middle of the room. She unplugged Nicole's thumb drive and put in one of her own, then proceeded to show photos of herself after the attack. The room fell quiet as Sylvia went through the pictures. She stopped talking, and Nicole could see tears in her eyes as she relived the pain and suffering of the months that followed. Sylvia pulled out her thumb drive and turned to the authorities. I know this expedition to Salmon, Idaho, is one of the last things you want to be involved in. And I know the biggest reason behind your hesitation revolves around the precious lives of those who could be lost. But please listen to me. If we'd been prepared before going to Aretes, none of this would have happened. And I'd be fighting to go to Salmon. She glanced back at Nicole. As it is, I'm still in the recovery process and can't help. But I believe that Nicole has incredibly valuable information, that her plea for help can't be ignored. If we don't assist her in Idaho, we'll be giving our futures over to Tarians. Attacks like mine will happen on a regular basis. She turned back to the authorities. I know this will lead to our demise. We can't risk not supporting Nicole and Professor Coolidge. Because if we don't help them, we'll be deserting everything and everyone we love. Sylvia returned to her seat, and Nicole got up again. Rebecca followed me to Aretes, she said. I had to promise her I'd read the book. After a few detours, I finally did so. And I learned that Rebecca and Captain Price had started the Tarian organization over 100 years ago. Through a series of deceptions and manipulations, Rebecca led me to Moses Lake, Washington, where I retrieved something incredibly powerful. Nicole could tell that the men and women in front of her were listening very closely. She held up the necklace she wore. This elixir will destroy a machine called the embryonic manipulator. Perhaps none of you have heard of it, but all of us are living with the results of what the machine does. She took a breath, then continued. Rebecca Price didn't like how controlling Aretes were becoming. She decided it was important to do everything possible to prevent more from being born. So with the help of the Great Ones, she and her husband constructed a device that would constantly work against humans, making it incredibly difficult for them to have more than one and even two children. She waited for this to sink in, watching as expressions of disbelief appeared on nearly everyone's faces. "How do we know this is true?" the president asked. "You don't. And because the journal won't allow me to read out loud from it, you'll have to believe me." Nicole paused, pulling out a weathered piece of paper. "But I do have a map to the machine. And I've talked to people in other dimensions who've been spying on Rebecca." "Other dimensions?" the president muttered. "You've got to be kidding me. And what if we don't believe other dimensions exist?" Coolidge stood. "That's your choice, but almost everyone talking to you today has physically been in another one at some point during the past year." He had Austin tell again about the living city they'd been led to beyond arches, and even Judith Ann pitched in with what she remembered. Then Lila, who joined the meeting late, told about their experiences when they'd gone to find Mrs. Morse. Coolidge and Nicole also gave their own accounts. Nicole could tell that the men and women were coming around, but that they still needed more convincing where the actual expedition was concerned. So she got to her feet and told them about her brief stint with the Tarians, about her initiation and the World Convention. She told them about the amount of preparation the Tarians had done over the past 100 years, and the countries where they had a great deal of influence, along with the weapons they had in their possession. Austin and Coolidge also spoke, and Nicole had to breathe through the nausea that came in spurts when she and Austin were in the same room. After everyone had spoken their part, Coolidge gave the particulars about the expedition. "We have access to large amounts of funds, but we don't have time to acquire the necessary equipment. And that's where the university comes into play. We can rent the equipment or, if necessary, buy it all from the university." "What funds? You had no funds last time." Coolidge glanced at Nicole, eyebrow raised, and she gave him a nod. He turned back to the authorities. "Nicole inherited a great deal of money and is willing to use it for the expedition." The president of the university grunted, then folded his arms. "We need to discuss. Please excuse us for half an hour." Nicole and the others left the room. She couldn't wait for this to be over. She'd really struggled with reading the authorities and couldn't tell if they were favorable to the idea. She, Lila, Sylvia, and Lizzie went to the cafeteria to get ice cream while waiting, where Sylvia kept everyone laughing at jokes and random things. Nicole was constantly surprised at Sylvia's level of positivity. Her body was barely functional, at least the getting around part, and she'd lost fingers for crying out loud and probably toes too. But none of this seemed to get the woman down. Nicole appreciated this reminder that no matter how hard it got, there was always something worth fighting for, something to be positive about. Coolidge texted when the authorities were finished, and the four girls headed back to the auditorium. "We've reviewed your material," the university president said, "and your petition, and we're inclined to say no to certain aspects of it." Professor Smith leaned forward. "We'll allow you to use most of the university's equipment you've requested, but you'll need to contact the professors you wish to work with. If they choose to help, it will be on their time. We won't be granting any resources outside of the equipment." The university president nodded. "Please understand that our decision is based on necessity. If what you say is true, and Aretes may be destroyed in the next month, our university will be gone anyway. But if you're wrong, We can't afford to have so many faculty members tied up while they're supposed to be teaching classes, even if it is summer. If we'd had more notice, things would be different. Nicole hesitated, then got to her feet, addressing her question to the university president. So, if we have access to some of the equipment, would we be allowed to say that it's a university expedition? She rushed to continue. We understand why you're not giving a full yes, and we respect that decision, but we'll be a lot more successful in gaining help from the other universities if we can say Caton University is behind us. The president frowned, thinking over what Nicole had said. That would be fine. If any university gets credit for the expedition, it should be ours, as we'll be invested in it the most. His frown deepened. But young lady, you'd better be prepared to replace all damaged equipment. I am. Very well. He waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Nicole followed the others out of the room. She wasn't sure how to feel, as it wasn't a complete success. But Coolidge seemed pleased with the outcome, so she decided to be happy as well. Things could have been a lot worse. Chapter 4. That evening, as promised, Nicole was visited by a dead Aretes. She just changed into her pajamas and was writing in her journal when he appeared at the foot of the bed, wearing a burnt orange polyester running suit. "Hi, Nicole," he said. Nicole gasped, dropping her pen. "You freaked me out." He flushed, his face looking pained. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't sure how to alert you to my presence without startling you." "Well, Rebecca always has a spider appear. Can you do something like that?" He shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I don't have any ties to creatures in that way." Nicole picked up her pen, setting it and the journal aside and curling her feet under her. "Well, I guess I'll just always be freaked out when you come. Unless I call you first, of course." "Of course." He walked around the room, inspecting Nicole's furniture. "Things haven't changed much since I was alive." "When did you die?" He glanced back. "About 30 years ago. I was 25. Nicole chuckled. "There have been a few changes in the past 30 years. His face brightened, a smile crossing it. "Like what?" "Well, technology. We have computers now." He scoffed. "Computers existed before my death." "I know, but not like this." Nicole got off her bed and crossed to her desk, opening her laptop. "They weren't this small, were they?" The ghost joined her, staring down at the machine, an expression of wonder on his face. "Oh no. Nothing like this." He glanced at Nicole. "May I?" She shrugged and grinned. "Go ahead. Just don't download any of my bank information." "Bank information? You can access that from your computer?" "Yes." He looked stunned for a moment, then pulled out the chair and had a seat. His hands hovered over the keyboard, but he didn't touch the machine. Nicole grabbed her phone from her nightstand. "And that's not all. This is a computer too." She set the phone next to him on the desk. He raised an eyebrow. "This little thing?" Nicole pushed a button on the side, and the screen came to life. She chuckled when he jumped. "It's called a cell phone. It's like a telephone, but it doesn't need a cord, and it works pretty much anywhere I am." He stared at it for several seconds, obviously struggling to take that in. Then he shook himself, stood, and turned to her. "I'm sorry, I got distracted. And I'm taking up precious energy, satisfying my curiosity." He extended a hand. "I'm Trevor. It's nice to meet you." Nicole shook his hand and smiled. "I'm Nicole, as you know. Do you have anything to report today?" He nodded. "Monsters have begun gathering in Jack's dimension. From what we can tell, they plan to come through the link and protect the Tarians while they worship the Great Ones." He sat on the chair again and continued. "Aretes are also gathering under Elizabeth's command." He looked at Nicole. "That woman is shrewd and knows how to lead. She's been quite successful in riling everyone up." "Good. We need someone like that." "Yes, We'll take care of the monsters in Jack's dimension, but any that come through the link will be up to Earth Aretes. I especially feel bad about that, but it requires far too much power for us to return to our home dimension. It wouldn't be a good use of our energy. And you won't be participating in the fighting? Trevor looked crestfallen. No, I won't. I wasn't strong enough with my powers. It never seemed like a high priority to me. Nicole still couldn't understand how someone could be born with this magic and not do everything in their ability to develop it as much as possible. But she knew and loved Lizzie, and Lizzie wasn't very interested in pursuing magic. Obviously, others felt the same way. But coming here is okay? Nicole asked. It's all I'll be doing. I'll be conserving my powers in between visits with you. Jack and Anna will continue updating you through their note system, and when you need to alert them to something, call me and I'll come. Okay, that works. Grateful for the reminder, she closed her eyes, memorizing his magical print, then looked at him again. I'll let you know when I need you. About how much time should pass between visits, though? He shrugged. A few hours. I'll try to conserve enough energy, so if you need to call me back immediately, it might be possible. But I don't know if that'll work. We'll see. Nicole nodded. Thank you, Trevor, for your willingness to do this. Please let Anna and Jack know that we appreciate everything they're doing. And same with Elizabeth, if you see her. Trevor blanched. I'd rather not approach her if it's all right with you. She's intimidating. Nicole held back her chuckle. She knew what he was talking about. Oh, I understand. Believe me, I do. She frowned, wondering something. Why don't more Aretes come back and visit loved ones after they pass on? It takes many, many years to start generating power again. It doesn't function or flow the same as it does when you're alive. By the time we've built up enough, most of us choose not to see anyone we knew while alive. It wouldn't be fair to family who've said goodbye so long ago. And it's painful for us too, since the visits don't last long. Trevor got a faraway expression on his face. Then he shook himself. Well, it's time for me to go now. He waved goodbye, then disappeared, and Nicole finished writing in her journal. After pondering over Trevor's visit for a few minutes, she turned off the light and went to bed. Early the next morning, Nicole received a phone call from none other than Austin's father, Dave. She almost dropped the phone, expecting that contact with the man to make her sick, but nothing happened. I've heard you need to purchase some land in Idaho. Yes, I do. I've been looking over the map Austin's professor forwarded. Some of the property is owned by the government, which does pose a problem. I've purchased government-owned land before, so I'm not saying it's impossible, but it might be a bit difficult. He cleared his throat. I'm not quite comfortable asking this, but how much money would you be willing to throw toward the purchase? The government is notoriously slow in these sorts of transactions, but I've found they step up their speed when large funds are involved. Money isn't an issue, at least it shouldn't be. I've accrued over $2 billion. Nicole had no problem sharing this information with him, especially due to what she'd learned about him from Austin. He could be trusted. Dave chuckled. That should be plenty. Don't worry, I'll have my realtor rein things in. But we won't hesitate to toss in a little more cash if things don't move fast enough. Thank you, I appreciate it. When can we expect the transactions to be finalized? Within the month. And we'll need you to fly out here to sign the paperwork. I don't do things over fax machines, and you really should meet my realtor in person before signing. Just to make sure you're comfortable with him. Dave hesitated. And besides, I'd like to meet my future daughter-in-law. Nicole blinked. Wow. That was forward. That would be fine with me. Thank you, Mr. Young. Oh, call me Dave. And later Dad, if you want. He chuckled. I'll be in touch. They ended the call, and Nicole sat on her bed, staring at her cell. It was so weird she'd just talked to him. Did Austin know the conversation would be taking place? How would he feel about his dad's forwardness? It would probably make him uncomfortable. Nicole finished getting ready and joined Lizzie in the kitchen. Need help practicing any magic? Lizzie asked. Oh, and I've got the day off. Wow, that's a miracle. You've been working a lot of hours lately. Lizzie put her face in her hands. I know. I swear that doctor really has no ability to organize. Or hire people who know how to organize. Good thing he's such a great boss. She hesitated. And besides, school is expensive. I'd like to pay for it instead of having my parents help out. Nicole tilted her head. Lizzie, there's nothing wrong with parents helping. College is expensive. I'm only taking care of it myself because of how manipulative my parents are. Speaking of them, have you heard from them or Greg recently? Nicole shook her head. Not one word. I'm pretty sure they know I'm not returning. And Greg, I don't know what's going on with him. Last I heard, he was still working with the Tarians. Even though they tried to sacrifice him? That's ridiculous. Tell me about it. Nicole grabbed the book Coolidge had loaned her a few months earlier. She sat at the counter and Lizzie joined her. The reason I got today off was so we could go to Portland. Oh, that's fantastic. I was thinking we'd go after you got home from work. But that's really leaving things late, and I'd rather not drive in the dark if we can avoid it. So this works well. Nicole opened the book. I'd like to practice for a while before we leave, since I was planning on doing so anyway. We can leave around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. That'll give me several hours to practice. And you're serious about helping me? Lizzie's eyes brightened. Definitely. Good. Because I still can't figure out how to work with dirt that isn't separated. That's a problem. Right? Nicole nodded. It's rare to find dirt that isn't composed of lots of different things. She sat on a stool, grabbing a bag from the corner of the counter. I can control the different materials on their own, but haven't had a lot of opportunity to practice on anything more complex. Would you mind focusing on my magic and seeing if you can sense what I'm doing wrong? Sure. Lizzie pulled a stool around to the other side and watched as Nicole took several Ziploc bags out of the larger bag. One of them had bits of bark in it. Nicole emptied that onto the counter. Then she grabbed another bag, this one with sand, and made another pile with that. She did the same for the remaining Ziploc bags, until there were also piles of rust-colored dirt, icky-smelling manure, and a fine sand that was greenish in color. This is all I could get my hands on, Nicole said. Manure, Nicole? Really? Nicole chuckled. Hey, you find it pretty much everywhere. At least this is horse manure and not dog byproduct. Good point. Nicole bit her lip and stared at the piles. Let me make sure I can still work with them individually before we try anything more complex. She focused on each material separately, asking the stuff to shift around just a bit. The easiest was wood, of course, with the hardest being the red dirt. She couldn't remember what it was. The store owner had said it was a common ingredient. It barely moved when she nudged it. Yeah, that one obviously doesn't like having you tell it what to do, Lizzie said. No, it doesn't. Nicole spent over an hour working on each material, until it responded quickly to her bidding, making sure to take frequent breaks. She wore the bracelet Coolidge had given her, the one that electrocuted her to help her know if she was still feeling pain, as a way to measure how much she was exerting herself. Finally, after 3 hours, she decided she was ready to start blending and separating the materials. As before, the red stuff was the most difficult to work with. Nicole attacked it first, hoping to get past it fast. But it still wasn't molding to her wishes, so she went on to the other materials. She continued working for another 2 hours. By the end of the study session, and with lots of hysterical and exhaustion-induced giggling, the 2 girls decided it was time to quit. Nicole had successfully combined and separated up to 3 items at a time, not including the red. She felt good about her progress, and hoped that the next time she needed to work with Earth Aretes stuff, she'd be able to do so without needing help. Lizzie helped Nicole clean up, putting each material back into its marked Ziploc bag. Then the girls rushed to their rooms to gather things for an overnight stay in Portland. Out of habit, Nicole checked the laminated slip of paper for a note and was surprised to find one. It was much longer this time, taking up both sides of the paper. Jack had gotten his hands on a list of cities where the Tarians planned to attack. Mrs. Morse gave it to Nicole in alphabetical order. Beijing, Berlin, London, Los Angeles, New York, Paris, Toronto. The note continued, and Nicole felt the guilt return that she'd finally been working past. Nicole, we know how much you and Austin love each other. Judging by how the monsters have been acting over the past few days, we figured out that you and Austin have, well, broken a few rules. We care for you a great deal, Nicole, and we know you probably feel horrible about what has happened. But you need to know that such actions have consequences. The Great Ones have become alerted to you and Austin on a more personal basis. They're no longer coming at the end of July, but have decided that an earlier appearance would be more prudent. Expect them to come through the link at the beginning of next month, regardless of whether you've destroyed the machines or not. As you can imagine, this has caused a number of problems. Hordes and hordes of monsters are gathering now, and the Aretes on our side are maxed out fighting them. As you already know, at least one variety of monster becomes invisible. This is causing a lot of issues, and our Aretes are running out of energy. Elizabeth is furious. You're lucky that she is no longer in contact with you. We're doing our best to protect you and keep her happy, knowing that you're in control now and are mature enough not to increase the danger of the situation. One good thing about all of this is that it seems to have really upset Rebecca as well. She worries that your heart won't be purified in time for the procedure they plan to perform on you. The lesser beings, the monsters gathering here, have reported that the Great Ones aren't concerned about this though. Another problem, which you may have already spotted, is that you no longer have Surprise on your side. We know that you and yours had planned to arrive in Salmon, Idaho, long before the Tarians got there. But with the Great Ones coming in only 2 weeks, we don't believe it will be possible for you to do so. Not unless you've already gathered your own army. The Tarians plan to head to Salmon soon too. As always, we love you. Keep up the good work. Keep us posted. Nicole took a shaky breath, setting the paper on her nightstand. She rubbed her temples, wishing for the umpteenth time that she and Austin had been more careful. How long would it be before they got past the embarrassment of their actions? And how much longer before they were finally able to express their love for each other, without strings attached, and feeling the accompanying guilt? She couldn't wait for all of this to be over. Nicole exhaled loudly, realizing she needed to deliver the bad news to Coolidge. He wasn't going to like it, and she hated bringing up something that they were finally getting past. Deciding now was the best time, Nicole called her professor. He answered on the first ring. Nicole, what's going on? I have some information for you. And it's not going to make you very happy. What's that? It's a note from Anna Morse. And well, here, I'll just read it to you. So she did. Coolidge was silent the whole time, and then didn't say anything for several moments after she'd finished. She nearly asked if he was still on the line, when he finally responded. I'd hoped something like that wouldn't happen. But since it has, the only thing we can do is go forward. How though? Only 2 weeks to plan. Is it even possible to spread the word that quickly? Coolidge sighed. I hope so. I've just finalized the meeting for tomorrow. We'll ask for speed and hope for the best. Coolidge ended the conversation, and Nicole finished packing, thinking about what would happen the next day. She knew he was talking about the meeting that was with all the most powerful Aretes he'd been able to contact over the past few weeks. He would be showing the presentations his students had given to the university authorities, and had asked both Nicole and Austin to be in attendance, in case anyone had questions. Nicole snapped her bag shut, then joined Lizzie in the kitchen. "Oh," Lizzie said. "Something happened, didn't it?" Nicole nodded. She told Lizzie about the note and calling Coolidge. "At least he didn't flip out, huh?" Lizzie said. "He figured something like this would happen." It made Nicole feel even worse, knowing he'd thought that far ahead. "You know what?" Lizzie said. "Just 'cause we're going on a potentially dangerous mission, doesn't mean we can't have fun." Nicole raised an eyebrow. "Define fun." "Listening to good music, all of that. And if it goes fast with the guy, we could even see a movie." Nicole shrugged. "I'm good with that." The two girls headed out to Nicole's car and piled in, buckling up. Soon Lizzie had happy tunes blaring through the speakers, and the girls sang along at the top of their lungs. It felt good to spend time together. They'd both been so busy lately, and Nicole didn't have other friends at the moment. She forced herself not to think about Austin, instead enjoying the rare moment of simply being with her best friend. About 3 hours later, Nicole and Lizzie pulled into Portland. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. They decided to check into a hotel, then go visit the supplier. If they needed to visit him more than once, staying in Portland would be the easiest, but Nicole hoped they'd get away with just dropping by once. Maybe she and Lizzie really could go see a movie, or do something else fun. She still didn't quite understand why platinum was such a hard-to-find metal, but suppose the kind you got in rings wasn't pure enough or something. In either case, it most likely would require a lot of work to get it in the correct form for the recipe. While at the hotel, the girls made plans, poring over the maps on their phones. It was hard to tell if the neighborhood would be safe or not. Nicole would need to keep her magic close by just in case. Not wanting to leave Nicole's car in front of the guy's place for any amount of time, they decided to take a taxi. As the cab driver pulled up in front of the house, Nicole was immediately glad that they'd left her car at the hotel. She checked the address several times, just to be sure. Most of the house's lower windows were boarded over. The small amount of grass in the front was dead, with garbage strewn across it. The neighbors' places were all the same. The trees and flowers were dead, the street mostly deserted. Only a group of men a few houses down were outside. They sat on the porch, smoking and leering at Nicole and Lizzie as they got out of the car. Nicole definitely did not want to be there after dark. She poked her head back into the cab. "Would you mind waiting? We'll tip extra." The cab driver agreed to do so, and Nicole turned back to the house. She quickly pulled up Coolidge's notes on her phone to make sure she'd be doing this right. Then they walked around to a window on the side of the house and knocked on it 3 times. Without waiting for a response, they returned to the front, scaling the stairs to wait by the door. They were supposed to stand there for 5 minutes. Awkward. Exactly 5 minutes later, one of the men down the street approached. Nicole felt a shiver of fear stab up her back. They'd followed Coolidge's notes exactly. Where was the supplier? He was supposed to open up 5 minutes after the knock to the window came. "How can I help you ladies?" the man said, leaning against the only section of chain-link fence still standing. Nicole eyed him. "You can't." She turned back to the house, folding her arms, refusing to show any sign that she was incredibly intimidated. "I think I can," he said. "This is my house. You're obviously here to get something." Lizzie tossed her head, sending him a glare. "Right? And we're supposed to believe you?" The man laughed. "What do I need to do to prove it? You knocked on the window, then waited here. I came at exactly 5 minutes. If you really don't need something from me, I'll just go back to my friends and we'll call it good." Nicole rolled her eyes, exhaling in exasperation. "You're Julius?" The man tipped an imaginary hat. "Pleased to meet you." Julius stepped closer, walking past the girls, and opened the unlocked front door, holding it for them. His eyes strayed to Nicole a few times. She tried not to dwell too much on that, noticing the beer and tobacco stains on his shirt and trying to ignore the smells coming off him. The interior was dusty and dark. The little light that streamed in had so many dust particles in it that Nicole sneezed just looking at it. Julius ignored her reaction and flipped a switch. An old fixture above them, hanging precariously by a thin cord, flickered into life. One of the bulbs burst, showering sparks on the people below it. Nicole and Lizzie met eyes, then followed Julius deeper into the house. He shoved a few boxes out of the way, clearing a path through massive piles and mounds of stuff. They entered a dark office. Julius tried to open the blinds, growling in annoyance when they broke away from the window, falling to the floor with a puff of dust. He sat at the desk and leaned forward, abruptly very businesslike. "What can I do for you?" Nicole was supposed to do all the talking. Suddenly, she had a very strong impression not to mention Coolidge's name. She nearly ignored that feeling and opened her mouth, then realized it would be better to follow her gut instincts. "I need a specific metal. I've been told you have it in stock." Julius nodded. "What metal is that?" "Platinum." "How much do you need?" "At least 3.5 ounces. Nicole glanced at Coolidge's notes, wishing she'd memorized them completely before coming. It said 2 ounces. Oh well. Perhaps asking for a different amount than what Coolidge would ask for would protect her and Lizzie. Julius leaned back, putting his hands behind his head, and studied Nicole. He seemed to have forgotten that Lizzie was there. "Who needs it?" Nicole rushed through her thoughts as quickly as possible, trying to come up with something that made sense. "A man I work with." She was grateful that Lizzie didn't react to her pseudo-lie. Julius didn't answer. Nicole held her breath. She heard a clock ticking somewhere, but resisted the urge to look for it. Julius kept his eyes on Nicole, his hand still behind his head. What was he waiting for? Why wasn't he saying anything? He just stared, not even blinking. Nicole did her best not to fidget or look away. Finally, after what felt like 10 minutes, he dropped his arms, resting them on the desk. "I know who you are." "Excuse me?" "You're Nicole Williams?" Nicole blinked. "Do I know you?" "No. But I recognized you immediately. What Tarian wouldn't? You're our new world leader. The person who is supposed to lead us to victory against Aretes everywhere." He leaned forward. "And yet you're an Arete. Why would you give up your own people?" Nicole nearly slumped in relief. This she could handle. "You do know who my parents are, right?" He waved her off. One's parents don't change a person's goals in life. Look at how many serial killers didn't have serial killers for parents. Nicole didn't know enough about murderers to know if they came from a long line of them or not. The mafia maybe, but... She pushed those thoughts away, not wanting to get distracted. "You make a good point. I haven't always gotten along with my mother. In fact, it would be safe to say that she and I rarely see eye to eye on anything." Nicole relaxed in the chair, trying to look casual. "But I do agree with her on this. It's not fair for Aretes to have all the power and no one else anything. Aretes didn't do anything to deserve it. And simply being a fourth isn't enough, obviously." Nicole narrowed her eyes. "Take my mother, for example. She had an identical twin sister. Neither was conceived before the other. Tiffany was raised believing she might be the Arete. Well, when she hit 18 and didn't restart, it was difficult for her. Very difficult. As you know, only an Arete, and a descendant of Rebecca and Captain Price, can use the elixir to destroy Aretes. Tiffany wanted that honor herself. She was pretty upset that she wouldn't get it. This might be why she and I never got along. She resented me for being the Arete who would be so honored." Julius's eyes strayed to Nicole's necklace, and she put her hand on it. "Yes, the elixir. In only a short while, I'll use it to destroy Aretes. And be destroyed myself." She released her necklace and looked him in the eye. "We need the platinum." "We who?" "My chapter in Seattle. On Rebecca's orders. You don't need to know what we plan to do with it. Julius shrugged. And I really don't care. I never do. All I care is that I get my money. Nicole nodded. How much? 2,000 an ounce. She didn't bat an eye. Is payment due now? Sure. He grinned when Nicole opened her purse to pull out the bills. But it won't do you any good to give me your money, much as I'd appreciate it. Nicole put the money back. Why not? Because I sent all the platinum to headquarters on Tiffany's demand. Nicole rolled her eyes. She recognized she was on fragile footing though, since she, as the Tarian world leader, should know why the platinum was at headquarters. She glared at Julius. And you did it? He held his hands up. Hey, I had no choice. She was pretty implicit. She came here? She didn't need to. And you don't have even a little left. He pulled open a drawer behind him and took out a large plastic container without a label. This is where I keep my platinum. See for yourself. Nicole pulled the top off the container, looking inside. Only a smudge of metal remained, a worthless amount. You don't lock this up? Julius snorted. Don't need to. Everyone on this street knows me. They keep an eye on me, and I do the same for them. How long ago did you send the platinum to headquarters? And what else were you required to send? About a week ago. I also sent gold dust and sodium carbonate. He steepled his fingers. If it wasn't for that professor of yours, I would have been able to keep it. Who, Coolidge? Yes. Nicole sighed in exasperation. The idiot. She hoped she'd never have to tell Coolidge about this meeting and what she'd just called him. What's he up to now? She asked. It seems he's found a way to block Andrew Meyer's alerter. No one wants that. It isn't good for us not to know when an Aretes is around. Yeah, no kidding. Nicole leaned forward, preparing to leave. Julius raised an eyebrow at her. For being in charge, you don't seem to know much about what's going on. Nicole waved him off. I've asked Tiffany to take care of the details, as I've only been in charge for a couple of months and have needed to get up to speed. I've got plenty of other things on my plate right now, working directly with Rebecca. She stood, slinging her purse over her shoulder. Okay. We'll head to Romania next then. Romania was where headquarters was located. Nicole really hoped Lizzie had a passport. Julius shook their hands, wished them luck, then the two girls returned to the thankfully still waiting cab. To our hotel, Nicole said. She leaned back, wishing they could have just called Julius to find out about the platinum. 3 hours to Portland, and 3 hours back for a 10-minute meeting? Ridiculous. Rather than drive back to Seattle right away, the girls decided to have some fun and see a show after all, spend the night there, then head back early Wednesday morning. On the way to Seattle the next morning, Lizzie turned to Nicole. So, Romania. Are you sure? For as long as I've been world leader of the Tarians, that's where it's been. Nicole smiled so Lizzie would know she recognized the irony of the situation. She'd only been world leader for a couple of months. But why Romania? Probably because it's desolate while still being accessible. Nicole glanced at Lizzie. Do you have a passport? Please tell me you do. Yeah, I got one when my family went to the UK 4 years ago. Nicole slumped in her seat. Good. You're coming with then. On my Rebecca's dime. Lizzie grinned. You couldn't make me stay home. When do we leave? When we get a free moment, perhaps this weekend. We've got the meeting today, and I'm expecting to hear from Dave any time now. How about we set up the trip for maybe Friday or Saturday? Sounds good, Lizzie said. She turned the music up and sang along, while Nicole focused her thoughts on the meeting that would be taking place later that day. She wondered if any Aretes would show up. She hoped they would. Their help was absolutely necessary. As soon as the meeting had started, Coolidge pushed play on the video presentations. While they were going, Nicole glanced around the large auditorium, wanting to know if she recognized anyone. She didn't, other than her friends, Lizzie of course, and Austin, who was about as far away as he could get while still being on the stage. His presence still made her stomach twist and turn. She kept her eye on the people, wanting to see how they responded to the presentations. The reactions at first were mostly disbelief. Some people even got up and left. But as the presentations continued, Nicole noticed less and less disbelief, and more outrage, frustration, and anger. After the recorded presentations were over, many hands shot in the air when Coolidge asked if there were questions. Most of them were directed to him, and the few that were directed to her wanted more specifics about the Tarians. "How did you get this information?" one man asked. "You're an Arete, surely they knew that." Nicole took the mic from Coolidge and addressed the man. "I joined them for several months." The man chuckled, standing. "I knew you looked familiar. Do you remember me?" Nicole squinted, trying to see his face past the bright lighting focused on the stage. "Not really." The man removed his shirt, waving off the people who exclaimed in shock. He was wearing a tank top underneath. Nicole's jaw dropped and she raised the microphone. "Yes, I do remember you." She laughed, then looked out over the audience. "I met this man while I was recruiting for the Tarians. He thought I was insane and didn't know I was spying on their group. I spent a lot of time with the Tarians and gained quite a bit of respect from people before I left. In fact, I was supposed to be their leader." "The one they've been talking about for years?" a man called out. Nicole nodded, though she wasn't sure how the guy knew about that. Tarians weren't very secretive regarding their plans for world domination, but Aretes tended to ignore everything the group did. "I was introduced at their last world convention as the leader who would destroy Aretes everywhere." The man in the tank raised his hand. "And they actually believed you'd do it, being an Arete?" he asked. "Or did they not know you were one?" "Oh, they knew. They have a device that alerts them to the presence of all Aretes. I was completely honest with them, well, as honest as I could be without them finding out I don't want to destroy Aretes." A woman in the middle of the auditorium got to her feet. "How do we know you're not on their side?" Nicole half smiled at the reactions from her friends. All of them were shaking their heads, upset at the woman's question. It didn't bother her. "You don't need to know, I'm not leading you. Professor Coolidge is. And after watching my reports, if you don't know by now where my loyalties lie, nothing will convince you." Nicole knew her response was a little on the harsh side, but she was positive others in the audience had the same doubts. It was best for them to know her position now. The woman looked disgruntled, but she seemed satisfied enough to sit down. Coolidge took the mic from Nicole. "We're not here to prove loyalties, we're here because we have lives to defend. The great ones will be arriving in 2 weeks. And thousands, if not millions, of Tarians around the world will be attacking major cities. If you are interested in helping us fight, contact me or Professor Nielsen in Ohio. And if you know of anyone who would want to join us, and I hope you will, please have them do the same." He pointed to the back of the room. "We've got printouts for you. Take as many as you need, we've printed thousands. Distribute them. Go door to door if necessary." He started pacing, running his free hand through his hair. "We'll need silvers, who are natives in all of the elements, and as many of them as possible. They'll be taking up guard at the key cities." The man in the tank top raised his hand. "How many will you need per city?" "At least 20. 4 over wind, 4 over fire, and so on. Once every location has at least that many silvers, we'll increase the number in each place." "What about Aretes who aren't silvers?" the lady from earlier asked. "Personally, I'd like 100 at each location and 1,000 at Salmon, Idaho." Coolidge raised his hands at the murmurs. "I know gathering this many people in only 2 weeks will be difficult. But we need to try, at least." The man in the tank raised his hand again. "How many silvers need to be in Salmon?" "As many as possible." Coolidge pinched the bridge of his nose. Though our powers will pale compared to what the great ones can do. This is why we're doing everything we can, including recruiting Aretes who've passed on. Several people in the audience scoffed. Have you lost your minds? A man called out. Recruiting dead people, what are they going to attempt next? Another responded. Is it possible? The man in the tank top asked, his face open, no sign of scorn there. Coolidge nodded. Yes, actually. We've been in contact with Aretes who've passed on multiple times. For some reason, their magic allows them to visit us and be seen where a regular human doesn't seem to have that opportunity. He pointed up at the blank screen behind him. And for those of you who still doubt, how do you think Rebecca has been getting in contact with Nicole? Or was, before Nicole started blocking her? She's been dead for several months now. Believe us if you will or don't, it's up to you. But those of you who do believe, if you have Arete family members who've passed on, get their names to us, and we'll have our representatives in the other dimensions contact them. We need as much help as we can get. Coolidge motioned to Nicole. I'll turn the time over to Nicole to talk about our international plans. Nicole nodded and walked to the mic. There are several countries that never allowed the Tarians to infiltrate them. Unfortunately, most of them aren't powerful and don't have access to funds. But they can still provide manpower, and they still have Aretes who will most likely be interested in helping out, as long as their government allows it. We'll have to be discreet about this. The Tarians have been organizing and preparing for this war for over 100 years. They've got the upper hand in every area. But we are more powerful than they are, literally. If we're united, we'll defeat them. Coolidge joined her. Also, the USA was one of the countries that resisted infiltration as much as possible. I've been in contact with the Secretary of Defense. He's an Arete and is very anti-Tarian, as most of you probably know. He and I worked on a government contract several years ago. We've spoken about the current dilemma, and he'll be contacting militaries around the world. Coolidge stepped back, and Nicole continued addressing the audience. During the World Convention, I learned that the Tarians really struggled with getting any militaries on their side. Instead, they ended up procuring weapons and warheads illegally. We believe we'll be able to convince a lot of military personnel to help, even if we can't get their entire organizations on board. She put her hands on either side of the podium. Please remember that we won't be fighting just Tarians, we will be fighting monsters too. Several people groaned, and a general sound of murmuring swept over the audience. Nicole could tell that this was the tipping point. Most people seemed okay with fighting regular humans, but fighting creatures that were stronger and more magical? This didn't encourage them. In fact, many got to their feet and were heading out of the auditorium. Austin jumped up and strode to the microphone. Nicole barely got out of the way in time. She had to back up all the way to the other side of the stage to avoid throwing up in front of everyone. Do you want the alternative instead? He asked. All Aretes destroyed? Anyone who opposes Tarians cut down? Great ones on Earth, ruling over everything and everyone, with Rebecca acting as their pet? I definitely don't. The people who were leaving turned and looked at him. He continued. Yes, this will be hard. But what isn't? Even inconvenient things are difficult to go through, like running out of hot water. But what we'll receive if we work and fight together is our lives. Our freedom. Aren't these things worth fighting for? Most of the people in the audience clapped, shouting their approval. After Nicole and Austin returned to their seats, Coolidge tied the meeting up, directing people to the handouts by all of the doors. Almost immediately, the man in the tank, now wearing his shirt again, jumped onto the stage and approached. Nicole thought at first that he was headed toward her, but he stopped at Coolidge instead, giving the professor a big hug. It's good to see you, Rick, Coolidge said. Same. He and Coolidge turned and walked away, their voices low. Lizzie chuckled. So you ran into him while recruiting for Tarians? Nicole nodded. Super awkward. He said something like, "Aren't you on the wrong side?" And the only thing I could think of doing was handing him a flyer and telling him to learn more about us. She leaned back in her seat and rubbed her eyes. The Tarians with me then were weirded out by the exchange. And I almost blew my cover. Glad to know he's not holding it against me. Apparently not. And he and Coolidge seemed to be good friends. Nicole glanced over. Rick and Coolidge were laughing about something. Yeah, they do. It doesn't surprise me. His magical print is stronger than many others. They've probably worked together before. He's a silver, Austin said from where he sat several chairs down, head resting against the back of his seat with his eyes shut. Naturally a water Aretes. Lizzie scowled. How can you tell? He doesn't have any hair. Austin peeked at her. That's because he shaves it off. And you can tell which is his native power just by the magical print around him. No, I can't. Maybe you can. Austin chuckled, but didn't say anything more, shutting his eyes again. Nicole thought over what he'd said, though. She'd been unaware that a person's native ability could be sensed. She'd need to learn how to do that. Later that day, right when Lizzie and Nicole were sitting down for dinner, Dave Young called. We've arranged for the land to be purchased. You'll need to come meet to sign the papers, as already discussed. Whoa. That was really fast. Dave chuckled. My realtor is very good, but your money was even more persuasive. He hesitated. But you need to know something. You're not technically buying the land, you're loaning it from the government for a few years. They understand that it might be destroyed, but they'd rather have their grubby fingers on it again anyway. Nicole snorted. That's ridiculous. But fine, a few years ought to be long enough for everything to resolve itself. So when do I come out? There's a flight from Seattle to Boise first thing tomorrow morning. I'll meet you at the airport, and we'll head to the offices together. They ended the call and Nicole looked at Lizzie. So, that was Austin's dad. Why's he calling you? Awkward. Nicole smiled. He's buying the land where the machines are located, just in case. And yes, it's a bit awkward. Last time we talked, he said he couldn't wait to meet his future daughter-in-law. Nicole looked at Lizzie earnestly. Is it weird that I'm nervous to meet him? Especially without Austin there to shield me? Lizzie chuckled. I think you're looking too deeply into this. Is Austin's mom going to be there too? I don't know, I doubt it though. Then don't worry about it. It's just a business transaction. Nicole groaned. It would be, but he's already told me I'll soon be calling him Dad. Lizzie laughed outright. And what would it harm you if you did? Your own dad is a bit of a dud. Nicole smiled. You're right. I'll stop freaking out. No, you won't, Lizzie said, shaking her head. I know you too well. But you can stop panicking about it. Just go with the flow. That's what Nicole would do. She hoped. Chapter 5. The moment Nicole stepped off the plane, she was greeted with a huge sign that said, Right here, Nicole. At first, she wasn't sure it was for her and glanced back to see if anyone else was responding. But because she'd been one of the last ones to get off the plane, and because the man and woman holding the sign totally fit her idea of what ranchers would look like, not to mention the fact that the man looked exactly like Austin, she realized quickly it really was for her. Dave and Elise were both there. That caught her off guard. So this wasn't strictly business then. She walked toward them, trying to gauge their personalities by their clothing. Dave wore a large cowboy hat, Wranglers, and cowboy boots. Elise was dressed in jeans and a button-up shirt, her hair in pigtail braids. That made Nicole smile. It gave the woman a softer edge. Elise threw her arms around Nicole the moment she was close enough. Whoa. Yeah, Austin didn't inherit his hesitancy from her then. Where did he get it from? We're so glad to finally meet you, Elise said. Austin hardly ever talks about anything else. She pulled back and looked Nicole in the eyes. And just as pretty as he said you were. Dave handed the sign to Elise, and also gave Nicole a big hug. "We've been here for an hour already, wanted to make sure to greet you the moment you got off your plane." Nicole smiled. "Well, you succeeded." She glanced at her phone. 9 o'clock. "What time did your flight take off?" "I mean, if you've been here an hour already, you must have gotten up pretty early." Elise waved her off. "PSH. We're ranchers. 3 in the morning is early to us, not 5. "You wake up at 5? She groaned. Austin wanted to take over his father's ranches. And Austin and Nicole wanted to get married. What was she getting herself into? "Well, with cows and chickens to take care of," Elise started. "Not to mention horses, goats, and ducks," Dave said. Elise chuckled. "There's always something to do." Nicole glanced at the two of them as they left the airport. Their magical pulses were strong, stronger than Austin's and Coolidge's. "Do you use your powers to get things done?" Elise shrugged, but Dave immediately said, "Yes. All the time. Being an Aretes makes things much easier." Nicole nodded. "Good to hear." She took a breath. "Austin has told me so much about you, things you've experienced." Her gaze drifted back to Elise. "His teacher poisoning you." Elise sobered. "We've definitely had our share of tribulations, mostly at the hands of the Tarians. We're excited to help get rid of that scum. The sooner, the better." That made Nicole happy. She hadn't expected them not to help, but hearing their willingness to join the fight made it more real. "And it's definitely going to be happening sooner. Has Austin told you that the deadline moved up?" "Yes, he did," Dave said as they approached the desk at the car rental agency. "And we're ready for it." "In fact," Elise began, "we're heading to Salmon as soon as we finish up here. Going to start scouting out the area, take some pictures, talk to the locals, figure out who owns what property near Copperhead Peak, and get to know those owners. That sort of thing." Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. "You have no idea how good it is to hear this," she said, watching as Dave signed papers for an extended cab pickup. She hid a smile at that, and the familiar saying came to mind. You could take a man out of the country, but you couldn't take the country out of the man. After several minutes of waiting, they were taken outside to the truck. Dave made sure everyone was buckled in, Elise up front and Nicole in the backseat, then maneuvered the truck off airport property and onto the streets of Boise. "We meet Casey, our realtor, in an hour. Are you hungry? Might as well get some food while we have the chance." Once he had Nicole's answer yes, Dave headed toward a restaurant and placed their order at the drive-thru. The food soon came and he handed it out. "Sorry. We like eating in the car. It's much homier than going inside a fast food joint." Nicole shrugged. "I'm good with it." She took a bite of her breakfast bagel. Dave turned on the radio, scanning until he found a classical music station, then settled into his seat. "Schubert?" Nicole asked. "You don't strike me as the classical music type." Elise laughed. "It's pretty much all we listen to. Country comes in a close second. I bet you thought it would be our first choice." "It had occurred to me." They finished eating their breakfast in silence, then drove to meet Casey. Nicole liked the realtor immediately. He was as open, friendly, and honest as Dave and Elise, and definitely didn't have the stigma that Nicole had come to expect from realtors. She realized her view was limited to the people her parents worked with, and they actually liked working with scumbags. Dave and Casey explained to Nicole what each paper she was signing was for, and the whole ordeal was over in a little under an hour. A few bankers were there, signing on behalf of the government. They made copies of the documents for everyone. Then Dave and Elise offered to take Casey and Nicole to a small lunch. They had to eat quickly, as Nicole's return flight was scheduled to leave at 1 o'clock, but Nicole still really enjoyed herself. If she and Austin got married, she knew she'd be welcomed into the family with open arms. She couldn't say the same thing about Austin and her family. That made her sad. After lunch was over, they parted ways, Casey going wherever he needed to be, and Nicole, Dave, and Elise heading to the airport, where they would hang out until Nicole's flight was scheduled to board. Dave made the comment that he and Elise could have driven to Salmon right away, but they wanted to spend as much time with Nicole as possible. The thought warmed Nicole's heart while still making her a little uneasy. Oh, she hoped things would work out between her and Austin. She really liked his parents and didn't want them to be disappointed. While she waited to board, Coolidge gave Nicole a call, updating her on a new development. "I wanted you to hear it from me, since Lizzie is at work and Austin can't talk to you for the time being." "What's up?" Nicole asked. "The Tarians have started airing TV reports. Hundreds of them. It appears that Tiffany is leading their group now. The reports have been, well, very threatening. They're making it clear that anyone who doesn't join them will be destroyed." Nicole snorted. "Like they could kill everyone on their own." They showed footage of creatures from Jack's dimension, including the one we killed. In fact, they told about all of that. How it had taken 6 of the most skilled Aretes to bring the beast down and that we'd nearly failed. "Well, I hate to say it, but they're right," Nicole said. "It's not exactly something we need to have publicized right now. Not when we're trying to gain followers ourselves." Coolidge sighed. "I wish that were all. But the reports went into great detail over what would happen to Tarians who desert their leaders. They showed the bodies of Austin's siblings." Nicole gasped, her gaze automatically going to Dave and Elise. She lowered her voice. "Have you talked to Austin about any of this?" "Not yet. He's not answering his phone. I'd guess he's in the gym." "Are you with his parents?" "Yes. I think they'd rather hear it from you in person than anyone else over the phone, aside from Austin, who might be unavailable for a while." "How did you know who the bodies belong to?" "They named them. Mentioned Austin as well." "Oh, this is going to make him furious." "I think that's the point. They're trying to upset us. Because when Aretes are angry, as you know, we're more powerful, but we struggle with controlling our powers." Nicole nodded. "What should I do?" "Tell his parents what's going on, then call me when you land." "Have you overheard any important conversations from your parents lately?" "None at all," Nicole said, knowing he was referring to the bugs he'd given her a month earlier. "I think they must have figured out I'd bugged their offices. Or they're meeting somewhere else. I'd assume it's the latter. Tarians don't have access to the type of equipment that would recognize my special bugs. Only an Arete would, and a powerful one at that." "Did they say anything about me in the reports? About me stepping back from leading?" "No, actually they didn't. But Tiffany definitely looks comfortable in the position." "Of course she does," Nicole said, realizing she was glaring at her carry-on, which she only brought in case her flight got delayed or canceled. "How many stations are airing the report?" "Pretty much all of them, CNN, NBC, Fox. Even international stations like the BBC." Nicole shook her head, noticing that her mood had finally caught Dave and Elise's attention. They looked on with worry. Nicole sent them a half smile, holding up a finger so they'd know she'd explain soon. "I just can't believe this. What are we going to do?" Coolidge sighed. "There isn't much we can do. Keep recruiting and get to Idaho as soon as possible." "How did the purchase go?" "Fine. I've got the paperwork now." "Good. Well, like I said, give me a call when you've landed. Tell me what Austin's parents say." "I will. Thanks for calling." Nicole hung up the phone, then closed her eyes, not knowing where to start. Elise came and sat next to Nicole. "That call obviously upset you." Nicole nodded. "Yes, it did. A lot. We won't pry. Just let us know if there's anything we can do." Nicole opened her eyes, looking at Elise, then Dave, who sat across from her. "That's the thing, it involves you. Quite a bit." She bit her lip, then told them the gist of her conversation with Coolidge. Elise gasped. "You're serious?" "My babies." "Oh, how horrible." Dave's face was red, his eyes dangerous. They have no idea who they're messing with. Elise returned to her seat, putting her hand on Dave's arm. That's the problem. They do know. They haven't forgotten what we did to them 4 years ago. And how could they? We destroyed over 100 of them. Nicole felt the color drain from her face. Elise, Austin, and Dave had killed over 100 Tarians. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. Yes, Tarians were evil. They terrorized innocent people. They had brutally tortured and murdered Austin's siblings. But shouldn't their justice have been meted by the court system, not by the Young family? Realizing she wasn't in a position to judge, Nicole put her thoughts from her mind and focused on the couple sitting across from her. Don't let it make you angry. They're trying to manipulate you, trying to force your hand. Dave seemed reluctant to agree. Yes, you're right, Nicole, Elise said, nodding. She rubbed Dave's arm where her hand still lay. Between Dave and me, Coolidge and Austin, these Tarians won't know what hit them. And me, Nicole said with a smile. Oh, especially you, Elise said. Definitely you. But you'll have other things to worry about. We plan to act as your guards. Make sure you get to the top of that mountain safely. I really appreciate that, Nicole said, tears filling her eyes. She looked away, blinking rapidly. Austin wouldn't be there with her, he couldn't be. Instead, he'd be taking charge near the link where the Great Ones would come, while Coolidge accompanied Nicole. Knowing Austin's parents would be there, however, made Nicole feel more complete. More ready to face the task ahead of her. Elise and Dave both gave Nicole hugs when the time had come for her to go through security. We'll keep in touch, Dave said, his eyes red. Nicole could tell the news had really hit him hard. And for good reason. They'd never been able to give Josh and Sarah proper burials. Nicole hoped the opportunity came after the Tarian War ended. Elise grinned at Dave. Of course we'll keep in touch. It's only going to be another week or so before we see her again. Dave rolled his eyes. A lot can happen in a week. He looked at Nicole. Besides, in case I'm wrong, this young lady hasn't been able to talk to her boyfriend in a while. I think she'd probably appreciate hearing from someone who does talk to him frequently. And who isn't a stuffy old professor. Nicole laughed out loud. Coolidge is far from stuffy, but I definitely appreciate the offer. Feel free to call or text anytime. She gave them hugs again, then got in line, already feeling better about the situation. The moment her plane landed, she gave Coolidge a call and told him how the Youngs had taken the news. Good, we're lucky to have them on our side. My thoughts exactly, Nicole said, walking off the plane. They're powerful allies. And not just because they're great at purchasing lands. Their magical pulses are incredible. Have you ever been around them? No, but I don't think I'd need to be. Overall, Austin isn't as strong as me, but in some ways he exceeds my abilities. I'd expect that they're much more powerful than he is. Nicole nodded. Yet you're the one everyone around the world knows. That's only because I've chosen to put my Aretes powers first and foremost in my life. Not saying they haven't, but they haven't been as publicly available as I have. That makes sense. They ended the call, and Nicole found her car. The day was still youngish. It was only 3 in the afternoon, so Nicole decided to visit Lizzie at work. She drove to the small doctor's office where Lizzie was a receptionist and walked in. Lizzie was helping a patient, but the moment she was free, she turned to Nicole with a big grin on her face. So, how'd it go? Both parents were there. But it's okay, because they're fantastic. Austin didn't get his personality from either of them, though. Both gave me big hugs the minute I stepped off the plane. Oh? I love a good mystery. Did you ask them where he got his shyness from? Nicole laughed. Of course not. It wasn't relevant to the situation. Lizzie checked out a patient, then turned to Nicole. How did the signing go? Good. I'm now the temporary possessor of hundreds of acres of mountain. Sad that I have to hand it back in a few years, but hey, it'll be fun while it lasts. Nicole got serious. Coolidge was trying to call you. He gave up and called me instead. Lizzie frowned. Did you tell him I turn my phone off while I'm at work? Nicole shook her head. Didn't get the chance. His call was pretty upsetting. I wanted to come tell you about it as soon as I got out of the airport. She quickly filled her friend in on the reports. Holy cow. That's horrible. I know. And I got to be the one to tell Dave and Elise. Lizzie knitted her eyebrows. Those poor people. Why didn't Austin tell them? He was at the gym and not answering his phone. Coolidge wanted someone to tell the Youngs in person, and he wasn't sure how long it would be until Austin was available. Good thinking. Lizzie chuckled. You know, I never took Austin for the gym-going type. Nicole laughed. Where do you think he got his muscles? Those things don't just appear. You have to work hard on them. Besides, I'm glad he works out. I've never been attracted to guys who don't care for themselves in every way, mentally, physically, all of it. Does Austin know yet what happened? Yes, Coolidge finally did get through to him. Nicole rubbed her face. What a mess this is. Seriously? A bell on the door jingled, and Lizzie looked up as a patient entered. I'd better get back to work. Thanks for coming by. What time do you think you'll be done? Depends, Dr. Taylor's files are a mess still. I've been working my buns off, trying to get things uploaded to the computer and organized. Nicole smiled. Call when you're done. Or text, whatever. She reached over the counter and gave her best friend a hug. We need to watch a movie or something. I could use some more relaxing. Good idea. Oh, and I got tomorrow off, so we should be okay to go to Romania. Did you buy the tickets? Not yet. I'll go do that now. Nicole left the doctor's office and headed home, immediately opening her laptop. While waiting for it to boot up, she looked up the address for the Tarian headquarters. It was in a small city called Snagov, just outside of Bucharest. After some research, she found a Marriott in Bucharest that she figured would be familiar enough to stay in. It was only 45 minutes away from headquarters and 25 minutes away from the airport, where they'd rent a car. Now knowing which airport they'd need to fly into, Nicole bought tickets. They weren't cheap this soon before leaving, and she and Lizzie would be flying out the following morning at 6. Ouch. Lizzie wouldn't be terribly happy about that. But seeing as how the flight and layovers would take more than a day, they couldn't be picky. At least they had the money to pay for it. Once the tickets had been purchased, Nicole made reservations for the hotel. She was disappointed when she remembered she was too young to rent a car. That would complicate matters a great deal. So she researched taxis and public transportation in Bucharest. Once she had everything figured out, she stretched back in the chair at her desk, grateful the plans were finally settled. Now, if only their trip would be uneventful. Just before shutting down her laptop, Nicole checked her email. Her eyes popped open when she saw that she had an email from Andrew, the Seattle Tarian chapter president. She quickly read it. Nicole, we haven't heard from you in so long. We'd hoped that after the World Convention you would come back to our chapter. But it's apparent you've decided not to. Tiffany is giving all of the reports you should have been doing. Did she oust you? It wouldn't surprise us if she did. Please keep us informed. We want to help you as best we can. With love, Andrew and Shayna. Nicole took several hours to respond, packing her suitcase and eating dinner with Lizzie and thinking about what to say. She didn't want to lie outright, but realized that telling them the truth would be detrimental, based on just how much they knew about her. She hated playing this game, but she couldn't risk the sort of problems Andrew and Shayna would create. The less they knew about her intentions, the better it would be for everyone. Finally, once she was ready for bed and everything was packed for the next day, Nicole sat at her desk and composed a response. Andrew and Shayna. Thank you for contacting me. It's true, Tiffany has done a little strong-arming, but I'm okay with it. Rebecca also seems fine with the arrangement, and I've been busy doing other things in the meantime. For now, it's best if Tiffany be the face of the Tarians until I've finished my current projects. As you know, she can be a little difficult when she doesn't get her way, smiley face. Thank you again for your message. Oh, and if anyone asks you why I need platinum, it's because of a project Rebecca has me working on. I'm flying to headquarters soon and will fill you in when I get back, if Rebecca gives me permission. Love. Nicole. Nicole would probably have to come clean after all this was over, but a part of her recognized that one of the reasons she hadn't been honest with them was because there was still the chance that they'd never need to know the truth. That they or she wouldn't survive the next few days, what with the great ones coming. She hoped for as few casualties as possible, while realizing that all Tarians would kill any Aretes if given the opportunity. Chapter 6. Nicole and Lizzie were incredibly groggy when they boarded the plane the next morning. They both fell asleep fairly quickly after takeoff, and slept the entire way to Atlanta, where they made their connecting flight. They had a short layover in Rome before flying to Bucharest, where Nicole had arranged to have a taxi waiting. The same driver waited outside their hotel while they checked in, then drove them to Tarian headquarters, which was nestled deep in a forest just outside of Snagov. The driver muttered several things in another language. Nicole wasn't sure if it was Romanian or not when he realized where they were going. She purposely hadn't told him the name of their destination, only the address. He peeled away quickly after dropping Nicole and Lizzie off at least a mile from headquarters. What's wrong with him? Lizzie asked. Doesn't like Tarians, I guess. And he wasn't even an Aretes. Nicole shook her head. She'd only sensed a few Aretes out here and wondered why that was. The airport and city had both been very congested, and with only a few Aretes, it made her a little uncomfortable. Maybe people in Romania didn't actually try to have fourths. Weird. The girls walked down the road through the dark forest. Nicole checked her phone, glad to have service, and made sure they were headed in the right direction. It was around 3 in the afternoon on Saturday. She hoped someone would be there. What if they only worked 5 days a week? That wouldn't help her very much. She should have thought about this before buying plane tickets. Of course, they didn't have much of a choice. Not with the great ones coming soon, and so many other things to take care of in the meantime. Lizzie started falling behind, so after a quick break, Nicole took the lead, sending her friend a smile. They were both exhausted from jet lag and the long night they just had, but they needed to continue forward. Get this over with. They passed through a gate that was simply marked Headquarters, and Nicole nearly fell flat on her face when a loud cheer greeted them. What was going on? She paused, waiting for Lizzie to catch up, and shrugged when Lizzie asked that very same question. I have no idea, Nicole whispered. A huge group of people stood outside of the large building that had come into view. They were grinning, clapping, and cheering. Are they here for you? Lizzie asked. I don't know. I mean, no one knew I was coming except. Oh, Andrew, Nicole grumbled. She shouldn't have said anything to him. If he'd alerted headquarters to her coming, who else had he told? Nicole and Lizzie reached the crowd, and a man in a black suit stepped forward and exuberantly shook Nicole's hand. Nicole Williams, it is such an honor and a pleasure to have you here, he said with a huge grin. His accent was thick, but his English was understandable. We haven't had a visit from such an important person in years. My name is Alexandru, but you may call me Sasha. I am director of headquarters, and on behalf of all Tarians here, I welcome you to our facility. He stepped back, and with a sweeping wave showed Nicole the people and the building. It was beautiful, like a fortress mixed with a monastery. And it was old, very old. The people applauded, then moved away, allowing Sasha, Nicole, and Lizzie through. Nicole smiled at everyone as they tipped hats or curtsied. She couldn't believe how excited they were to have her there. She found herself breathing in relief. It was apparent they totally and completely trusted her. So, no one had said anything about her turning her back on the group. Good. Hopefully, it would stay that way. Sasha showed them inside and waited for Nicole to say something. She looked up at the massive interior that had been remodeled into pristine white stone. It's beautiful, she said. Sasha nodded. Yes, we've worked hard to make it appropriate for the things we protect inside its walls. He turned to her. Would you like a tour of the facility? Oh, that would be wonderful, she said honestly. She realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sasha clapped his hands. Fantastic. But first, we have prepared a feast in your honor. I hope you're in the mood for food. Nicole glanced at Lizzie, and Lizzie nodded. Nicole turned back to Sasha. Yes, we're very hungry. Fantastic, he repeated. This way. Sasha led them out of the grand front entry and into a long hall, then to a large room full of tables and chairs. The tables were lined with white cloths and set up with plates and cups. Sasha showed Nicole to her seat. They had to do some scrambling to arrange for a chair to be placed next to her for Lizzie, as they hadn't been aware she'd be bringing someone else. Sasha apologized several times. We should have known you wouldn't travel alone. Nicole waved him off. It's totally fine, Sasha. We're both just so excited and glad to be here. The food was delicious. Nicole didn't know much about Romanian cuisine, so she wasn't sure if what they were eating was traditional or not, but it was savory and filling. While they and at least 200 other people were eating, live music filled the room, making conversation difficult. Nicole was fine with that. She'd been prepared to do some lying, but wanted to get away with saying as little as possible. When lunch was over, Sasha showed Nicole and Lizzie to a restroom. The girls made sure it was empty before Lizzie had a slight nervous breakdown. Are we going to die? She asked, her hands shaking. Nicole laughed. No, we're not. They're not deceiving us. They're genuinely happy to have us here. This is good. But what if Tiffany calls or Rebecca shows up? Nicole bit her lips. I've been worried about both scenarios. I've got my Rebecca blocker on, but I don't know what the range is for it. She could probably appear here and warn them about us. Nicole rubbed her forehead. And as for my mother. She paused. You know what? We can't control any of that, we shouldn't worry about it. Let's just be prepared for anything to happen. Keep our guards up and magic close, but enjoy ourselves. Speaking of magic, there aren't any Aretes here. Good thing too. They haven't been successful in convincing Aretes to change sides. Makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, who wants to die for the Tarian cause instead of living with powers? Or live at all, Lizzie said. By the way, I'm going to talk like not at all. I'll leave that up to you. You have more practice, and I really struggle not to blurt out what's on my mind. Nicole smiled. Good plan. The girls finished up and left the bathroom, finding Sasha waiting a ways down the hall. He turned to them, grinning. Ready for your tour? He asked. Oh, definitely, Nicole said. She still hadn't introduced Lizzie, and Sasha hadn't asked her to. She hoped that wouldn't be a problem. They really seemed more interested in Nicole anyway, and she was just fine with that. Let the focus be away from her best friend, if it kept her safe. Before starting the tour, Sasha took them to a small security room and had them fill out their information, name, address, number. Then they gave her and Lizzie cards that granted them full access to the entire building. You'll need it for the tour, Sasha explained. Plus, what do you Americans say? VIPs. Then the tour started. Sasha took them first to see the treasury. Nicole was amazed. It was full of millions of dollars in every currency she could imagine. She motioned to all of the money. Is this in case one country or another takes over? Sasha smiled. No, it's so we can bribe our way to the top. Nicole chuckled. Which we have already, and quite successfully too. Yes, but there's always room for improvement. He took them to an adjoining room that housed all of the precious metals. "Oh," Nicole said. "I'm actually here for a reason. I need 3.5 ounces of platinum for a project Rebecca and I are working on." She figured it was best to stick with the amount she'd told Julius. Just in case. If Sasha didn't know who Rebecca was, he didn't let on. Nicole nearly rolled her eyes at herself. Of course he would know Rebecca. He knew who Nicole was, and she wasn't nearly as famous as the old woman. Sasha arranged for the metal to be separated and put into a small box with a lock on it. He showed her how the lock worked, then gave her the key. She put the key in her pocket and the metal in her purse, glad the transfer had gone so well. After that, they headed to an art gallery. It was absolutely huge. One entire wall was devoted to artwork that had been done by Tarians. Most of it depicted Aretes dying in some form or another. The other 3 walls were covered with old paintings, many of which Nicole recognized, but all of which had been defaced or damaged in some way. She motioned to one by Cézanne. "Why do they look like this?" Sasha glared at the painting. "Arete artwork, as much as we can get our hands on. We've allowed some of our more passionate artists to have their way with the paintings." Nicole nodded, pretending to approve. She gazed at the paintings, trying not to feel bad for them and their original artists. Most had torn canvases, others had graffiti all over them. She felt like she was looking at an art exhibit by junior high students. It was that ridiculous. After they finished with that room, Sasha showed them statues and original sheet music by famous composers. Nicole couldn't even bear to look at how that stuff had been treated. Sasha turned to Nicole, rubbing his hands together and grinning. "Would you like to see how we protect the fortress?" Nicole's eyes widened in excitement. "Oh yes. That would be awesome." He took her to a large room, most of which was filled with computers and monitors. He pointed out the various securities they had in place, including lasers, alarms, cameras, and heat sensors. All with the intent of catching someone unauthorized to enter the building. "Very good," Nicole said. "How many hours does the typical worker spend here?" "Around 12 a day. Everyone is on a 5-day-per-week cycle, starting at 8 in the morning and ending at 8 in the evening. Workers have 2 days off to recuperate energy and return, and the facility is staffed all days of the week." Nicole raised her eyebrows. That sounded like a lot of work for one person to have to put in. Sasha rushed to continue, probably misunderstanding her expression. "Should we be doing more than that? We can increase their hours if you wish." "Oh, good heavens, no. If anything, I'm worried it's too much for them to handle." Sasha relaxed and gave her a compassionate expression. "I'm pleased to hear of your concern. Do not worry, we don't work the employees like this year-round. Just over the past few months in preparation for the big event." Nicole chuckled. "I'm as ready as anyone for that to be over." A line appeared between Sasha's eyes. "Even though it means your death?" Nicole took a breath, releasing it slowly. "Yes. I'm not looking forward to that, but I do feel strongly that this needs to happen. There are bigger goals at stake here than my own personal feelings." Sasha looked like he was about to say something else, but Nicole didn't want to keep going with that line of conversation. She motioned to the security measures in place. "What happens if you come late at night to finish up a project?" Sasha shrugged. "It doesn't happen so often, but my security clearance turns off alarms in any area I walk through. I don't trigger them, and am able to move around without problem." "This is good," Nicole said. "I'm impressed. I won't pretend to really understand how any of it works, but it's obvious the place is well protected." Sasha beamed, happy to have her approval, and he continued the tour. They crossed through the room with the art on the walls, Nicole keeping her eyes down, not wanting to see any of that again, and entered a small courtyard with picnic tables and trees and flowers. "This is where employees take breaks and eat. They're allowed to phone their families here, but nowhere else in the building." They crossed the courtyard and entered the facility again. This side wasn't nearly as showy as the first. This is where all the highest clearance things are, Sasha said. We must proceed with caution. Nicole nodded, following him into another room where hazard suits lined the walls. A woman stepped forward to help, and Nicole, Lizzie, and Sasha all put on suits. Nicole and Lizzie met eyes, and Nicole could see the confusion she felt on Lizzie's face. Why would they need this much protection? What could possibly be in the facility that would harm them? They found out pretty quickly, after going through an airtight clean room. Sasha led them into a lab. The place was full of equipment, machines, fridges, and a bunch of lab workers dressed in varying colors of hazard suits. Sasha tapped on his mic and turned to Nicole and Lizzie, helping them turn their mics and speakers on. Here's where we grow and develop our biological weapons. Nicole's mouth popped open. Wow. You're serious? We actually have that stuff? Sasha grinned. Yes, we do. Allow me to show you around. He took them to one section of the huge lab and showed them the anthrax there. He pointed to the fridges, where Nicole could see vials of liquid and bags of powder. She didn't know anything about anthrax, but suspected that much of the stuff could infect and kill hundreds of thousands of people, if not more. Sasha showed them other areas, similar to the first, where Ebola, smallpox, AIDS, various plagues, measles, and other horrible diseases were being developed and tested. Nicole got chills as she realized the implications of all of this. None of the reports at the World Convention had mentioned it. Why had it been kept secret? Why were they okay with her learning about it now? Or was this something they really just kept on the back burner and didn't focus on most of the time? With great difficulty, we've developed a strain of each disease that is completely immune to vaccinations. Basically, if a person has been vaccinated for measles, they'll still be highly susceptible to our version of it. All strains are capable of passing from healthy people to other healthy people. And a bonus, we've discovered that the mortality rate of each of them is much higher than we'd expected. Nicole swallowed the bitter taste that was growing at the back of her mouth. She pulled on all of her acting experience from the past few months and smiled at Sasha. This is really amazing. How long has it taken to get to this point? Many, many years, Sasha said. The lab has been here since the 40s. And this is where most of our employees work. Well, here and in the testing rooms. You'll show those to us, right? Oh, of course. Sasha led them out of the lab and through a door opposite from the one they'd entered. They were still required to wear their hazard suits. Nicole was sweating a ton, whether from the suit or from her fear about what she'd learned, she wasn't sure. The testing rooms were small. A chair with leather straps was in the center of each room, facing a wall of windows. Sasha explained that visitors and executives watched from the other side of the glass, while patients were injected with the diseases. But aren't most of those diseases slow-acting? Doesn't it usually take a few days for symptoms to appear? Not when you inject the person with high doses, Sasha said. And our strains really are more powerful than the ones created by nature. They multiply in the human body much faster than you would imagine. Sasha clapped his hands, turning to Nicole. Oh? We're testing a strain of smallpox tomorrow morning. Would you be interested in attending? Not on your life, Nicole thought. Instead, she nodded. I'd love to. I can't believe so much of this has been so successfully kept under wraps. This is absolutely astounding. She hesitated. But our flight leaves at noon. Will we be finished by then? Of course, the test will start promptly at 8 o'clock. It usually only takes half an hour, if we give a triple dose. He winked. In order for our diseases to be truly dangerous, they need time to spread. Rather than acting immediately, we've engineered them to stay in the host for at least 5 hours. Obviously, for maximum exposure, more time would be beneficial, but the number of diseases we have will help us overcome the setbacks from such high-powered strains. Nicole tilted her head. I'm curious. Why develop these at all? We'll be in charge of the world in a short amount of time anyway. Aretes will be dead, and Rebecca will be ruling the world with the great ones at her side. Why do we need these diseases? Sasha nodded. This is a great question. The diseases are our insurance against failure. Our backup, if you will. Rebecca comes here occasionally, about once a year, and she's been pretty specific concerning the need to continue our work in case something on her end fails. We've been instructed to set things in motion if anything goes wrong, even without a direct command from her. Have you had any problems with local governments? Of course not. You saw how much money we have, that money exchanges hands quite frequently. With the proper bribery and occasional threat, governments haven't been difficult at all. This is good to hear. Nicole looked at Sasha. What about personnel leaks? How do you know we can trust the employees? We only hire those with the best referrals. All employees must be Tarians with at least 15 years of service to our group. We haven't had any problems. As you know, Tarians are very devoted to the cause. A crease appeared between his eyebrows. The last place I want to show you can be very disturbing, especially for someone as young as you. I want you to prepare yourself because what you're going to see is upsetting, even if you hate them. Nicole nodded. Thank you for the warning. I appreciate it. What is it you'll be showing us? Our test subjects. Sasha turned and led Nicole and Lizzie down a short hallway and into a very large room filled with double rows of little glass cells that lined either side of a narrow alley. Inside each cell was a prisoner on a bed. Nicole nearly vomited when she saw the conditions of the people. The dirtiness of their cells, the obvious pain on their faces. All were infected with some horrible disease. A lot of them had skin lesions and pus-filled bumps. Many clenched bloodied sheets. Several were children. It took her several minutes to catch her breath, to calm herself. What happens to them now? She asked. We let them die. We can't have them wandering the streets, infecting other people, not until we're ready. Who are they? Aretes and families or supporters of Aretes. Basically, anyone who has tried to stop us. Nicole knew it was a stupid question, but she had to ask it anyway. Are they in pain? Probably. Some of them scream when they're first transported here, but we quickly train them not to. It upsets our workers too much. Morphine? Oh heavens no. Sasha glanced at Nicole. They don't deserve anything like that. We wouldn't give it to them, even if we had barrels and barrels of it. Nicole felt tears pricking the backs of her eyes as she looked at the suffering people. Her vision blurred and her lips trembled. She didn't even want to ask how the Tarians trained them not to cry out in pain. It was too horrible already, too awful. She blinked, forcing herself to concentrate, and glanced around the room, trying to figure out how many people were there. After a quick count, she realized there were 80 cells in the room, 4 lined up at a time, with 2 rows on either side of the walkway she, Sasha, and Lizzie were on. 80 cells, and none of the people were Aretes. She couldn't sense any magical pulses whatsoever. Why was that? Dare she ask Sasha? She glanced at Lizzie, saw the same sympathy and disgust on her best friend's face, and decided to voice her question. The more information they had, the better. She was going to help these people or die trying. Why can't I sense their magical pulses? I mean, you said some of them are Aretes. Sasha stepped closer to one of the cells and pointed to a little black box attached to the glass with wires that lined the corners of the entire cell. This prevents them from using their powers. The moment they step in here, their ability to call magic to themselves is terminated. I didn't know such a system existed, Nicole said. Who invented it? Rebecca, of course. Through other talented people, as she's unable to do the work herself. So, the moment I step into one of these rooms, I lose my ability to use magic? Not immediately. The cell has to be charged first. Sasha pointed to a big box at the end of the long room. Flip the switch for that particular cell, and the charge leaves. Flip it again and the charge returns. And no one guards the box? Nicole frowned, turning to Sasha. Aren't you worried that someone will come here and try to set the people free? If it were me, I'd have a guard here round the clock. Sasha smiled at her like she was a child, the first time he'd done something to show she wasn't thinking straight. Of course not. Only a few employees have clearance to come back here. All are trusted Tarians, and where would these people go anyway? They know they're carrying deadly diseases. They have no desire to kill the world by trying to escape. Good point. Another question popped into Nicole's mind, and she asked it immediately. How do you prevent them from using their powers before they get into the cell? Once the disease has been injected into them, they're unable to do anything for a time. Too sick. Before that, though, we threaten death to their family members. We usually arrange to have one under our control when we abduct the Aretes. We keep a video feed and microphone on these people while taking the Arete in, allowing him or her to see how the person is being treated and will continue to be treated if they don't comply. I see. Nicole took a deep breath, ready to go. I really appreciate the tour, but you're right. This room upsets me, even though I understand why it's here. May we move on now? This is the last part of the tour, Sasha said. But we do have another banquet prepared in your honor. Food? Right now? Sasha chuckled. We'll give you an hour or two for your stomachs to recover. He took them back through the testing rooms, across the lab, and through the clean room. Then they were in the hazard suit room again, and the same woman from earlier helped Nicole and Lizzie get out of the complicated gear. Where should we go to wait? Nicole asked Sasha, trying to fluff out her hair so the sweat would dry. Anywhere. Perhaps the courtyard. Some fresh air might do you good. Nicole readily agreed, and Sasha led them there. Go ahead and relax. I'll send someone when it's time for the banquet to start. Nicole realized she needed to reassure Sasha again before he left, just in case her act hadn't been convincing enough. So she stepped to him and took his hand, putting her other hand on his shoulder. I want you to know how proud I am to be leading such an advanced and intelligent group. I'm very impressed with what you've shown me. Sasha blushed, nodding. You're welcome, of course. Nicole released his hand, then frowned. Sorry if I seemed upset by the test subjects. He waved her off. No need to be sorry. Most of our visitors are upset when they see that room. It's understandable, which is why I warned you ahead of time. Sasha left then, and Nicole and Lizzie took seats at an empty picnic table. Nicole glanced around the courtyard. Most of the other tables were occupied, and conversation wouldn't be private. The girls would have to continue their act if they were going to get out of the facility alive. Nicole smiled at Lizzie. That was really impressive, wasn't it? Lizzie gave Nicole a curious expression, then seemed to catch on. Yes. My favorite part was the diseases. I can't believe they've been able to do so much in so little time. I've never seen such dedication and commitment. It's encouraging. Nicole nodded, then leaned forward and rested her head on her arms. She was positive no one would care. She really needed a moment to relax, to internalize everything she and Lizzie had just seen. Visions of the crippled and bloodied bodies of the test subjects immediately swam through her mind. She doubted she'd ever forget them. She took a deep breath, realizing that the first thing she would do when they left the facility was call Coolidge. Yes, that would ruin their platinum gift surprise, but it no longer mattered. This place couldn't be standing when the great ones came. Nicole knew from how intense Sasha had been that the threat of spreading diseases globally was a real one. And it didn't shock her that the Tarians had a backup plan. They were intent on leading the world, and if they couldn't do that much, they would destroy it. Not if Nicole had anything to say about it. Chapter 7. Nicole must have dozed off, because after only what felt like a couple of minutes, Lizzie was shaking her shoulder. Time to go eat, she said cheerfully. Great. But as Nicole and Lizzie followed their escort back into the other area of the facility and past the paintings, she realized she really was hungry. It almost made her feel guilty that she was looking forward to relieving that small bit of suffering when so many others were in a great deal more pain. The banquet went quickly. It was nearing 7 o'clock in the evening, and the workers seemed enthusiastic about going home for the night. Sasha sat with them and kept the conversation going. Nicole didn't mind his chatter, and she answered his questions as honestly as she could. He asked a lot about growing up in Texas and what it was like to have Tiffany for a mom. He didn't act surprised when Nicole told him it wasn't easy. Most people, it seemed, knew a lot about Tiffany. She wasn't just difficult for her family. Finally, dinner was over, and it was time to head back to Bucharest. Sasha volunteered to drive them, and Nicole accepted immediately. No way did she want to walk several miles until they found a cab. On the way out of the dining hall, Sasha suddenly stopped. "Oh, I can't believe I forgot. One of our most important exhibits. Come this way." He led them to the opposite side of the front entry from where they'd been eating, and proudly motioned to a very large table set up in the middle of the room. Lining the table edges were multiple glass boxes about a foot in diameter. Nicole stepped closer and immediately cringed, pulling away. "What is this?" she asked. "A human head," Sasha said, rolling on his heels with his hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, I can see that. But why?" Each box contained the well-preserved head of a man or woman. The eyes were stitched shut, the hair falling out. "Every Tarian who has ever turned their back on our group is in this room." "So few?" Nicole asked. "There were only around 50 boxes. Yes. As you probably know, our initiations are difficult. Only those who pass join our group. And usually, only those who apply are serious about our cause. Very rarely are we infiltrated by enemies." "That's reassuring," Nicole said. She stepped closer to the nearest box, examining it. A label was affixed to the outside of the box at the bottom, showing the name and Tarian position of the person who'd been killed. Nicole walked around the room, reading the names, trying not to look at the heads. Oh, she couldn't wait for the Tarians to be destroyed. She hesitated when she passed a set of names she recognized, but continued, not wanting to draw attention to herself, even though she figured out immediately why the names were familiar. She motioned for Sasha to take them home. "I'm sorry I'm not more excited. It really has been a very long day," she said. "We haven't slept in many hours, and we're both very jet-lagged." "Understandable." Sasha sent her a concerned expression, which she appreciated. How could a man like this, who was obviously very caring, be so completely cruel and evil about people he didn't agree with? "Do your best to sleep well tonight," he said. "I'll send a car to pick you up first thing in the morning." "Thanks." The girls followed him outside and to a large parking garage, where his car was on the main level and closest to the facility. Nicole got in the front seat, sure Lizzie wouldn't mind sitting in the back. The ride to the hotel was mostly quiet. Nicole looked out the window, admiring the beautiful buildings they passed on the way. So different from America. So old, so much history behind them. "I wish we could spend more time here," she said. "It seems like such a waste to come and not see everything." Sasha clicked his tongue sympathetically. "I know. Perhaps next time." He glanced at Nicole, frowning. "I mean, if there is one." Nicole smiled. "There probably won't be. But know that I'm here in spirit. Perhaps even literally, like Rebecca." "That would be wonderful," he said. And Nicole could tell he meant it. She sighed inwardly, glad that her act had been so well received. She closed her eyes and visions of those sick people filled her head. So horrible. She'd never forget it. Though she hated the memories she now had, she did realize something. Her decision to come to Romania had not been a mistake. Something had to be done about that building, and soon. Nicole glanced down at the security badge still around her neck. She and Lizzie wouldn't be getting a lot of sleep that night. The moment the girls were safely inside their hotel room, and Nicole was sure no one was listening, she called Coolidge. Romania was only 10 hours ahead of Seattle, which meant it was around 10 in the morning back there. He answered after a couple of rings. Nicole? Nicole put the cell on speakerphone so she could pace in front of it, glad her phone was good enough to pick up her voice. Lizzie and I are in huge trouble, or we will be soon. Really, really big trouble. And I have no idea how we're going to get out of it. What are you talking about? What's going on? Nicole glanced at Lizzie, who encouraged her to continue. We're in Romania. Bucharest. Pause. What on earth are you doing there? Getting platinum for you. Let me explain it to you really fast before you ask questions, because we don't have much time to figure things out. Okay, go ahead. Lizzie and I went to Portland and visited Julius Maxwell. You did what? Shush. He's a Tarian. He recognized me immediately. Said he'd been told not to supply you with stuff anymore. He was ordered to send all of it to Tarian headquarters, here in Romania. Naturally, Lizzie and I headed here as soon as we could. The local Tarians threw a banquet for us and gave us a tour of the facility. Nicole sat on the chair closest to the phone. And Coolidge, they have biological weapons. They plan to spread diseases around the globe if their plan with the Great Ones fails. Coolidge swore. How did we not know about this? Nicole shook her head. No one mentioned it. Sasha, the director here, told us that they've been working on making super strains for the deadliest diseases since the 40s. They have orders to infect pretty much the entire world the moment they see or hear that things aren't going well with the Great Ones. They won't even need confirmation from Rebecca, Tiffany, or me. This is very bad news, Coolidge said. Lizzie scooted forward. And they're testing on Aretes and families of Aretes. We saw the sick people. It was horrible. So awful. They're not taking care of them. They're not even allowing the people to show that they are suffering. And they're keeping the victims in bloody, gross cells. You're kidding. No. Lizzie said. Not at all. We have to do something. We have to save or help them. And tonight. Yes, I agree. But most important, we need to figure out what to do about those diseases. That's why we're calling you, Nicole said. Do you know any powerful Aretes out here? Lizzie and I still have full access to the facility, since we're supposed to see one of the tests being run tomorrow. We'll be able to get in and out. But it's just the two of us, and they'll figure out what flight we're heading home on, and there's no way they'd let us leave after what we have to do tonight. What time is it there? Nicole glanced at the clock on her phone. Just after 8 in the evening. Let me make a few calls. I have several Arete friends who own private jets and other modes of transportation, but I have no idea if they're even close to Bucharest. There aren't many Aretes here, Lizzie said. Doesn't surprise me. Coolidge was quiet for a moment, then said, I'll call you back once I've contacted a few people. Do you think you can get some sleep? It's going to be a long night, and I'm willing to bet you haven't had a lot of rest lately. We can try, Nicole said. Good. Expect a call from me in 3 hours. Oh, and where are you staying? We're at the Marriott. Okay. Coolidge hung up and Nicole picked up her phone, glancing at Lizzie. I don't know how I'll sleep. I can't stop thinking about those people. Lizzie nodded. I know. But we should try anyway. Just in case. Agreed. And I knew the names of 2 of the heads in the display cases. Wow. Really? They're Austin siblings. You're serious? Holy cow. Yeah. Josh and Sarah Young. Nicole turned to Lizzie. We're going to get them out if possible. Yeah, definitely. Staying in their jeans, the girls got into their beds and turned off the lights. Nicole's eyes drifted to the clock by the TV several times as she tried to force her brain to shut down. It was a struggle. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour. An hour. Finally, she fell asleep, jerking awake when her phone rang. She glanced at the clock, realizing 3.5 hours had passed since her conversation with Coolidge. She put the phone on speakerphone. Nicole? Were you guys able to sleep? Nicole looked at Lizzie, who nodded. Yes, both of us. Good. A friend of mine, Raoul, is on his way now to pick you up. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. He's a business consultant and yes, he has his own jet. It's in Chisinau, however, so you'll have quite a drive after leaving headquarters. Chisinau? Lizzie asked. Where's that? Moldova. That didn't seem to answer Lizzie's question, but the girls could look it up on their phones later. Wouldn't it be faster to fly the plane to Bucharest and leave from here? Of course it would. But Raoul and I both feel very strongly that once you've taken care of things, you'll need to get as far away as possible before entering any airports. Nicole took a breath, releasing it slowly. Will we have any problems crossing from Romania into Moldova? Possibly. Keep your passports handy. Coolidge paused, then said, I'll let you go now. Get your things together, and leave it all in Raoul's car while you're in headquarters. Oh. I almost forgot. Raoul won't be entering the facility with you. Whatever you do, it's in your hands. I wish I could have found someone to help you inside headquarters, but no one willing was close enough. Lizzie groaned in dismay. Why won't Raoul be coming? He's not an Aretes, first off, and second, he doesn't want his name dragged into anything. Coolidge sighed loudly. You'll be fine. Be very careful around those diseases. Wear hazard suits if they have them. Now get downstairs and wait for Raoul. He'll be in a tan hoodie and Yankees baseball cap. He'll meet you in the lobby. Nicole thanked him, then hung up the phone, and the girls quickly gathered their things, each lost in her own thoughts. How would they do this without anyone's help? Nicole tried not to feel discouraged and dismayed, but she knew 2 girls on their own couldn't possibly create the sort of destruction that would be needed. They headed down the elevator and found Raoul already there. He was pacing the lobby. He shook their hands and led them to his car, where he helped them load their things in the trunk. The drive to Snagov was quiet. Nicole wished she knew more about this man, where he was from, how he knew Coolidge, if they'd worked closely before and other such things, but she didn't want to break the silence. Raoul dropped them off, far away from the gate. I'll wait here, he said, turning off the car. Call when you're finished. And I'll do the same if I see suspicious behavior. They exchanged numbers and Nicole sighed to herself, getting out and shutting the door. She and Lizzie started down the road. When they were out of hearing range, Lizzie glanced at Nicole. Why didn't he drive us to the door? He doesn't want to be seen anywhere near the premises. I'm sure there are tons of cameras out here. Watching us now? Probably. Do you think someone has seen us already? Nicole nodded. It's best to act that way. Do we have an alibi in case they come right away? I mean, why are we here so late at night? Nicole shrugged. One of us forgot a purse? Lizzie was silent for several footsteps, then she asked, What are we going to do? I've been thinking about that. Nicole bit her lip and looked at Lizzie. We're going straight to the sick people. Some of them were in much better condition than others. We may be able to enlist their help. Lizzie shook her head. I don't know, Nicole. With all they've been through, is it fair to ask them to do more? It's not about what's fair anymore. There's no way we'll be able to do it on our own. We have to have their help, if they're able to give it. Neither girl said anything else until they'd arrived at headquarters. The building was dark, no sign of life anywhere. Nicole knew the place probably wasn't empty, but she had no idea how they'd handle things if someone tried to stop them. She just trusted that they'd be fine. And maybe they would be. Maybe. Nicole swiped her card and opened the front door. She stepped across the threshold, and an idea popped into her head. They would stop by the security offices first, and see for themselves if anyone was watching. Nicole was shocked to find the rooms completely empty. Either the Tarians were very trusting, or they really did have no reason to fear an attack from their enemies. She hoped it wasn't a trap. Partially satisfied about the security situation, the girls rushed through the building, crossed the courtyard, and entered the room where the hazard suits were hung up. With some difficulty, they helped each other get into the suits, then turned on their mics and speakers. After triple-checking that they were fully zipped and strapped up, the girls slipped into the lab and crossed it, then walked through the testing rooms. Before going through the door to the room where the test subjects were kept, Lizzie stopped Nicole. "How do we open their doors?" "Huh. That was a good question." Nicole shrugged. "I'm not sure. Maybe it's the box at the other end of the room?" "Worth a shot," Lizzie said, then pushed the door open. The room was silent. No one moved. At first Nicole was afraid they were all dead. Then she saw a sheet shuffle and a face appear, a man staring at them. Nicole gulped. She smiled and waved. "We're here to help," she said. The man didn't respond or act like he'd understood. Nicole hesitated. Did anyone here even speak English? She hadn't considered that. Or maybe the glass was soundproof? Deciding to act now and worry later, she strode down the very long room, noticing several people watching her. This had to be breaking up the monotony of their usual evening schedule. She reached the big box and swung the panel open. Inside, labeled neatly, were all of the flip switches Sasha had mentioned, but nothing to show that there was a way to open the cells themselves. "There isn't anything here," Nicole said, glancing at Lizzie. "Go look around. I'll start flipping switches." She began with the top ones, working her way down. A little blue light next to the switches turned off as she flipped them, and she trusted that meant the power was leaving the boxes that prevented Aretes from gathering magic. Lizzie had returned without luck, and Nicole was nearly to the end of the last row of switches when a sudden explosion rocked the building. Nicole's knees banged into each other as she struggled to maintain her balance. Once she was sure-footed, she turned, trying to see through the dust. A man wearing nothing but a hospital gown was standing at the other end of the hall from the girls. He stretched his hands out and screamed, looking up at the ceiling, fists clenched. Another explosion shook the room. Glass shattered. All of the cell walls were destroyed. When the smoke had cleared, Nicole saw the man striding down the hall toward Nicole and Lizzie, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was walking barefooted on glass shards. Nicole nearly shrank against the huge metal box behind her. The man stopped in front of her, and his magical pulse, which must have still been gathering after that last explosion, slammed into Nicole, again nearly knocking her to the ground. This man was powerful. Very powerful. He didn't hesitate before grabbing Nicole by the shoulders and pulling her to himself, placing his lips on either side of her hazard suit mask and making loud kissing noises. She froze, unsure of what to do. Obviously, this was a gesture of thanks. But she could have done without it. She couldn't tell what nationality the man was, he was so covered in sores. His eyes were small glints of light in the darkened room. He pulled back, releasing her. "Thank you." Who are you?" Nicole asked. "Esteban from Spain. A fellow Arete." He glanced back and forth between Nicole and Lizzie, probably wanting an introduction. "I'm Nicole and this is Lizzie," Nicole said. "We're Americans." "I know," Esteban said. "I saw you earlier." "We're here to help," Nicole said. "Yes. You know we can never leave this place, right?" Nicole hesitated, wondering if it was for the reason Sasha gave her earlier. "Why?" "We'll infect too many people." Esteban paused, hand over his stomach, and grimaced, bending slightly at the waist. He was obviously in pain. "What do you have?" Nicole asked. "Smallpox. They gave me an early strain of it, underdeveloped. Rather than killing me, it has made me ill and very contagious for many years. I'll eventually experience a slow, painful death. Obviously, a failure from what they were hoping would happen." Nicole glanced over his shoulder, seeing that a few other people were leaving their cells. Only about 5 joined her, the rest were too sick to move, and Nicole's heart ached for them. Out of the 5 who joined them, 3 were Aretes. Now that the walls were destroyed, Nicole could feel faint pulses coming from several of the cells. She said a quick mental prayer for the care and protection of all those too sick to move, then glanced at Esteban and the others. "Are you ready to create havoc?" Esteban grinned. Then, when a couple of the others looked confused, he translated what Nicole had said into 3 different languages. Nicole raised her eyebrows. "Smart guy." "Lead us," Esteban said. "We've been kept still far too long. Our powers yearn for release." Nicole nodded. "We need to destroy the lab. Prevent the Tarians from continuing their research and testing. Keep them from entering the building ever again, but especially make it so they can't use the diseases here to hurt anyone else." "Good plan." Esteban grinned, his teeth darkened and dirty. "How do we do this?" Nicole shrugged. "I was hoping one of you would have an idea. I mean, destroying the lab shouldn't be too difficult. But keeping the Tarians from returning? If we smash samples of diseases everywhere, I suspect that opening the doors would cause them to spread, which is what they want." Esteban raised a hand to rub his chin, but after he touched the blisters there, dropped it. "Yes, this is true." Lizzie grabbed Nicole's arm. "Don't diseases have a certain lifetime outside a body or something?" "Yes, they do," Esteban said. "I think many can die within hours, but I imagine some take weeks. I'm not sure which is which." Nicole took a deep breath. "Well, let's head back to the lab and get started." "We should hurry," Esteban said. "They'll be looking soon." Nicole raised her eyebrows. "They?" Esteban pointed at the camera Nicole hadn't noticed. "They don't watch around the clock, but someone checks every couple of hours or so." Nicole and Lizzie led the way past the destroyed cells and to the testing rooms. Nicole couldn't bear to look at those too sick to move. "Do you think the lab will have something to relieve pain for them?" she asked Esteban. He shrugged. "I don't know. We should check before we destroy anything." They entered the lab and started searching the cupboards and drawers. Lizzie grinned over at Nicole when she found a shelf full of containers of methanol. "This will probably come in handy," she said, pulling out several gallons. Nicole raised an eyebrow, but didn't question her friend. After several precious moments had disappeared, Esteban and Nicole both found treasures. Esteban some morphine ready to administer, and Nicole several first aid kits. She was positive the morphine would be better than Band-Aids, but at this point anything would help. Esteban gave the morphine and first aid kits to the 2 non-Aretes, speaking to them in another language. Judging by his gestures, he was telling them how to use the morphine. They nodded, then rushed from the room. A phone on the wall next to Lizzie rang just then, making everyone jump. Nicole and the others stared at it, no one making a move to answer. A sick feeling hit Nicole in the stomach. The Tarians had discovered them, and were calling to distract them from their purpose. She was going to die tonight. Before she could say anything, Lizzie picked up the phone. "Hello?" Her face turned white as she listened. Nicole stepped over to her friend and pushed the speakerphone button. "Who is this?" she demanded. "Raul. You didn't answer your cell. Tarians are on their way. You must destroy the security system. Otherwise, you'll never get out of the building. Their fail-safes will be going off soon and will trap you there until the Tarians arrive." A male voice in the background sounded over the phone, and then got louder as Raul gave the phone to another person. "You're being watched," the new voice said. "Every available camera has been trained on you." Nicole looked up. Sure enough, the cameras were all pointed at her. "How much time do we have before they get here?" Nicole asked, wondering who the man was who had joined Raul. 15, maybe 20 minutes. "And how much time until the traps go off?" "About half that." "Hurry." "We will." Nicole hung up the phone, then turned to Esteban and the other 3 Aretes. "We destroy the lab while the Tarians are watching. Let them know what they'll be dealing with when they arrive. And it's time for them to know who I am." An evil grin spread across Esteban's face. I like this plan. He turned and held his arms out, but Lizzie's shrieking made him stop. You can't destroy things like that, she said. Labs like this have tons of flammable things in them, even substances that explode the moment they touch oxygen. We can't just blow the place up or we'll kill ourselves. We have to be careful. Esteban cocked an eyebrow at her, but Nicole nodded. Lizzie's a fire Arete. She studies this stuff in her classes. Esteban nodded. All right. We'll do things her way. Lizzie loaded the methanol on a wheeled cart, which she pushed to the doors. Nicole, we'll use this to destroy the security system. Neither of us will be able to hack into the computers. Fire is our best bet. They'll have sprinklers set up that'll hopefully prevent the fire from spreading back here. Lizzie turned to the room. Let's trash the diseases and computers. Cause as much damage as possible without wide-scale explosions. Because I seriously want to live through this. She glanced at Esteban. And we need you to stay alive too, to make sure no one comes into this room. Agreed? Esteban surveyed Nicole and Lizzie. I and the other diseased Aretes will destroy the diseases. The two of you should focus on the machines. We can't risk either of you getting stabbed by a needle. Nicole and Lizzie agreed, then everyone got to work. Nicole found a fire extinguisher. She began smashing computers and monitors, and everything that looked valuable. Lizzie did the same. Every now and then, she checked on the others' progress. Esteban was pulling vial after vial out of fridges, smashing them on the floor, making sure that every glass container was broken. Nicole knitted her forehead, realizing his long life of misery and pain would probably be shortened considerably. Not all of these diseases would make him sick through air or even skin contact, but she was positive enough of them would that he'd be feeling really sick soon. She only hoped he wouldn't die before he'd been able to stop the Tarians from entering the building. The other three Aretes were following Esteban's example. Two were overturning fridges, spilling their contents across the polished cement floor, while the third made sure everything was broken. Suddenly, the phone rang. Esteban was the closest, and put it on speakerphone. Nicole, what are you doing? Sasha asked. Nicole froze, her gaze going to a camera. Preventing you from destroying the people I love, she said. She glanced at Esteban, who hung up the phone. Time to go, Nicole said to Lizzie. They've seen enough. Lizzie nodded, and the two girls turned, rushing from the room. We'll keep it up, Esteban called after them before the doors shut. And we'll prevent anyone from entering this room, I promise. Nicole waved at him. She realized she and Lizzie were both probably carrying thousands of bacteria merely from being in the same room with those vials as they were smashed. But there wasn't anything they could do about it. They'd burn the hazard suits while they burned the security room. Keeping the suits on, the girls pushed the cart of methanol across the courtyard and into the other section of the facility. As soon as they got to the security room, the girls opened the gallons of methanol, dumping their contents everywhere. For a moment, Nicole wondered how they'd start the place on fire. Then she remembered her best friend was a fire Arete, and she couldn't help but smile. I've never done this before, Lizzie said. I don't exactly know how flammable methanol is. We're going to have to be very careful. Nicole nodded, helping Lizzie shred several books that appeared to be tutorials and policy and procedure books. Did the Tarians have a procedure for what to do in case two teenage Aretes broke into the place, smashed up all their diseases, then burned down the security room? Probably not. Once Lizzie was satisfied that they had enough kindling, the girls stripped off their suits, being careful not to touch the outsides, stepped out of them, and left them in the middle of the methanol-soaked room. Lizzie suddenly giggled. You know, we wouldn't even need to light this place on fire. The methanol would eventually destroy all the metal here. Nicole didn't respond, she didn't need to, and Lizzie grabbed a handful of the shredded papers. She mimed drawing in her hand, and the papers started burning. Stepping just outside the heavy metal doors, Lizzie made sure Nicole was out as well, then she tossed the burning ball of paper back into the room. The girls pushed the doors shut just as the methanol burst into flame. The ensuing explosion rocked the building, flinging the doors open and the girls across the hall. Nicole's ears rang, and she felt like she'd been run over by a semi-truck. She was vaguely aware of something buzzing in her pocket, but she had no idea what it was or what was going on. Water sprayed from above, and the smell of smoke flooded her nose. Finally, she drifted out of her stupor enough to realize the buzzing was her phone. With some difficulty, she pulled it out and answered, shielding it from the water. "Nicole, get up. You have to move." It was Raoul. Nicole groaned, rolling over. Lizzie was pushing herself into a sitting position, her arms shaking. The cameras did not turn off. Raoul shouted, "Alarms have been triggered. Locks have released on interior doors, but electric wires on the exterior doors have been triggered. You have to turn off the power to the building, or you won't be able to leave. Get up now." Nicole shook herself, realizing Raoul was right. She and Lizzie would be stuck there for the rest of their lives. They'd be tortured, inflicted with diseases, and probably decapitated like Austin's siblings if they didn't act now. Nicole gasped. She'd nearly forgotten about Austin's siblings. "Come on, Lizzie. Let's go," she said, getting to her feet and pulling Lizzie up as well. Raoul was still on the phone. "I'll direct you to the security room. The Tarians will arrive any moment. The faster you turn off the power, the easier it will be for you to get out. Go straight down this hall. And hurry." Nicole and Lizzie limped forward, and a random thought entered Nicole's mind that with how wet everything was, the fire probably wouldn't spread. Lizzie was right. Esteban and the others wouldn't be burned alive. Thank goodness. After several turns and lurching down a few more hallways, Raoul directed Nicole and Lizzie into a large room. He instructed them to flip several switches and pull on a few handles, and suddenly they were bathed in complete darkness. Not even the standby generator was on anymore. Raoul sighed in apparent relief. "That worked?" He said something to the guy who was with him, then came back. "The Tarians won't know where to find you. I suggest you make your way to the front of the building, as that's the last place they'll expect you to be. They'll surround the other entrances, but will possibly overlook the front door." Nicole nodded, though she knew Raoul couldn't see it. "Lead me to the art room. I know how to find my way from there." Raoul started doing so, then paused. "They've arrived. Stay away from windows. Keep low. Go through this hall, then take the second door on the left. That's the art room. We need to end the call, we can't risk you making any noise." They did so. Nicole made sure the sound on her phone was turned off, and tucked the device into her pocket. She and Lizzie snuck through the art room, weaving around statues, staying away from the light the moon cast onto the stone floor from the windows. The girls reached the front entryway, and saw headlights through the doors. They pressed themselves up against the wall, creeping along it. They were on the same side of the room as the door to the head exhibits. The girls stepped into that room, and at a crouch, dashed to the other side of the huge center table. Just then, Nicole heard the front door open. Dark-clothed people began pouring silently into the building. They were followed by Sasha. Nicole recognized him immediately from the moonlight that flooded over him. He started mouthing orders, and the people rushed to obey. Soon, only Sasha waited in the front entry. They'd neglected the exhibit room, and Nicole said a silent prayer of thanks. The thought probably wouldn't even enter Sasha's mind to have someone check this room. Just the same, Nicole and Lizzie couldn't escape with Sasha out there. The girls would need to do something about him, and soon. She glanced at Lizzie, hoping her friend would figure out quickly what she was doing. "Hello?" Nicole whispered loud enough for Sasha to hear. She'd lead him into the darkness, then attack. He jerked, immediately facing the dark room where the girls hid. "Nicole, is that you?" Nicole waited for him to enter the room, gathering her magic. The first thing she did was silence him. He made choking noises. He wouldn't be able to call for help. Suddenly, she realized Lizzie wasn't near her anymore. Sasha was still making his way into the room, cautiously, hands up, as if he didn't plan to do her any harm. Like that was believable. He stepped into a bit of moonlight, and Nicole nearly gasped at the expression of extreme hatred on his face. The man who'd been so nice to her before showed so much loathing now that she no longer wondered at his ability to destroy innocent people. He glared in her general direction, obviously still not knowing where she was. She backed away, hoping he'd follow at his current slow pace. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and she cursed herself for not turning the vibrate option off. An evil grin crossed Sasha's face. He crouched, preparing to jump. Suddenly, Lizzie sprang into the strip of moonlight, shrieking, holding a fire extinguisher over her head. She swung it hard, connecting with Sasha's temple. "Good girl." He fell to the ground and didn't move. "He won't be out long," Nicole said. "Help me get Josh and Sarah." She pried at the glass, but it didn't give. The boxes were flush to each other and attached very securely to the table. Nicole wrung her hands, unwilling to leave Austin's siblings behind but not knowing what to do. "We're not going to be able to take them with us," Lizzie said. Nicole glanced at her best friend, feeling tears prick the back of her eyes. "But we can't leave them like this." Lizzie nodded, her gaze straying to Sasha, who was still out cold. She looked at Nicole again. "We'll destroy the boxes, then burn the heads. They're not wet inside, and it shouldn't be hard to light them on fire." Nicole cringed at the idea of burning the victims, but realized it wasn't the worst thing that could happen. They'd finally be at peace. Speaking of peace, Nicole was positive the families of these people would like some of that. Asking Lizzie to stand guard over Sasha with the fire extinguisher, Nicole pulled her phone from her pocket, turned the camera light on, then began recording. She quickly went around the room, focusing the camera on the boxes and the labels with each box, and saying the names of each person out loud, just in case the words weren't legible in her recording. Her hands were shaking pretty badly. It didn't take longer than a minute. Still recording, Nicole propped her phone on a shelf at the other end of the room, hoping the video would catch enough of what she and Lizzie were about to do, even without light. Then the girls smashed the glass boxes, using Lizzie's fire extinguisher. Nicole did her best to silence the sound, hoping it wouldn't attract any attention. She was positive someone would be coming back to check in with Sasha soon. A weird smell permeated the room, some sort of chemical that had probably been used to preserve the heads. Lizzie started a fire in her hand. It was so bright in the near blackness, Nicole had to blink several times, shielding her face. The first head went up in flames quickly, it had a lot of hair on it. But Lizzie struggled with the next one, and Nicole cringed as her friend held the flame to the man's face. Eventually it caught fire, possibly from the leftover chemicals, and Lizzie was able to move on. The smell of burnt flesh soon filled the air. While Lizzie continued, Nicole kept her eyes on Sasha. The room was light enough now from the fire that it wasn't hard to see him. She had no desire to hit him over the head again if he woke up. His eyes were just starting to flutter when Lizzie finished. Nicole grabbed her phone, and the two rushed from the room and to the front doors. They were locked. The girls' cards did nothing. Obviously, their security clearance had been revoked. Aware of Sasha trying to get to his feet, calling after them, Nicole gathered her magic and pulled wind from the surrounding rooms, pressing it against the glass doors. They bulged but didn't break. The lights came back on, flooding the hall, blinding Nicole momentarily. Someone had flipped the power switches. Sasha saw Nicole and Lizzie struggling at the doors. He jumped to his feet, narrowly missing hitting his shoulder on the table with the still burning heads. Lizzie pounded on the doors. Someone shouted at them from the other end of the hall. Finally, realizing her magic needed a little help, Nicole grabbed a vase of fresh flowers from a table near the doors and threw it as hard as she could at the glass while pushing with her magic. It worked. The glass exploded outward, spraying the driveway with shards. Nicole and Lizzie dashed through the metal frames, with Sasha lurching after them. He tripped on the bottom of the door, grasping at Nicole's ankle as she raced forward. Nicole stumbled but caught herself in time. She and Lizzie ran down the drive. She looked over her shoulder. Sasha was being helped up while several men poured out of headquarters, rushing toward them. Sasha yelled something at the men, and suddenly they were pulling guns out of their vests. Oh crap! Just then, Raoul's car sped down the road toward them. It spun around, facing the other way, and a back door flung open. Lizzie was ahead of Nicole. She jumped into the car headfirst, pulling herself into a ball, getting out of Nicole's way. Just as Nicole ducked into the car, several guns went off behind them. The window on Nicole's open door shattered. A tire went flat. Raoul tore off, his driving a bit wobbly with the flat tire, but faster than the men on foot. Nicole was still trying to pull the door shut when the gunshots faded behind them. Raoul flung the car around a corner, and the door shut of its own accord, nearly slamming Nicole's hand in the frame. The ride was bumpy, and Nicole worried for Raoul's tire rim. He didn't seem to notice the bumps, though. He was hunched over the steering wheel, an intense expression on his face. The other man was also silent, brooding, staring out the windshield. They only drove a mile before Raoul pulled off the road. Nicole thought it was because he wanted to change the tire, but instead, he popped the trunk and shouted for the girls to get out. Was he deserting them? No, apparently not. The other man also exited the car. He and Raoul carried the girls' luggage down a dirt road to another car, which the man unlocked with a beep. They piled the suitcases in the trunk, then got into the car. Lizzie and Nicole glanced at each other, but didn't hesitate. The stranger drove this time, with Raoul up front with him. The man pulled onto the main road. Nicole looked back and saw several headlights. The man was watching through the rearview mirror, and sped up considerably as he realized they were being chased. Nicole gripped the armrest as the road twisted through the forest. A moment later, they entered the streets of Snagov. After running a few traffic lights, the man pulled off the road and turned the car and lights off. Get down, he said. Everyone obeyed him. Nicole and Lizzie crouched next to each other on the floor of the car. Nicole could see the fear in Lizzie's eyes, fear she was sure mirrored in her own. It was one thing to watch car chases on TV or movies, but it was quite another to experience it herself. Nicole's legs were cramping when the man finally sighed. It must have been at least 10 minutes. All right. We're fine. Nicole slowly pulled herself up, her legs on fire with the sudden increase of blood. She clambered back into her seat, putting her seatbelt on. The man looked at her and Lizzie. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. I'm Mac. I'm from Ireland. Nicole could already tell that from the lilt in his voice. How did you know what to tell us to do at Tarian headquarters? She asked. I'm in security, he said. Raoul and I work together frequently. I would have been there from the start, had I not been 3 hours away when Raoul called. I've hacked into Tarian systems before. Glad I was able to help tonight. Mac turned back to the wheel and focused on driving. They filled the car with gas, then got onto a highway and headed toward Moldova. The drive was long, just as Coolidge had said it would be. Nicole and Lizzie tried to sleep, but Nicole couldn't rest. She hoped Esteban and the others were okay. When they were nearing the airport, Nicole asked, Can we call headquarters again? She asked. I want to know if the Aretes we left behind are okay. Raoul tossed his phone into the back seat. The second to last number I dialed will get you into the lab. If no one answers, Mac will hack in again and find another number to call. They'll probably have the power up again by now. It was on when we left, Nicole said, waking the phone up. She dialed the number and held the cell to her ear. It was answered moments later. Your favorite prisoner, Esteban said in a sing-songy voice. Esteban? Nicole said, slumping in relief. You're all okay? Oh? Hi. Yes, we're fine. We're barricaded in the lab. Alexandru's men keep attempting to break in, but we're destroying anyone who gets close. That was a visual Nicole didn't need. Has anyone else called? Definitely yes. Alexandru several times. He's quite upset. Esteban was obviously grinning. His voice was chipper and happy. Nicole could tell this was the most fun he'd had in a long time. She was glad his last days would be spent in this position, instead of the one he'd been in when she'd found him. "How are you all feeling?" "As well as can be expected. The morphine is working wonders." "Oh, that's great to hear. And we found more. I suspect we'll be quite happy until we die." "Do you think you've been infected by more diseases?" "Probably. But apparently none that are fast-acting. I don't think I'll die any sooner than I need to." Nicole fell silent, not wanting to think about what would happen if all the Aretes there passed away before the diseases were dead and the Tarians got in. "Here comes another Tarian," Esteban said. "I've work to do until my turn to sleep comes up. Glad to hear you made it out okay." They ended the call and Nicole returned Raoul's phone, then relayed the information she'd learned to Lizzie and the men. "I hope they survive long enough," Lizzie said, voicing Nicole's concerns. "I know. Me too." Nicole leaned back in the seat, staring out the window, but unable to focus on anything that passed. They pulled up to the airport and went through security to Raoul's plane. Mac came with them, and Nicole and Lizzie were shown to a private room on the plane, where they were finally able to sleep. Chapter 8. Lizzie shook Nicole awake. "Hey," she said. "We're in Seattle now. Raoul wants to talk to us." Nicole dragged herself from the bed. It hadn't been very comfortable, and she was stiff and sore. She dug her purse from her suitcase, wanting to have it with her in case she needed any of her personal documents. She followed Lizzie to the main area of the plane, and several tables and soft benches. Raoul sat at one of these, and motioned for her to join him. "I'm happy I was able to help," he said, his dark eyes watching Nicole closely. He cleared his throat. "But I'm a businessman, and Coolidge promised payment for my services. I require $40,000 American dollars." Nicole nearly choked. That was a lot of money for just a car ride and plane trip. But she didn't complain. "I'll get it to you. Give me your information." Raoul nodded and slid a sheet of paper across the table. "You'll find everything you need here," he said. Nicole slipped the paper inside her purse, next to the container of platinum. Coolidge and Hala were waiting outside the airport, dark rings under their eyes and wearing wrinkly clothing. Coolidge paced back and forth, and Nicole suddenly realized she hadn't called him to let him know they were okay. Her face burned with shame for her insensitivity. He probably hadn't slept a wink since she'd talked to him. The moment Hala spotted the girls, she squealed, running to them and throwing her arms around them. Coolidge's shoulders slumped. He was obviously relieved. "We've been worried sick," Hala said. "If Raoul hadn't called, we would have come to find you ourselves." "Oh, Raoul?" Nicole glanced back to thank him for keeping Coolidge updated, but he wasn't there. He'd probably stayed on the plane. She didn't blame him, things had been pretty stressful. The Coolidges walked Nicole and Lizzie to Nicole's car, and the girls told them everything that had happened. "We need to get you to the hospital," Hala said. "Just in case either of you were infected with anything." Coolidge raised his eyebrows. Those were superbugs. If the girls had been infected, they would definitely be showing symptoms by now. Besides, from what they learned, no medicine could help them. "I'd still feel better knowing," Hala said. Nicole and Lizzie only wanted to go home, but they agreed to get checked out on the way. Hala drove Nicole's car, insisting Nicole was too tired and shouldn't do it herself. The stop at the hospital took several hours, but Nicole and Lizzie were both released clean and infection-free. That really was a relief. Coolidge met them at their apartment. "I'm going to keep an around-the-clock guard at this place, until things with the Tarians simmer down. There's no reason to have you in even more danger than you've already been in." Nicole and Lizzie agreed. Coolidge and Hala followed them inside, where Nicole handed over the platinum. Coolidge shook his head, staring at the container. "They've obviously been following my actions. I'm going to need to be a lot more careful with my suppliers from now on. He glanced at Nicole and Lizzie. Thanks for getting this. I'm especially grateful for what we've learned. We'll need to keep an eye on Romania during the coming months, just in case. Coolidge and his wife left soon after, with Coolidge promising to make a new blocker for Austin as soon as possible. Nicole and Lizzie decided to watch a movie in Nicole's room, on top of her queen-size bed. They didn't want to be alone yet, after the excitement of the weekend. Nicole fell asleep only 10 minutes after the movie had started. The next several days flew by, as Nicole, Austin, and Coolidge arranged for the transportation of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment. It was all headed to Idaho Falls, where it would stay until Dave Young finished deciding where in Salmon to have it delivered. Even though the news reports the Tarians put out were upsetting and caused a lot of turmoil, they did do one thing. They advertised the fact that Aretes also needed help. Floods of people, including officials from the other Aretes universities, began contacting Coolidge and Professor Nielsen, who devised a way to organize the volunteers. Professor Nielsen took over the first half of the list of major cities that would be attacked, and Coolidge took over the second half. They made sure each location would have enough silvers and Aretes to defend against the Tarians. Coolidge updated his students, ensuring they were preparing emotionally for what was to come. He and Professor Nielsen also decided to have silvers congregate at other cities too, just in case the Tarians changed their plans again. Soon there were hundreds of Aretes at every location, and well over 1,000 ready and waiting to head to Idaho. Coolidge was having everyone meet in Idaho Falls, which was better equipped than Salmon to handle a large influx of visitors. He started appointing captains over 10 Aretes and generals over 100. Regular humans also began pouring in, offering assistance. Coolidge organized them similarly to how he'd organized the Aretes. He was more hesitant to accept their help though, as they didn't have magical powers and wouldn't be able to defend themselves against monsters from other dimensions. Finally, he decided to send them to help with the large cities, on Nicole's dime, instead of having them go to Salmon. Only magical people would fight there, where it would be the most dangerous. People who'd been on the fence previously, now willingly joined. But Nicole realized this would go both ways. Those who hadn't decided where to lend their support would also be joining the Tarians. She only hoped that enough were joining with the Aretes to turn the tide in their favor. Once Coolidge had a better idea of how many people to expect, he started renting buses that would transport everyone from Idaho Falls to Salmon. Chapter 9. Finally, all the preparations they could possibly do had been done, and it was time to leave. Nicole stared at all of the outdoor clothes she'd piled on her bed, not knowing just what she'd need. Coolidge had suggested solid hiking boots and long jeans, which made sense considering the bugs they'd run across while on Copperhead Peak, but beyond that she was clueless. She'd never faced great ones before, or destroyed an embryonic manipulator. Deciding to pack like it was a camping trip, she tossed pretty much everything into her suitcase, figuring it was best to leave things like makeup and hairspray behind. She and Lizzie met in the living room. They laughed when they saw each other. Both had settled on high ponytails with bobby pins holding stray hairs back. "I can't even remember the last time I saw you without your hair down," Nicole said, wondering how Lizzie got all her curls to stay in place. "And I can't remember the last time I saw you in a ponytail," Lizzie said, then laughed. "Oh wait. I can. It was yesterday." Nicole playfully slugged Lizzie on the shoulder. "I do my hair nice when I need to. I just don't see the point of doing it every day. Besides, plenty of runway models pull their hair up like this. Because they don't want it getting in the way of all their fast wardrobe changes." Lizzie folded her arms. "How often do you see actresses on the red carpet wearing ponytails?" "All the time." Nicole pulled her suitcase through the apartment door. "Don't argue. I can totally prove it with one Google search." "Okay, fine." The girls rolled their luggage to the elevator and rode it down, then left the building, and walked to the curb where Coolidge and Austen would be picking them up. Lizzie sent Nicole a concerned expression. "You're sure you're ready to be in the same car with him for several hours? I mean, the drive is like 12 hours long." Nicole sighed. At first, she couldn't believe Coolidge had opted to drive rather than fly. His argument was sound, though. They'd be following a huge moving van that was taking the last of the equipment, and he didn't want to risk this stuff getting lost, as it was the most valuable of what they'd be bringing. "Not like we have a real choice. Taking 2 cars when there are 4 of us is a dumb idea. Besides, he's got his new blocker, and he'll be in the front seat. And if you haven't noticed, he's great at ignoring me when he wants to." "I have. I'm impressed. The guy has self-control like steel. Most of the time, he's still a guy. Which is why we haven't been alone since your last make-out session." Nicole turned to Lizzie. "Is it horrible that I think about it so much? That was the most I've been able to relax in months. Not only that, but it felt good to be able to express my feelings for him again." "I totally get it." Coolidge and Austen pulled up just then, and got out to help Nicole and Lizzie put their suitcases in the trunk. Once everyone was strapped in, Coolidge met up with the moving truck and followed it out of Seattle, through the mountains, and on to Moses Lake for a quick break at a fast food restaurant. Nicole was delighted to find that her professor had arranged with Albert ahead of time for the elderly man and the 2 students who were living with him, Orson and Prudence, to meet them at the restaurant. The reunion was bittersweet. Nicole loved seeing Prudence in jeans, and Orson seemed to be doing well, but she could tell that they were homesick for their family and were still struggling to overcome the effects of the meteor. Both had dark circles under their eyes, and Nicole wondered if they'd live the rest of their lives with the effects of what had happened months earlier. She hoped not. Austen took over driving and got them all the way to Spokane, where the guys hopped in the back and Nicole took the wheel with Lizzie acting as co-pilot. Nicole really enjoyed the drive through northern Idaho's mountains. It was beautiful, and the road windy and curvy. But when she saw a sign for Missoula, she hesitated. Isn't Missoula just north of Salmon?" "Yes, it is," Coolidge said. "There's major construction on the roads between Seattle and Boise. This route is the faster one right now. So we're basically driving past Salmon on our way to Idaho Falls." Coolidge gave her a surprised expression in the mirror. "Didn't I tell you that already?" "No, but it's fine, as long as we get where we're going on time. We'll be meeting up with Austen's parents in Salmon to help unload the moving van. I didn't want to pay the driver to pass the place, then turn around and retrace his steps. If you'd like, you can stay there instead of meeting up in Idaho Falls with us and everyone else." Nicole took a moment to process this. What if the link opens early? "Then you'll be prepared. Dave and Elise will be there along with Lizzie if she wishes. Austen will be coming with me to Idaho Falls." Nicole didn't respond at first. She felt weird, hanging out with Austen's parents again while there were thousands of people meeting Coolidge just a couple of hours south. She finally said, "Yeah, I'll stay in Salmon. As long as you all hurry back." "We'll come as fast as we can," Coolidge promised. When there was just an hour left, Nicole needed a break and pulled over so Lizzie could take the wheel. They rolled into Salmon right at dinner time, and Nicole's stomach grumbled, reminding her it had been hours since they'd last stopped to eat. She kept a lookout, but saw only one restaurant. She didn't want to voice her concerns, but how were she and the others going to feed thousands of people? Coolidge directed Lizzie to the Super 8, where they'd be staying, until everything boiled over. Dave and Elise were waiting outside. They watched as everyone got out of the car, then gave their son a big hug. Nicole and Lizzie congregated toward Coolidge, wanting to give the young some privacy. "Austen and I will probably go to dinner with the 4 of you, then head out." He motioned to the family. "I'd like to give them some time together before everything happens." Nicole thought that was a great idea. The 6 of them headed to the diner Nicole had seen on the way in and ordered food. About halfway through the meal, Dave pulled out his copy of Nicole's map. Did you realize that the main link the Great Ones will be coming through isn't actually on Copperhead Peak? Nicole dropped her fork. No, I didn't. She took the map from him, and she and Lizzie studied it. I swear, I've looked at this enough. I should have noticed something like that. It's a very fine marking there on the bottom. He reached across the table and showed her. Nicole saw a little asterisk there with a coinciding note that said, Great Ones. She looked up at him. Are we sure that's what it means? I think it's better to be safe. We've been in town long enough to have met the man who owns that property. He's fine with us leasing it for a few days, provided of course that we pay for any damages that occur. Luckily, the link isn't far from the machines. In fact, the machines are on Copperhead Peak, where we bought the property from the government. It overlooks the farmers' fields, so we won't be far away. Well, that's good. Nicole handed the map back, then glanced at Coolidge. We need to find out where Rebecca is, what she's doing. Agreed? As soon as you get back to your hotel room, contact Trevor. He got to his feet and Austin followed suit. We need to be heading out. Wait a moment, Nicole said. There's something I need to show Austin and his parents. She pulled her phone from her purse, opened her video application, then scrolled until she found the video she'd taken while in Romania. She warned them it might be a little overwhelming, and asked if she could go ahead and show it to them. They were fine with that. Making sure the volume was loud enough for the youngs to hear, but not loud enough to disturb the other customers, Nicole pushed play and set the phone in front of Dave and Elise. Austin watched over their shoulders. Nicole couldn't keep her eyes off her boyfriend and his parents. The emotions ran across their faces as her voice drifted from the speakers, reading the names of the anti-Tarian people. When she reached Josh and Sarah, Elise gasped. She clutched her husband, tears falling down her cheeks. Dave's shoulders shook, though he made no sound. Austin was clenching his jaw, his eyes moist. Nicole saw the flames reflected in the eyes in front of her. She watched their expressions turn from hatred, anger, then to resolution and finally peace. The video ended. No one said anything. Elise looked up at Nicole and Lizzie, wiping her face. Thank you, girls. Nicole hesitated. We weren't able to remove them from the room. I hope what we did was okay. I couldn't just leave them there on display anymore. Burning them was the next best thing to a proper burial. Elise suddenly laughed, making Nicole jump. If it's good enough for a Jedi, it's good enough for my babies. Austin and Dave chuckled softly and Dave said, This was perfect. Will you send it to me? I'd like to get in contact with the other families. So would I, Coolidge said. They deserve the chance to say goodbye. I suspect this video will put an end to a lot of heartache. Nicole agreed to do so. She felt Austin's eyes on her and glanced at him. His expression was soft, his lips parting as if he were about to say something. He remained silent, but his emotions, his gratitude and pride were strong on his face. Nicole didn't need to hear his words to know he loved her even more for what she'd done. Dave and Elise left for a moment to walk their son out to the car. The youngs grouped together talking, with Austin's parents sending frequent glances to Nicole. Then, after saying goodbye, Coolidge and Austin got in the car and drove off. Dave and Elise returned to the restaurant, and they finished their meal in silence. A melancholy feeling settled over Nicole, and nothing she did pushed it away. She prayed she'd see Austin again, and soon. The group quickly finished their dinner, paid, and left the restaurant. The moment they were walking down the street toward their hotel, Dave and Elise surrounded Nicole. He's worried about you, Elise said. Dave nodded. Wants us to keep an eye on you, make sure you don't head up the mountain before everyone else comes. Elise took Nicole's hands, forcing her to slow down and look at her. We don't know if you're planning on doing that or not, but please listen to us. If you try to destroy the machines before everything is in place, you'll have to face the consequences of doing so alone. We have no idea what Rebecca has in store for all of us once those machines are gone. I know we don't need to remind you about the dangers of doing something like that, right? Nicole shook her head. No, you don't. Besides the fact that it requires 2 Aretes to destroy the machines, I have no desire to be alone when it happens. I promise, I don't have plans to do anything stupid. Good, Dave said. Professor Coolidge and Austin will be back in the morning, bringing everyone with them. The 4 of us here will get an early start tonight, heading up to that farmland I told you about, where we'll set up the equipment you brought. We'll need to place it all around the perimeter of the area, including this city. What does the equipment do? Lizzie asked. The first batch disarms any machinery the Tarians bring that will tell them where Aretes are. They won't know their equipment has been turned off, so this will be excellent. Dave continued. The next set of equipment acts similarly to the first, except it prevents the use of firearms. He patted his hip where his large revolver was holstered, a sad expression on his face. As much as I love the comfort Hugo brings, the Tarians have access to far more guns than we do, so it's best if we disarm everyone right from the start. Lizzie snorted. So we're taking away their guns and making them fight vastly superior humans? That's not very fair. She held up her hands. Not that I'm arguing, of course. They've never fought nicely. I'm good with whatever is necessary to give us the upper hand. How long will it take to set everything up? Nicole asked. Several hours tonight, and more in the morning. Elise pointed to the hotel. Make sure you have everything you need. We'll wait out here. Nicole and Lizzie rushed inside to use the restroom and grab hoodies, which they tied around their waists. It was still warm outside, but they didn't want to risk getting cold later. They also tucked several flashlights in their backpacks, along with beef jerky and bottled water. Then they met Dave and Elise outside. Dave had the same rental truck he'd driven before, and already he and Elise were loading the back of it with hundreds of tiny tripods and small brown boxes from the trailer the moving van had left behind. Nicole and Lizzie jumped to help, and soon they had the bed full. Nicole and Lizzie sat in the back of the extended cab, and Dave waited as Elise locked the trailer. Then they pulled out of the parking lot and headed toward Carmen, a small township just north of Salmon. Once there, they turned to follow Carmen Creek Road and drove on to Keystone Ranch Road and the property where they'd be setting up. Dave tipped his hat to a man who stood outside one of the houses. Then he glanced in the mirror at the girls seated behind him and continued driving. Figured it would be best to make sure this area is secure before starting with the city. That would be good, as the great ones would probably be coming here. Good thing you're a fire Arete, Elise said over the seat to Lizzie. Only fire Aretes can activate the anti-firearm machines. Unless the person is a silver, of course. But I'm not very powerful, Lizzie said. Doesn't matter. It recognizes your magical print. Dave and Elise would be driving the truck around, dropping equipment off every 20 feet in a large circle around the link, with Dave using another set of equipment to make sure they were indeed circling the link and not just some random section of field. Good thing Coolidge got access to the university stuff, Dave said, stopping at the first point and looking at the device in his hand. We wouldn't have been able to get one of these for a year or more. Nicole frowned, watching Dave check the meters. Why do they have this if they didn't believe links to other dimensions existed? Dave chuckled. Oh, you always get some wacko nutjob at every college. Lucky for you, Caton University's is Coolidge. Also lucky for you, he's not crazy, but very intelligent and perceptive. Once Dave made sure the link was where he thought it was, he and Elise showed Nicole and Lizzie how to position the fist-shaped ball on top of the little tripod. This was the anti-firearm device. Elise showed Lizzie how to activate it, then deactivated it and let Lizzie try. Lizzie held it in her hands until it started glowing orange-red, then commanded it to work. That's it? Lizzie asked. How cool. Elise smiled at Lizzie. Boy, I wish I had another son who could sweep you off your feet. You're just so cute. Lizzie chuckled, a slight flush crossing her cheeks, and Nicole could tell that for once her friend wasn't sure how to respond. Nicole didn't miss the continued insinuation that she and Austin would be getting married. The idea made her warm and tingly, but she knew they would need a lot more time to get to know each other before making that sort of commitment. The group then set up the device that would prevent the Tarians from figuring out that Aretes were present. Nicole was able to activate that one with a similar method, a touch and a command. Then they got to work. Elise took over driving and did so slowly while Dave hopped up into the truck bed, pulled off the equipment, and placed it where Nicole and Lizzie would activate it. The tripods hid nicely in the wheat. The Tarians wouldn't be able to see the devices. They worked until well after the sun had set, finally finishing up when the evening cold had long since hit. Tired, a bit chilled, and flashlight batteries almost dead, the four of them piled into the truck and headed back to the hotel. As soon as Nicole had showered and gotten into her pajamas, she mentally called for Trevor, her liaison to Jack and Anna Morse. He showed up almost immediately. "Yes, Nicole? Can I help you? We need to know what Rebecca is doing right now, along with when she plans to head to Idaho." Trevor smiled. "That's easy. Her Tarians are on their way now. We're monitoring their progress. They should arrive by tomorrow afternoon." Nicole's stomach dropped. That wouldn't give her and the others a lot of time to finish setting up the equipment, and she'd really hoped to destroy those machines before any Tarians arrive. "What are Rebecca's plans?" "She wants to corner you and force you to give up your organs." "Of course. Just keep that device with you, the one that blocks her. That should protect you." Nicole nodded. She wore the device all the time, even when she was showering. The thing worked by using magic, not electronics, so there was almost nothing she could do to ruin it. "What about my parents? Has anyone been watching them?" Trevor nodded. "Yes. Your mother and father are staying in Dallas, where they plan to organize and control the news feeds that get broadcasted." "The Tarians are filming everything?" Nicole couldn't believe that hadn't occurred to her. She already knew they loved having an audience. "Yes. They want to have all of these important events on tape. Everything will be broadcasted around the world as it happens." Nicole rubbed her temples and glanced at Lizzie, who was sitting quietly on her bed, watching Trevor float around the room. She realized she hadn't introduced the two of them. "Oh, Trevor, this is my best friend Lizzie." Trevor waved at her. "I'd shake your hand, but I need to conserve my energy." "It's okay." Trevor turned back to Nicole. "I'll be coming and going as much as possible tomorrow to keep you updated on everything. Jack and Anna have already started fighting monsters, as you know. They're barely maintaining their ground, especially as more and more lesser beings congregate. But they're doing their best." Nicole frowned. "Jack and Anna are actually fighting?" "No, not them personally, but they're directing pretty much everything. Please tell them we appreciate all they're doing. This would be disastrous without their help." "I think they realize that," Trevor said. They exchanged goodbyes, he disappeared, and Nicole and Lizzie turned off their lights and went to sleep. Chapter 10. Nicole woke up in the middle of the night, gasping for breath. She clutched her chest, trying to breathe through a pounding magical pulse that was stronger than any she'd felt before. She rolled over and looked at Lizzie. The girl was still asleep. Or was she dead? No. Impossible. Nicole jerked to her feet, stumbling to the other bed. She shook Lizzie's shoulder. Lizzie stirred, then woke, scrambling to a sitting position. "What's wrong?" "The pulse," Nicole gasped. "Can't you feel it?" Lizzie shook her head. "Where's it coming from?" Nicole gasped again, slumping to her bed. I don't know. She clutched her chest. "It just started pounding." "How can I feel it? And you not?" "Because it's probably coming from the Great Ones. You've got a link to them that I don't have." "Can't breathe?" Lizzie jumped to her feet, grabbing at the necklace. "Take off the elixir." "No. I don't care what Rebecca or anyone else says. That thing survived without you touching it for several hours before. It's intensifying the pulses, I'm sure of it. Nicole protested, but she wasn't strong enough to stop Lizzie from yanking the necklace over her head. The moment it was no longer in contact with her body, the pulsing faded. Not completely, she could still sense it, but enough. She curled onto her side, groaning, hands to her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll set it here on the nightstand. Put it back on in the morning. Hopefully by then, the magic will have subsided." Nicole nodded, then looked at Lizzie. "What do you think it means?" Lizzie shrugged. "Maybe they're coming and are reaching out to you." Nicole froze. "You're right." She gingerly got up from her bed, ignoring the lingering pain in her chest, and peeked out the curtains. It was black outside, with only a few streetlights casting dimly on the parking lot. Would she be able to see the great ones if they were there? What if they were outside the window, like the monsters had been at Anna Morse's the first time? Nicole let the curtain fall shut and returned to her bed. Lizzie fell asleep quickly, but even after Nicole turned the light off again, she lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, panic rolling over her in waves. She tried to reassure herself that if the great ones were there now, they'd have done something already. They wouldn't just sit outside, waiting for Rebecca to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow. Was Nicole ready? Did she even know what would be required of her, or how to use the elixir? No, obviously not. But hopefully, someone in her group would be able to figure it out. Nicole didn't fall asleep again. As soon as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the slit in the curtain, she jumped into the shower. Today was the culmination of everything. All of her stress, frustrations, worries, and responsibilities, the pressure on her to be perfect and perform, all of it would be over. Either she or Rebecca would be dead. Nicole hoped it would be Rebecca. She smiled as she rinsed the shampoo out of her hair. Of course she hoped Rebecca would lose. The smile was chased away, however, by a thought that slammed into Nicole's brain. Rebecca was dead. They couldn't kill her any more than she already was. She would keep coming back, keep influencing people unless Nicole and her friends figured out a way to get rid of for good. Was there something they could about do that? And what about Nicole's parents? She knew they were evil, her mother especially. Could Nicole intentionally cause their deaths? She thought over this the rest of her shower, unsure what the answer to that question would be. As soon as Nicole was out of the shower, Lizzie hopped in. Nicole waited until Lizzie was finished before trying the necklace on again. The pulses didn't return, thank goodness. The two locked up their room and headed downstairs for breakfast. Dave and Elise joined them, and Nicole could tell they hadn't slept much either. Only Lizzie was refreshed and energized. "Did either of you sense any magical pulsings last night?" Nicole asked. Both adults shook their heads, and Nicole filled them in on what had awakened her. "I would agree that the great ones are nearing," Dave said. "Maybe they reached out to you, checking to see how close you are." "Whatever they were doing, it felt like it was going to kill me." "It might have," Lizzie said, "if I hadn't taken that thing off her." She motioned to the necklace. "But it's not hurting you today?" Elise asked. "Not at all." "Well, maybe they're wanting to go easy on you." Nicole hoped that was the case. They finished up their breakfast and headed out to the trailer to restock the truck with more devices. The plan was to surround as much of the city as possible to protect the citizens who lived there. They were just finishing up when Elise and Dave hesitated, then looked at each other. "That's something you won't feel very often," Elise said. "No kidding," Dave said, grinning. Lizzie tilted her head, looking back and forth between the two of them. "What's going on?" Nicole was just as clueless. Elise smiled. "Just wait. You'll figure it out soon enough." They all hopped back into the truck and headed to the same place where they'd had dinner the night before. Halfway through the meal, Nicole dropped her fork, her eyes widening. "Holy smokes. I can feel it." "Now you?" Lizzie wailed. Nicole turned to Lizzie. "Hundreds and hundreds of Aretes." All heading this way. It's the weirdest and coolest thing ever." Lizzie folded her arms and fell back into her seat. "Great. That means I won't feel it until they're right outside the door." Dave and Elise chuckled, and Nicole relaxed in her chair, enjoying the sensation of the approaching Aretes. It wasn't painful, like with the great ones. It made her limbs buzz with energy. A sense of euphoria raced across her body, warming the chill that the night's events had brought. It made her feel more awake than she had in months. "This is so awesome," she said, then hesitated. "Is it addicting?" Elise shook her head, smiling. "No, it's not, and it's not messing with your brain. That much positive energy in one place really does something for the moods though, doesn't it?" Nicole nodded. She couldn't remove the grin from her face, and had a hard time finishing her lunch. They were just finishing up when her cell phone rang. It was Coolidge. "Wow, we can totally tell you guys are on your way." "Yes, we are, just pulling into the outskirts of Salmon. And a huge group of Tarians is close behind. We have a police escort, they don't. But they'll catch up quickly. Are things in place?" Nicole sobered. "Yes. All the devices are set up and activated around the city and around the link." "What about up in the mountains? Around the machines?" Nicole shook her head. "We haven't had time or enough equipment." Coolidge cursed. "We can't risk having any area unprotected. I'm bringing a few more things. We'll have to make them work." His voice muffled, then became clear again. "We're just about to your hotel. We have to leave as soon as we get there." Nicole ended the call and got to her feet. "Time to go, they're almost to the hotel." Dave threw a wad of cash onto the table, and the four of them rushed out of the restaurant. They piled into the truck, and Dave peeled out of the parking lot, zipping down the street to the hotel. Lizzie yelped, "I feel it. I feel it." No one responded. Nicole forced herself to relax her grip on the seat. Her fingers were white. Dave pulled into the hotel parking lot with a lurch that made Nicole glad she wore her seatbelt. He tore around back to the trailer just before a police car with sirens and flashing lights arrived, followed by Coolidge and a long line of buses. Nicole hopped out of the truck, suddenly feeling overwhelmed and insecure. She was grateful for Dave and Elise. Their presences were calming. Coolidge joined them. "Where do we send the Aretes?" Dave pointed. "To the base of Copperhead Peak. Let me lead you there now." Coolidge turned to Nicole. "Are you ready? This is about you, after all. You've got the elixir?" Nicole's right hand went to her necklace, while the other found the map to the machines folded in her back pocket. "Yes, I do. And yes, I'm ready." Along with the map was the laminated sheet of paper and the full-size paper from Mrs. Morse. Nicole wanted to have as many ways to communicate with Jack and Anna on hand as possible. Coolidge nodded. "Let's go." Nicole took a breath and hopped into Dave's truck again. Dave drove north through Salmon and Carmen and back to the farmer's property. The farmer was obviously ready for them. He sat on his porch with a rifle on his lap and a grim expression on his face. "Will his gun work?" Lizzie asked. "Nope," Dave said. "And he knows it. He wants it with him though, in case our equipment fails." Nicole totally understood that. If she could have, she would have brought a gun too. She checked the front pocket of her jeans, making sure her bracelet was there. She had no desire to overdo it today and end up unconscious, her brain damaged. Dave instructed Nicole and Lizzie to wait in the truck while he told Coolidge where to have everyone set up. Nicole watched as bus after bus dropped off Aretes, wondering how they'd manage to get the buses up that far on such a narrow road. And how would they get them turned around so they could head up to North Fork, where the drivers would be paid to wait until the end. She swallowed, not wanting to think about that end, whatever it would be. There weren't a lot of hiding places available, apart from a scant amount of trees that surrounded the field. But pretty soon, the Aretes had settled in, and Nicole couldn't see anyone. She knew the reason Dave wanted her to wait in the car. She and Austin were now avoiding each other completely, until the elixir was gone and the Great Ones couldn't sense her anymore. No one wanted to risk any problems. But the blocker he now wore didn't stop her from feeling his pulse as the previous one had, and she could tell he'd joined the man on his porch. His hiding place would be in the house. Nicole watched Dave and Coolidge rush back to the truck. Elise hopped in the back with Nicole and Lizzie, and Coolidge got up front with Dave. Dave reached over the seat and looked backward as he pulled to the main road again. "The farmer says for us to follow the dirt road up to Smout Creek. We'll hide the truck there and then go on foot." The dirt road they followed for a short time wasn't very well maintained, and it was a bumpy ride. Nicole didn't mind, it helped clear her thoughts. She really hoped her task would be obvious when they got there, because she still hadn't heard anything from anyone on how to actually destroy the machines. Once the group had hidden the truck and made sure it wasn't visible from the fields, they started up the small canyon. A little dirt trail ran alongside the creek most of the way, only requiring them to cross to the other side a couple of times. Nicole counted her steps, not sure what else to do. She was far too distracted to enjoy the scenery, and talking was almost completely out of the question, as the other members of the group were a bit more out of breath than she and Lizzie were. Lizzie was a dancer and usually loved being at the front of whatever hiking group they were in, but Nicole could tell she was just as nervous as Nicole. They made small talk here and there, only discussing what might be happening back on the field. About half an hour after they started their hike, Coolidge's walkie-talkie went loud with static, then Austin's voice sounded through the tinny speaker. "The Tarians just arrived. The devices you set up seem to be working. They have no idea Aretes surround them." Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully, it would stay that way. "I'm heading out with Joe now," Austin said. Nicole and the rest turned to watch. They were high enough now that the Tarians pouring onto the field from their own buses looked like ants. Austin and Joe were easy to see, they were the only ones close to the farmhouse. Austin was posing as the farmer's son. Nicole watched intently, holding her breath, as the people who appeared to be the leaders of this particular Tarian group walked over to meet the two men. Coolidge handed her a pair of binoculars. "Do you recognize them?" Nicole held the device up to her eyes, adjusting a bit until the man and woman came into focus. She saw the alerter in the man's hands before she saw his face. "It has to be Andrew and Shayna. There's no way Andrew would let the alerter out of his sight." The man turned to look back toward his group, putting his face in Nicole's view, and she nodded. "Yup, it's him." She reluctantly handed the binoculars back to Coolidge, wishing she'd brought a pair for herself. She didn't need them, however, to know that Joe was acting well the part of an angry farmer whose fields were being invaded. He waved his arms jerkily, feigning anger, while Austin pretended to try to calm him down. Andrew and Shayna both pulled guns. Joe dropped his rifle, which Austin picked up and held casually by his side. The Tarians won this argument, and Nicole and the rest watched as Austin and Joe retreated to the farmhouse, while the Tarians went in the opposite direction to set up in the field. Austin's voice came over the speaker. "They're definitely ready for war," he said, "even though they don't expect much here. They did say that we will have some otherworldly visitors pretty soon." "Did they mention when?" Coolidge asked. "No. Just that we'd know when it was happening." The group started up the trail again, listening to Austin and Coolidge's continued conversation. "They're building bonfires all around the link," Austin said. "Most of the Tarians look like they're here to worship, as Nicole's informer told us. Several of them, however, are well armed." "With what?" Coolidge asked. "Firearms. Which should be useless." Nicole nodded. "Good." She felt bad for Joe, though. He'd spent so much time on these fields, preparing them for the grain he was now growing. To have all that work wasted? She could only imagine how depressing that would be. Good thing he would be reimbursed. She intended to make sure he didn't suffer for however many years these fields would be unusable after this event. Nicole pulled the map out from her back pocket, wanting to make sure they were still heading in the right direction. They were. They wouldn't reach the turnoff from the trail for a while. With breaks every now and then, to make sure they weren't getting dehydrated, and to check on the progress of the Tarians, they continued upward for another hour. Finally, Nicole saw the first sign mentioned in the notes on the map. A large burned-out tree stump about 5 feet across. How it had grown that large up here before getting chopped, and stayed that long without rotting or someone hauling it off, was beyond Nicole, but she was grateful it was still there. 10 paces after they passed the stump, they veered to the right into the underbrush and scrub oak. The going was difficult and slow now. Nicole was sure nothing but small animals had passed through this foliage, since Rebecca and Christopher themselves had been there. She checked the map frequently, making sure she knew what signs to watch for, and counted the steps until she or someone else found the next thing, a rusted lamp that had been affixed to a boulder. From there, they were to watch for an old door that rested in the side of the hill. That was the part that had Nicole a little nervous. Apparently, the door led to a tunnel that Rebecca and Christopher had dug, and the details on the map after that were sketchy. The map showed the location of the machines on the other side, but what happened after she and the others entered the tunnel wasn't clear. Elise spotted the lamp first. "It's here," she called back in a loud whisper. Nicole clutched the elixir when a magical pulse rushed over her. "They know we're close," she said. Coolidge looked back at them. "Good. I'd hate to surprise them." Nicole wished she shared the sentiment. She'd been hoping they could get in and out unnoticed. Apparently, that wouldn't be the case. The door wasn't far beyond the lamp, but it was heavily covered in underbrush. Coolidge and Dave grinned at each other, pulling machetes out of their large packs. Nicole, Lizzie, and Elise rolled their eyes, but Nicole was grateful the men had thought to bring the tools. With a lot more energy than Nicole could have mustered, the two men hacked away at the brush and vines growing over the door. They would have just used magic if they weren't both conserving their energy. Another 20 minutes went by before things were clear enough for the door to open. Elise, Nicole, and Lizzie, deciding to give the men a break, stepped forward to heave the door. At first it didn't budge. Nicole consulted the map, wondering if they needed a key, but nothing showed that the door would be locked. After another few minutes of yanking, the hinges broke away, nearly knocking the women down the hill into the scrub oak below. They hefted the door to the side and pulled out their flashlights, directing them toward the tunnel's interior. "Is anyone else thinking Indiana Jones right now?" Lizzie asked. No one answered, but her question did elicit a few chuckles. Nicole knew what Lizzie was talking about. The entire tunnel was full of old and fresh spider webs. Disgusting. Nicole was grateful when Dave volunteered to go first. Using his machete, he swiped away cobweb after cobweb. Coolidge followed, cleaning up what Dave's machete didn't catch, and the rest came after. It took at least 5 minutes to reach the end of the tunnel, where another door was affixed. Dave and Coolidge pushed up against it, and like the first door, the hinges broke off, spilling the men forward into the sunlight. Nicole followed and only had a brief moment to scrutinize the scenery that waited for them, ruins covered in undergrowth and scrub oak, before she and the others were frozen in place. "Nicole, welcome." Only Nicole's eyes could move. She looked around, wanting to see the source of the voice, but was unable to. She tried talking, but no sound came out. When the voice spoke again, she realized it was communicating directly to her mind. "Choose an assistant." "An assistant? Why?" "Choose." Oh yeah, Nicole remembered that it would take 2 Aretes to use the elixir. She thought over those who'd come, and was sad to realize that she'd known all along Lizzie wouldn't be her choice. First, she couldn't allow anything to happen to her best friend, and second, she would need a powerful Arete at her side, just in case. Her thoughts flickered to Austin for a moment, and she sighed inwardly, wishing it could be him. "I choose Elise," she thought, wanting another woman with her in case anything embarrassing happened. "Very well." Right away, Nicole and Elise were unfrozen. Nicole stumbled forward into Lizzie, nearly knocking her best friend over. She righted herself, made sure Lizzie was okay, well, as okay as was possible in the current situation, and turned to Austin's mother. "That was almost unexpected," Nicole said. "A good way to put it," Elise said. "We knew something would happen, but didn't know what." She glanced at the rest. "They should be fine. Let's get this done." Nervous bubbles erupted in Nicole's stomach. Her hand sought the elixir, and she clutched it against her heart. Was she about to destroy Aretes everywhere? Or was she about to end the curse on humans? She took a deep breath, then pulled the map from her pocket so she and Elise could study it. Nicole looked back and forth between the map and the meadow in front of them. They'd gone through a small hill to reach it, and brambles and briars all along the top of that hill prevented access. The other sides of the meadow were made of sheer cliffs. It looked like the place had been untouched by anything but plants and bugs, since Rebecca and Christopher had last been there. The clearing was circular and small, being only about 40 feet wide. Thick shrubbery about knee-high choked the ground. In front of Nicole and to the left was the first clumping of ruins. Up against the cliffs to the right was the second set. Both sets were a dusty brown color and very geometric. Square blocks with rough edges were piled on top of each other about 10 feet high and spilled down into the thick underbrush. Nicole assumed the machines were in the middle of those piles. "Which is which?" Elise asked. She glanced back at Dave and the others. "I'm not in a hurry to make mistakes, but they can't be very comfortable." Nicole also looked back. All three Aretes had their eyes on her, the only part of their bodies not frozen, and she could almost imagine them begging her to take all the time she needed to make the right choice. "Well, the map shows that this one," she pointed to the ruins on the left, "is the embryonic manipulator. Which means we should use the elixir on it first. And said elixir didn't come with an instruction manual, right?" Nicole chuckled as the women started picking their way through the dense, knee-high bushes. "Of course not. Rebecca wouldn't have wanted me to know." "Thank goodness for the map. If it's right." Elise cast a troubled glance at Nicole. "You think it might be wrong?" Nicole took a deep breath. "Yes, it could be." She looked over to the ruins on the right. "Let's check out both machines before doing anything." Elise nodded, and the two of them fell silent the rest of the way to the first set of ruins. When they got there, Nicole hesitated. The ruins were taller than they'd appeared. A faint path, almost completely overgrown, led underneath a squared-off arch around the back. She followed it, finding a set of steps. The stairs led into a room without a ceiling in the heart of the stone blocks. The stone walls were too high to see the three other Aretes, and the room was only about 5 feet across. A machine sat on top of a large, thigh-high block in the middle. Visible gears were slowly turning. It looked like something from the late 1800s, which made sense since that was when it had been created. A metal funnel was affixed on top. With Elise's help, pour the elixir into the funnel. Mentally thanking whoever was sending the messages, Nicole stared at the rusty black machine. Could it possibly be that simple? She'd imagined having to break into the heart of the thing, pulling chunks and pieces away. But a funnel, she'd never thought something as easy as that would be included. Elise stepped forward and bent over, peering at the contraption. "How does it actually work?" Nicole shook her head. "I have no idea." They circled the huge block, looking at the machine from all angles. "Well, we know magic is involved." Nicole looked at Elise. "It looks like Rebecca and Christopher invented something that, when wound up, would cycle for over 100 years. And would probably continue cycling until someone came along who would stop it with that." Elise pointed at Nicole's elixir. "Exactly. Then the Great Ones added their touch. But does it send out pulses to everyone on Earth? And if so, why can't I sense them?" Elise shrugged. "I can't tell that the thing is magical at all. Maybe it's on a different wavelength than what Aretes feel." That sounded like as good a theory as any. Nicole straightened. "Let's go look at the other one." The women went back down the stairs and under the arch. Getting across the meadow wasn't fun, but they did so fairly quickly. Nicole sent apologetic glances to the three, who were still frozen. They couldn't possibly be comfortable like that. Coolidge was hunched over, his face directed toward the bright sunlight. Dave was mid-step and Lizzie's hands were up, shielding her eyes. But Nicole didn't want to rush this decision. She was sure they would agree. The second set of ruins was exactly identical to the first, complete with arch and stairs. Even the machine looked the same. Elise scratched her head, glancing at Nicole. So, no markings on them anywhere, nothing different about them. How do we know which is the embryonic manipulator, and which is the one that'll kill Aretes? Nicole bit her lips. I'm not sure. Maybe the Great Ones, or whoever's communicating with me, will give us a clue. It's worth a try. Nicole took a breath. Hello? Is anyone there, she thought. No response. She actually felt silly doing it. I doubt they're going to help. So do we trust the map? I don't know. I mean, what if Rebecca planned for it to be stolen? What if she's watching now, hoping I'll go with what's on the map? Do you have your Rebecca blocker on? Yes. Nicole lifted her shirt, showing Elise the device she kept on a belt around her waist. And it's working, I can sense the pulses. So can I. But just because it's pulsing, doesn't mean it's doing its job. Good point. Nicole turned and stared at the machine again, her thoughts a complete mess. But she realized something: if they made the wrong choice, they'd be dead. And if they made the right choice, they wouldn't. It was an all-or-nothing situation, which made her feel a bit better, surprisingly. No one would fault her for making the wrong decision. At least none of her friends would, considering the pressure and circumstances. And with this line of thinking, Nicole made up her mind. We're going to follow the map, she said. It's the best thing we have, and I'd rather follow it and have it be wrong than guess and be wrong on my own. I like your reasoning, Elise said. So, to the other machine? Nicole nodded, already walking down the steps and passing under the arch. While they crossed the undergrowth, they discussed possible outcomes for destroying the embryonic manipulator. I'm guessing there will be some sort of physical reaction, Elise said. Something to do with the reproductive organs that all Aretes will feel. That would make sense. I hope it isn't painful. I'm sure it will be, Elise said, sending Nicole a smile. I always expect pain. And then when it doesn't come, I'm pleasantly surprised. They'd reached the other ruin by then, and Nicole passed under the arch and walked up the steps. She approached the machine and removed her necklace, then gazed down at the little vial that had been so much a part of her life the past few months. She tossed the necklace over the wall of the ruins, toward the cliffs. She did not want to keep it as a souvenir. Then she pulled the top off the vial. Here goes, she said, holding her hand over the funnel. We both need to pour it in. Elise reached over and held the elixir just below Nicole's fingers. They tipped the vial, slowly pouring the elixir into the funnel. Nicole felt the power it had been borrowing from her returning, and the extra strength it had given her being drained away. It was a weird feeling. Her own powers returning felt comforting, like going home after years of being away. But having the strength the elixir gave her leave made her heart feel a sort of hollowness. She wondered how long it would take before that disappeared. Nicole replaced the top of the vial, then dropped the glass container and stomped on it until it shattered. Then she stepped back. For several moments, nothing happened. Then, with a horrible wrenching sound, the gears in the machine shuddered to a stop. They remained motionless for a couple of seconds, before suddenly whirling the opposite direction. A light shot out of the funnel, almost as bright as the sun, and pierced the sky above them. Nicole could see it extending up forever, possibly all the way out of the atmosphere. At the very top of it, a dark spot started to grow, then flowed away from the shaft of light, getting bigger faster and faster. Soon, the light from the sun began to dim as the darkness continued. After only a few seconds, the only source of light was the one coming from the machine. Then the shaft splintered into millions of streams, all pointing in different directions. One of the streams hit Nicole in her lower stomach. Ouch! A burning sensation rushed outward from there, and she looked down, expecting to see her shirt on fire. It wasn't. She lifted her shirt, only to see that her skin beneath it was glowing. She tried to rub the burn away, but instead, all the strength in her body disappeared. Nicole was only able to panic for a moment before she fell to the stone ground, hitting her shoulder roughly. Coherent thought fled momentarily. Elise collapsed next to her. Their streams of light followed them, staying on their stomachs. The burning sensation increased until Nicole's entire body throbbed, then started glowing. Her insides writhed, shuddered. She almost threw up as the pain intensified in her stomach. Her ability to think finally returned. Was she going to die? Had she chosen the wrong machine? Was that light actually stealing her powers? Nicole gasped as that thought occurred to her. Maybe the machine wasn't meant to kill Aretes, but take their magic away. She must have chosen wrong. The disappointment crashed down on her, stronger and more distracting even than the pain in her stomach. But suddenly, the light separated from her and shot off into the sky. And then Nicole's vision flashed away, and Rebecca was there, screaming soundlessly in front of her. The elderly woman lunged at Nicole, her hands encircling Nicole's neck, choking off her air. Nicole struggled against the woman, pushing, shoving. Her pain was disappearing, and strength returning. A thought popped into her mind while she fought for survival. She must have chosen the right machine if Rebecca was this upset. Nicole gathered her powers to herself and pushed them against Rebecca. The woman faded away, still screaming, her fingers still around Nicole's neck as she disappeared. Then she was gone, and Nicole's surroundings reappeared in her vision. Nicole looked around, all was silent. The light continued streaming into the sky, the sun was still dark. Elise was also stirring, and the two helped each other up. Now what? Elise gasped. We go dismantle the other machine before anyone has a chance to come stop us. Elise agreed, and the two of them stumbled down the stairs and under the arch. They pulled their flashlights out, but the things didn't turn on. Hello, Dave called. They've been released, Nicole said, barely able to see across the meadow. The two women changed direction and rushed across the brush as fast as they could back to the tunnel, where they found all three Aretes getting up. You did it, Coolidge said to Nicole. Almost. We still need to get rid of the other machine. He nodded. Show the way. Nicole turned and stepped through the short brush, making sure the others were keeping up. They raced up the steps and into the small room. Nicole looked at her friends, barely able to see them in the darkness that still covered the ruins. Since we know the Great Ones are coming for sure, does it matter if we destroy this instead of just dismantling it? Coolidge frowned. That's a great question. I say we try dismantling it first, just in case the Great Ones change their minds. Then we destroy it if that doesn't work. Everyone agreed to this course of action. Nicole motioned for Dave and Coolidge to go ahead. They had actual experience with magical items, and they'd be the best at figuring out how to take the thing apart. Coolidge looked at Nicole. Just to be sure, you don't have the elixir anymore, right? So there's no chance of getting any of that on this, and destroying all Aretes? It's gone, Nicole said. Oh good. He turned back to the machine. Dave produced a little metal rod from his bag, and they started pulling panels off the machine, exposing more turning gears underneath, then a core that glowed a slight red. That must be the magic from the Great Ones, Dave said, pointing at the core. Nicole could see the pipe that led from the funnel down to the core. Obviously, the elixir would pour over the entire thing, probably activating something in the red core that would kill Aretes. Finally, after several gears had been removed, the machine sputtered to a stop, the slight vibrating ending. Dave and Coolidge stepped back. That should do it, right? Dave asked. What about the glowing thing? Lizzie asked. Nicole glanced at her friend. She had a great point. The core hadn't stopped glowing. Coolidge shrugged. My guess is that only the Great Ones can stop it. And I don't exactly plan to ask them for help. Nicole stepped forward. Enough of the machine had been removed that she could heft what remained, a 4-inch section that included the core. Should we take it with us, just in case? "That's not a bad idea," Elise said. She motioned to Coolidge. "You keep it. Watch over it. Who knows if we'll ever have a reason to study it in the future. Besides, we really need to make sure Rebecca never gets her hands on it again." Coolidge nodded, tucking the device into his bag. "We'd better hurry, get back to Austin." The group agreed and left the ruins, making their way across the meadow. As they stepped into the tunnel, Nicole glanced back at the light that still shot into the air. How much longer would it go? She realized that all those streams were going to separate people, one at a time. With how many billions of people lived in the world, it would take a long time for the light to finish what it was doing. Thinking about the inhabitants of Earth made her wonder just how many people would have been born if the embryonic manipulator hadn't been invented. Nicole felt a huge sense of satisfaction in knowing that Rebecca's machine was destroyed. There would be nothing to stop people everywhere from having just the right number of kids. Chapter 11. The trek through the tunnel went slowly. Coolidge led the way, followed by the rest of the group. Not having light made it difficult and extra creepy. Much to Nicole's relief, nothing happened though, and they got out of the tunnel just fine. They'd only been out for a moment when voices drifted their way from up ahead. Everyone jumped into the scrub oak on the opposite side of the tunnel entrance. Both voices were male, and they huffed between words, obviously very out of breath. "Rebecca should have thought to send someone much earlier," a deep voice said. "She's too busy." This was a higher, though still masculine voice. "Seth, you know she's dead, she don't need to sleep." "I'm just saying," Seth said. "It was a bad idea. And now they've gone and done what she didn't want to have done." Silence for a moment, then, "You think they're still in there?" She said, "If the machines are working correctly, they'll be frozen in place for quite some time." The man with the lower voice grumbled something Nicole couldn't hear, then said, "Well, all I know is I'm awful uncomfortable with how things are going. You saw that our guns don't work down there. And Rebecca hasn't explained why." "Maybe Tiffany knows," Seth said. A snort reached Nicole's ears. "Tiffany's still in Texas. She wouldn't dirty her hands coming up here." "I think she's scared of the great ones," Seth said. "And you're not?" "Why should I be?" "Boy, you have no idea what you're in for if you ain't scared." The men had come into view by now, and Nicole wondered how they'd made it up the canyon in the dark. Both carried rifles, and other guns were strapped across their backs. They were wearing the armor she'd learned about at the World Convention. She looked up to where Coolidge was hidden in one of the bigger scrub oak. He glanced down at her, slowly moving a finger to his lips. Nicole held back an eye roll, though she did smile. Of course, she wouldn't say anything and give away their position. Seth and the older man eventually reached the tunnel and started inside, cussing the blackness of its interior. Nicole was grateful she and the others weren't still in there. Once the voices were sufficiently muffled, Coolidge dropped to the slanted ground next to Nicole. "We have to trap them in there," he whispered to her and the others. "They'll find out really quickly that we've left." "Just tell us what to do," Nicole whispered. The others nodded. "We'll request the branches that surround the tunnel to cover it and hold them in. But they won't stay like that for long, and we'll need to combine our powers for it to work." Nicole raised an eyebrow. "I thought Aretes couldn't control living things." "They can't, but the outer layer of bark is dead. If we control that, we can force the living parts inside to bend to our will. But like I said, it'll take all of us working together, and we'll have to be careful not to break the bark or we'll lose control." Everyone got into place, holding a hand over the trunks of several scrub oak. Just then, the voices started up again. They were angry. And coming fast. "Go!" Coolidge shouted. Nicole closed her eyes, envisioning the branches that were connected to the trunk she touched. She sensed magical pulses from Dave, Elise, and Coolidge, and opened her eyes. They were already getting stuff done. She wished she were faster at this. Thank goodness she wasn't out of practice though with wood. Her magic came quickly, and soon she was able to ask her bark to intertwine with the branches of the other Aretes. Lizzie was the only one unable to help, but she did figure out that she could light a fire even with the embryonic manipulator disrupting light sources. She held it up, helping the others see what they were doing. Nicole felt it when the Tarians reached the branches. She sensed the living parts of the branches straining against her, wanting to be released. She pushed harder with her magic. "That's good enough," Coolidge said. "We need to save our powers for when the Great Ones come." The 5 Aretes raced down the narrow path, past the lantern, and back to the creek, keeping a magical hold on the branches. They pounded down the trail, Nicole expecting the Tarians to break through at any moment. They'd only been away from the tunnel entrance for maybe a minute when Nicole felt her powers give up on the bark. The men were probably breaking through her section. She hoped the more experienced Aretes were holding better. Gunfire started cracking through the air, making her ears ring, and Nicole quickly realized what was going on. The men were shooting their way through the rest of the branches that covered the tunnel. "They'll only hold for a moment longer," Coolidge called over his shoulder. "Run faster." Nicole picked up speed, keeping pace with the others. She'd always hated running downhill, and this was definitely no exception. The trail was incredibly steep. She felt like she was about to tip forward and fall against the ground with every step. The men behind them cheered, the rest of the branches probably gave way. Just then, the light that shot up into the heavens suddenly died, and sunlight flooded the landscape. Nicole stumbled, blinded, nearly falling. She grabbed a tree branch to slow herself, noticing that the others were also pausing. Not wanting to wait for their eyes to adjust, the group continued forward but at a much slower pace. Nicole glanced behind them, shielding her eyes, but the trail had too many turns to see where Seth and his friend were. She hoped they'd be slowed down by the return of the sunlight too. Going down was much faster than hiking up, and after only 10 minutes they'd reached the truck. They pulled the camouflage branches off the truck, then hopped inside. Dave revved the engine, then pulled around and raced down the bumpy dirt road at a reckless speed. A gun boomed behind them and the back window shattered. The men were outside of the perimeter still. Nicole and the others crouched down. "Stay down," Dave barked. "There's more to come." He was right. Soon a volley of bullets was striking the truck. A back tire went flat, then the other. Nicole hoped Dave had good insurance on the rental vehicle. If the ride was bumpy before, it became bone-jarring after the truck lost those 2 tires. Nicole held onto the door as tightly as she could, hoping her seatbelt would stay attached. It did, and moments later they were barreling past the field and perimeter where the Tarians were gathered in their groups around bonfires. Nicole was happy to see that the bonfires had gone out, and guessed it had happened when the elixir had been used on the machine. Good. When the Tarians realized what was going on, they pulled out their guns and tried to shoot the truck too. It didn't take long for them to realize their guns didn't work. Nicole saw a lot of angry people. She stayed low just in case, not wanting to risk an arrow through the head if someone had brought a bow. They pulled up in front of the farmhouse, jumped from the truck, and raced inside. Joe and Austin were waiting at the door, and shut it behind them. Nicole knew that the Aretes, who surrounded the Tarians, had been instructed not to do anything unless it was absolutely necessary. She prayed this would end up being a peaceful day, with the Tarians leaving and never knowing they'd been surrounded by their enemies. Nicole's legs trembled and she nearly fell, but Austin's arms were suddenly around her, supporting her weight. Out of instinct, Nicole pushed away, then gasped, realizing there was no accompanying nausea with the contact. She turned in his embrace, putting her arms around him as well, holding him tightly. They were touching again. Oh, it was so wonderful. The elixir was gone. It was gone. And so was the grip the Great Ones had maintained on her for so long. Austin lifted Nicole's chin, his brown eyes full of concern. "How are you doing?" he asked, oblivious to the people who rushed around them to see what was going on outside. Nicole shrugged. "Fine, I guess." She smiled at him. "I destroyed the embryonic manipulator." Austin grimaced. "Yeah, I know. That's not a pain I ever want to experience again. It burned so badly. It forced me and Elise to the ground. Austin smirked. I'll bet it hurt worse for me than it did for you. Nicole mock glared at him. Does it have to be a competition? Only if I have a chance at winning. Austin's eyes strayed to her lips, and suddenly he dipped down and picked her up, cradling her in his arms. Nicole sighed, her arms tight around his neck. She met his lips willingly, eager to feel his kiss again, and not caring that others were in the room with them. She sighed to herself, loving the way his lips molded so perfectly to her own. The kiss ended abruptly, when someone started pounding on the door behind them. Nicole could tell from the magical pulses that it was an Aretes. Let me in, a guy yelled. Joe pulled the door open, and the man rushed into the house. The link just opened. We need help. Coolidge turned to him. We're coming. Get into your ranks. Start fighting to keep those demons in their own dimension. The man nodded, then raced back outside. Austin set Nicole down, a frustrated expression on his face. Nicole totally understood how he felt. They followed the experienced Aretes outside, Austin holding Nicole's hand tightly. Lizzie hesitated, and Nicole glanced back at her. She couldn't help but be worried for her best friend, who hadn't focused on perfecting her abilities. Would she be safe? You might want to stay in the farmhouse, Nicole said. Lizzie didn't say anything, but she did nod. Nicole turned forward again, and all thoughts and concern for her best friend were swallowed up in the sudden fear that cascaded over her when she saw the link. It was immense. Huge. It went for what had to be miles into the sky, and several hundred feet in either direction. It totally blocked all views of the mountain Nicole and her friends had just been on. Tentacles poured from it, reaching through space and time, curling around the edges of the portal, seemingly keeping the link open. And monsters, hundreds of them, were barreling through to Nicole's dimension. In the other dimension, Nicole could see explosions and fighting, as the Aretes that Elizabeth led fought to keep things contained. Aretes on this side had frozen in place, probably due to fear. They'd left their hiding places, and now lined the field, staring at the beings that were flowing through. The Tarians were also petrified, but they got over their surprise quickly, and started dancing around the fires they'd relit. Nicole realized the fighting would most likely happen between the monsters and Aretes, and not Aretes and Tarians. The non-magical humans were too distracted with worshipping. Nicole still hadn't taken a step off the back porch of the farmhouse. She clung to Austin's hand, watching the Aretes gather into their units. Then the fighting started. Instead of the roars and rushing forward that Hollywood always showed, most of the Aretes dropped to a crouch, heads down. It took Nicole a moment to figure out why. They were relying on their magical senses rather than their physical. And for good reason. Pulses flowed from the creatures, giving away their positions and speed. Suddenly, arrows started flying through the air, striking the beasts. Rocks and water too. Nicole looked around, trying to see what was going on. She quickly caught on. Each unit had several Aretes in the backs of their groups who were creating the weapons while others used them. A couple of felled trees were broken down and shaped into arrows. A huge rock had been smashed into pieces. Water seeped from under the dirt. Many monsters fell to the ground, no longer moving. The first wave of the attack seemed to catch the beasts off guard. Perhaps they'd expected no resistance. They probably thought all Aretes would be dead by now. At first, Nicole couldn't understand why something on a bigger scale wasn't being coordinated. A storm, perhaps. The land disappearing underneath the beasts. Water flooding the fields. But it occurred to her that those sorts of things would also kill Aretes, and would be very difficult to maintain. Not only that, but they would tire everyone present, keeping them from holding their defenses as more beasts came through the link. The front row of Aretes in all the units surrounding the field seemed to have the same task, that of preventing the monsters from reaching the units. Austin released Nicole's hand and joined his parents in a huddle. Thick fog swirled around them, then began expanding. Nicole wondered if her earlier guesses had been incorrect about wide-scale operations, but this seemed to be different. She could tell from their combined powers that the fog wasn't requiring a lot of magical strength, since there wasn't much resistance to it, no wind, hardly any heat. It expanded, thickening, and soon began covering everything and everyone with its darkness. Nicole struggled, trying to see through the fog. She realized something, however. The fog masked the Aretes from the Tarians and the monsters. She felt general unease from the monsters, as their pulses showed that they were hesitating. The Aretes didn't pause their attacks, however, using their powers to locate the creatures. This led Nicole to believe that even though the beasts were magical, they couldn't sense magic from other beings. If that were the case, it gave the Aretes a huge advantage. They didn't need to be able to see to attack, whereas the monsters did. Nicole reached out with her senses, following Austin and his parents' activity. They continued with the fog, then seemed to let go of it, allowing it to hover but not build. Then another Arete took over, while they turned their attention to helping keep the monsters from reaching the lines of Aretes. Nicole felt their powers rushing to Aretes, who were weakening. The youngs lent a portion of their magic to them. Coolidge figured out what they were doing, and dropped down next to them, helping. What could Nicole do? Yes, she could assist like that, but she hesitated. Was there something else that would benefit the Aretes, while allowing her to use her natural abilities? She wanted to maintain her strength for as long as possible, especially now that the elixir was gone, and not lending her more powers. Somehow, she knew that if she did what Austin and the others were doing, it would tire her far more quickly. Remembering her bracelet, Nicole pulled it out and fastened it. Lizzie joined Nicole, putting a hand on her elbow. What are you going to do? I don't know. Nicole closed her eyes, concentrating on pulling her magic to herself, wanting to be ready for when she knew where to direct her powers. While doing so, she recognized Robert's magical print. She hadn't seen him since going to Anna Morse's dimension. He was the one who'd taken over the fog just now. She'd missed that somehow. Nicole heard it when the Tarians' fires went out, probably suffocated by the fog. They began screaming at the Aretes. She heard them issuing orders to each other, their voices carrying easily through the fog. An idea popped into her mind. She sat on the porch steps, getting ready to put it into action. It didn't take long to send her magic out. She grinned, imagining the expressions on the faces of the Tarians as their voices inexplicably disappeared. One by one, she silenced all of the non-magical humans within her reach. She couldn't see them, and didn't know if it was stopping them from rushing the Aretes, but she hoped it was. Lizzie giggled. I know what you're doing, Nicole. Nicole smiled, not breaking her concentration. Too bad I can only start fires. The fog definitely would prevent me from doing that right now. You're fine, Lizzie, Nicole said. She kept tabs on the others while continuing what she was doing. Austin and his parents still had vast amounts of energy at their disposal, as did Coolidge. The Aretes who were fighting the monsters were tiring though. Something needed to put an end to this. Nicole looked up. The fog didn't cover the entire link and she could see monsters still coming through. What could happen to stop them? Elizabeth's Aretes were definitely exhausted. She could see that there were fewer of them fighting now than earlier. She sensed it when Robert's magic flowed to an end. She hoped he hadn't overdone it. She wanted to take over the fog, but knew that doing so would require a bit of control over water, which she hadn't mastered yet. And besides, the advantage it had given the Aretes was coming to an end as Nicole heard and sensed monsters approaching the farmhouse. She realized that they didn't have a unit protecting them there. The fog dissipated in a rush as someone, a winged Arete she couldn't see and whose print she didn't recognize, pushed away the monsters from her and the others. That person had obviously recognized the danger Nicole and her friends were in. The scene that was revealed as the fog dissolved sickened Nicole. Beasts had already reached the Aretes and were fighting, using tails, claws, and wings to attack the magical humans. Some of the Aretes were fighting back, but most were scattering. Without weapons and armor, they were defenseless against the more powerful creatures. Nicole wrung her hands. What more could she do? She definitely wasn't equipped to rush down and enter into combat. Despite the thousands of demons still coming through the link, there were thousands dead already. Their bodies covered the ground surrounding the link. And these didn't come back to life like the beasts Nicole and the rest had fought in Anna Morse's dimension. Suddenly, Nicole felt something grab her around the waist. She looked down but couldn't see anything. The grip tightened, and she was lifted into the air. She screamed, then squirmed and roiled, kicking at whatever held her. Nothing she did worked. For a moment, panic blinded her. She was at least 20 feet up and still couldn't see what carried her. Lizzie and the others yelled, chasing after her, but didn't get far before several monsters jumped in front of them. No! Nicole shrieked, reaching for her friends. But they were soon out of sight, as Nicole's captor carried her away. Nicole then realized something. The beast they'd fought after leaving Anna Morse's dimension had turned invisible as it drained blood. Was she being carried by something like that? It was very likely. But where was it taking her? Not toward the link, which was surprising. The creature was carrying her away from both the farmhouse and the portal. For several seconds, Nicole stopped squirming as she tried to figure out what was going on. She felt something grasping at her shirt and glanced down. Her Rebecca blocker got torn off and smashed into pieces midair, the sections tossed away. At that moment, she knew where she was going. Rebecca wanted to see her. Away from everyone else. Nicole swallowed, then forced herself to relax, to conserve her energy, both physically and magically. Her stomach and sides ached from the pressure of being held there. She was carried unnoticed, past an entire Aretes unit. None of them were looking up high enough, and they couldn't hear her calls for help over the sounds of the battle. At least 100 feet away from the unit, Nicole and her captor entered a thicket of trees. She was set down on the leafy ground, in the middle of a small clearing. She quickly righted herself, spinning, waiting for an attack from the beast or Rebecca. But nothing happened, and only the foliage was visible. "Hello," she called. "Rebecca?" Something crunched behind her and she whirled. Nothing was there. Had the beast left? Was she about to be alone with the elderly woman? "You shouldn't have betrayed me, Nicole." Nicole spun again. She still couldn't see Rebecca. "Where are you?" No answer. Suddenly, Nicole was struck across the back. She sprawled to the dead leaves, struggling to breathe through the pain in her ribs and lungs. "You had so much promise." Nicole was struck again, this time on the shoulder. She rolled over, trying to see where the attacks were coming from, but she couldn't even tell what had hit her. A rock? A branch? Not wanting to be helpless, Nicole pulled her magic to herself, grateful she hadn't spent it all yet. Quick as a flash, she sent up a whirlwind around herself just in time to see a rock hurl through the air. The whirlwind didn't stop the rock, but it did slow it enough for her to step out of the way. "You have so much left to learn, Nicole. So many lessons I could have taught you. If only you'd come willingly." Remembering that she could find Rebecca by searching for her magical pulse, Nicole reached out, sensing immediately where the woman was hiding. She was only marginally surprised to find that Rebecca was making her voice come from the opposite side of the grove of trees. Nicole released the whirlwind, instead focusing on Rebecca's magical print, then pulling it to herself. That was how she called Trevor to come, and she hoped it would work similarly with Rebecca. The woman materialized a few feet away from Nicole. For a moment she looked surprised, but that expression quickly melted into hatred. What could Nicole do that Rebecca couldn't? Not much, the woman was far more powerful. "Don't you have great ones to prepare for, old woman?" Nicole asked. Rebecca laughed. "They're wrapped around my finger. They'll do anything I ask, just wait and see." She leered at Nicole. "Have you heard what I plan to do with you?" Nicole rolled her eyes. "Remove my organs, and offer them to the Great Ones, as a means to obtaining a more powerful body for you." "Really, Rebecca? Why so cliché?" Rebecca disappeared, reappearing next to Nicole so quickly, Nicole wasn't able to do anything preventative. And that's not all, your powers will become mine. Rebecca gripped Nicole's arm and flung Nicole head over heels into a tree. Nicole gasped as pain radiated from her back where she'd hit the trunk. How had Rebecca done that? The power behind that grip had been immense. She struggled to her feet, trying to figure out how to fight a woman who was dead and who had access to huge amounts of strength. Rebecca tried to grab and throw Nicole again, but Nicole was able to twist out of her grip at the last moment. What to do, what to do? She tried to think through what she'd learned from Coolidge's book. Silencing Rebecca wouldn't do anything right now, but what was the next easiest thing she could use against the woman? It had to be enough to cause damage. She jumped when Rebecca came at her, but didn't dodge the attack in time and fell to the ground again, her face smarting where the woman's hand had connected. Why wasn't Rebecca using her powers to attack Nicole? Nicole grinned when she realized why. The woman was conserving. Just being here sapped her energy, as did touching Nicole. Using her powers would decrease them more than anything else. Nicole turned her concentration back to her side of the fight. She could increase the volume of sound. If she directed it at the old woman, it might stop her, hurt her in some way. Burst her eardrums. But what sound? Nicole looked around the small forest, trying to find something, anything, that would make enough noise. She could throw a rock, then use the noise it made when it landed. But she'd have to think fast, too fast, as that sort of noise would quickly dissipate. Then it occurred to Nicole. She could create the sound herself. Right away, she started screaming, shrieking at Rebecca. The moment the noise escaped her mouth, she amplified it, requesting it to increase exponentially and flow toward the woman. It worked. Rebecca clamped her hands over her ears, howling. Nicole increased the volume, also putting her own hands over her ears. Even though it wasn't resonating in her direction, it still hurt. Taking advantage of the woman's distracted state, Nicole reached out to the bark on the trees nearby, shredding it to slivers. She threw the slivers at Rebecca. Ignoring the pain her granddaughter was causing, Rebecca pulled out a pair of knives and rushed Nicole, thrashing. Nicole didn't get out of the way in time. The knives connected with her arms, slicing and ripping. Nicole screamed at the rush of pain. She protected her face and head, dropping to a ball on the ground. Rebecca followed. With one last pull on her magic, Nicole summoned bark, leaves, anything she could find, whirling it all around her and the elderly woman. She forced the particles into Rebecca's eyes, blinding her. Rebecca shrieked and dropped the knives, hands at her face. Finally, the effort was too much, and the woman started fading. She was still screaming when she disappeared. Nicole collapsed, breathing hard. Her arms smarted. Her bracelet didn't deliver shocks anymore. She must have pushed herself too far. She blinked, trying to clear her eyes. Her vision swam, lights flashing, then for a moment everything turned black. Nicole jerked awake. How long had she been out? Had Rebecca returned and stolen Nicole's organs? No, she would be dead if that were the case. Nicole rolled to a sitting position, then gasped when she saw blood all over her arms. She panicked, grasping at her chest. Her shirt was intact, her heart safe. Rebecca hadn't come back. Nicole shuddered, barely stopping herself from sobbing. She slowly pulled herself to her feet, dizzy. Was it from loss of blood? Would she make it back to the farmhouse? How bad were the cuts, anyway? Nicole flipped her arms each way, looking at the wounds. They weren't very deep. Rebecca must have already been weakening when she'd come at Nicole. Not knowing how much time had passed since she'd been carried away, Nicole stumbled from the forest, gaining speed and becoming more sure-footed, as adrenaline coursed once again through her system. She'd nearly made it back to the farmhouse, springing over the dead bodies of what she hoped were only Tarians and not Aretes, when suddenly monsters started converging on her. It was like they knew she was coming, and were determined to prevent her from returning to her friends. In fact, that was probably exactly what they were doing. Stupid Rebecca. Nicole wished she had a gun, before remembering there were machines that prevented them from working. Instead, she dodged, twirled, and ducked under monster after monster. There was no way she'd win in a fight against them. Something struck her arm, stinging her cuts. She didn't hesitate, but continued dodging and running. A prodding in her wrist from the bracelet made her realize her magic was returning. She obviously hadn't used as much of it as she'd thought. She reached back to the forest and pulled those slivers of bark to her again. Using as much wind as she dared, she blasted the slivers into the monsters that surrounded her. Several of them roared, rearing back. Expecting this, Nicole amplified their sound, pulsing it toward them at the fastest rate and loudest volume she could manage. More monsters fell away. One monster swiped at her with a forked tail, striking her across the thighs. She barely felt the pain before concentrating her powers on forcing the wind in the beast's lungs to vacate the creature. It only required a little more magic to prevent more air from going back inside. The monster fell to the ground with almost no effort on Nicole's part. Realizing she'd finally found something she could do to stop the creatures without using a ton of magic, Nicole focused on all of them at once, expelling the air from their lungs and not allowing more to enter. It didn't take long for the creatures to realize what was going on. They gave up on her and struggled, clawing at their chests and throats. Leaving them behind, Nicole climbed over a huge beast and sprang off it, racing across the distance to the farmhouse. It wasn't until she was up the steps and in her boyfriend's arms that she released her grasp on the air surrounding the monsters. She wasn't sure if that was long enough to kill them or just knock them out, but she couldn't hold on anymore. The bracelet had stopped electrocuting her again. She'd pushed herself too far, but it no longer mattered. She was safe for the time being. Austin held her tightly, kissing her. He pulled back and started. "You're covered in blood, Nicole. Please tell me it's not yours." His eyes met hers, and he must have seen something there because he clenched his jaw. "Let's get you inside," he said. Nicole looked down. Her thighs were bleeding where the monster had hit her. Leaves stuck to her arm wounds. Her shirt was stained red. Austin picked her up and crossed the porch. He entered the farmhouse, where he laid her gently on the couch and placed a quick kiss on her lips before turning to Joe. Lizzie sprung up from the armchair where she'd been seated, her face covered in tears. "Nicole," she exclaimed. "You're alive." She rushed to sit next to Nicole, pulling her friend's head into her arms. "You're all cut up, poor thing." "Do you have any bandages?" Austin asked Joe. Joe jumped to get some, while Austin pulled out a pocket knife and cut away the legs of Nicole's jeans. She flushed, wondering how long it had been since she'd last shaved her legs. It must have been a couple of days at least. Then she immediately felt silly for having that thought in circumstances like these. Either Austin was too concerned about her wounds, or he really didn't care because he didn't seem bothered by the prickles on her legs. He got to work right away, pulling leaves and twigs from Nicole's arms, a worried scowl on his face. Lizzie gently laid Nicole's head back down and got to work, helping Austin. A sudden shockwave blasted through the farmhouse. Nicole felt it, and judging by the expressions on Austin and Lizzie's faces, they did too. It knocked poor Joe over. He didn't get up again, and Austin stepped to his side, checking his pulse. "He's unconscious. Go find out what happened, help your parents. Lizzie and I'll take care of my cuts." "But, Austin, I'm not going to die right now, I promise. What's going on outside is far more important." Austin nodded. He gave Lizzie the first aid kit Joe had brought, then dashed outside. Nicole raised herself to a seated position, and she and Lizzie inspected her cuts. They definitely weren't life-threatening, but she would probably need stitches on a couple of them later. Nicole dug through the first aid kit, pulling out super glue, alcohol wipes, and lots of Band-Aids. She and Lizzie wiped the blood away with the alcohol wipes, Nicole wincing at the sharp pain. Then, making sure all debris they could see was gone, the girls got to work gluing the edges of the cuts together. Once the wounds had been taken care of to the best of their ability, they covered them with a multitude of Band-Aids. There wasn't anything bigger than that in the first aid kit. With Lizzie's help, the girls checked out the other places where she'd gotten injured, including her back, but none of the spots had drawn blood. "We need to find out what's going on outside," Nicole said, trying to get to her feet. No, we don't. I'll go look. Nicole shook her head. I'm coming. Don't you dare try to stop me. She added a smile to her words to soften them, but was completely serious, and Lizzie knew it. Fine, Lizzie grumbled, helping Nicole to her feet. After casting one last glance at poor Joe, who still hadn't moved, Nicole limped to the back porch with Lizzie's help. The Youngs were huddled together again, all three of them. Nicole felt more than saw them combine their powers to create another shockwave, this one much more intense than the first. She held on to Lizzie, nearly falling as the wave pulsed over her. All the monsters that were fighting Aretes dropped to the ground like flies. They didn't get up. But the Youngs also toppled over. Nicole got down next to Austin, ignoring the stinging in her thighs. He was unconscious. His parents were too. But they were still breathing. Coolidge staggered up to Nicole, sweat pouring down his pale face. What do we do? She asked. He shook his head. Nothing has prepared me for this, he said loudly. Nicole knew that meant he was overdoing it. Like everyone else. Coolidge continued. I realized it would be hard, but thousands of creatures? I was expecting hundreds. Nicole jumped when her bracelet started electrocuting her again. Thank goodness, her powers were returning. She must really be dancing along the threshold, if they were only staying away for a few minutes at a time. Just then, Nicole heard someone shouting her name. She shielded her eyes, gazing toward the link where the voice was coming from. Jack was climbing over bodies, racing toward her. Jack, she said, stumbling to her feet. She lurched forward, crossing the distance between them, pulling herself over monster bodies, ignoring the pain radiating from her arms and thighs. She should have taken painkillers while she had the first aid kit. Once she reached Jack, she said, What are you doing? I thought you couldn't leave that dimension. He fell in front of Nicole, and she tried to help him up. No. He looked up at her, tears tracking down his face and wetting his hair. They got Anna. She's gone, Nicole. Nicole's hand fluttered to her mouth. Oh no, Jack. I'm so sorry. She knelt next to him, her hands nervous, not sure what to do to comfort him. Great ones are coming, he breathed. Soon. Be here. Nicole gasped. What do we do? Hide. Don't think about them. Coolidge joined them and sat next to Jack. Why can't we think about them? He shouted. Draws their attention. Jack took one last breath, then his eyes rolled back and he slumped to the ground, his jaw slack. Coolidge gently closed Jack's eyelids. He helped Nicole up, then they stared down at Jack, Nicole offering her thanks to him for his valiant service. The two of them turned around. Nicole wished they could do something about Jack's body, but there wasn't enough time. We can't think about the great ones, she said as they stumbled toward the farmhouse, Coolidge helping Nicole over the fallen beasts. How are we going to get that message out to everyone? We aren't, Coolidge shouted. You are. Nicole winced at how loudly he was speaking. By doing what? Using your natural ability in reverse. Nicole shook her head. I can't do that, I've never done it before. Besides, isn't it supposed to be one of the hardest things an Arete can do? Look around you, Nicole. Who else is going to do it? One more slight expenditure of my magic will damage my brain permanently, and it still wouldn't be enough. At least you're a native wind Arete. Wind was the last ability I conquered. I might have enough energy left to strengthen you, but it'll still be a lot better for you to do it than it would be for me or anyone else. He leveled a gaze at her as they stopped outside the farmhouse. The Great Ones are already familiar with your print. They know you're here. The most important thing we can do right now is keep them from realizing just how many Aretes are fighting. It'll save lives, having you expend the last bit of energy just before their arrival instead of me or someone else. Lizzie jumped to her feet from where she'd been sitting next to the still unconscious Youngs. I want to help. What can I do? Lend every ounce of power you have to Nicole. Nicole took a deep breath, realizing that what Coolidge said was true. She had no choice, not when innocent lives were at stake. Closing her eyes and biting her lips, she reached out to her magic once again. How was she going to do this? Shout at them? Use her powers to amplify her voice? That was definitely something she could do, but it wouldn't be a good idea. Shouting would defeat the purpose of asking people to hide. She thought through everything she'd learned over the past year. Her hands ached to hold a cello, and she realized with sadness that it had been months since she'd last touched one. She simply hadn't had time. Knowing she was distracting herself, Nicole forced herself to concentrate. She felt a slight pulse as the great ones drew near. Hopefully they were still far enough away for her to do something. Then an idea occurred to her. Maybe she could use a part of what she'd learned earlier, when she'd stolen the monster's air. She nodded to herself, knowing that was her best bet, then reached out to Aretes around the field, selecting several in each group. She hesitated, making sure she knew how to proceed, then pushed to those people, forcing wind through their vocal folds, asking that wind to move around the mouths in the way necessary to form the words she needed the people to say. She trusted that the wind, her magic, would know what to do. It would come out as a whisper, since she couldn't control the actual mouths and voices of the people. Maybe if she pushed just harder, the wind would possibly cause the jaws and tongues of the Aretes to move a little. She hoped it would be enough. She hoped it would be audible. But Nicole felt resistance, a lot. She turned to Coolidge. They're not letting me through. Send a pulse to them, have your magic follow mine. They'll recognize your print easier than mine. Coolidge nodded, and Nicole sensed as his pulses glided along with hers, prodding at the people she was working with. Almost immediately, the resistance melted away. She felt the Aretes relax their mouths and airways. Spread word that the great ones are coming, Nicole whispered. Hide. Don't think about them, that will draw their attention. She heard as the whisper started being repeated at higher volumes, and relaxed her hold on the Aretes whose breath she'd controlled. That wasn't too hard, Nicole said, glancing at Coolidge. I can't create sound, so I wasn't going against my natural ability. Creating sound involves controlling living flesh. But I can control wind. He clapped her on the back, not noticing her flinch. Genius idea. Now, hide. His eyes were on the link. They're almost here. Nicole looked as well, but couldn't see anything. She didn't doubt Coolidge, though. With some effort, she, Lizzie, and Coolidge pulled the Youngs up the steps and into the farmhouse, where Joe was huddled near a window. The war's over, he asked skeptically, a dazed expression on his face. Nicole was glad to see he wasn't in horrible shape after getting knocked out. No, it's not, she said. Then why did all them monsters stop fighting? Nicole glanced outside. He was right. She hadn't noticed, but every monster had frozen in place, their expressions slack. Aretes, who hadn't heard the news of the arrival of the Great Ones, were knocking those beasts down quickly and easily. Just then, a magical pulse started growing, originating from the link. Nicole's hand automatically sought out her necklace, then grasped at her neck when she remembered the thing was gone. The pulsing was strong. It rattled against her ribs, forcing her heartbeat to change rhythm. Don't think about them, Coolidge said. Get down, lay on the floor. Nicole did her best to obey, but her mind refused to cooperate. Only the approaching beings filled her thoughts. She sensed them calling the lesser monsters away, commanding them to return to their dimensions. Telling them that their role in this war was over. Ignoring Coolidge's warning hiss, Nicole crawled to the window to look out. She didn't know why, but something inside her forced her to do so. At first, the link wasn't visible at all. Then she realized it was because something huge, massive blocked it. She couldn't see the top of that thing. All she could see were layers and layers of vines that writhed and squirmed. Too green and leafy to be snakes. The object lifted, moved closer, then set down, crushing several Tarians and beasts in the process. It's a leg, Nicole whispered. A leg? No one responded. She hoped they were more successful at ignoring the Great Ones than she was. But for some reason, she knew that ignoring these creatures wouldn't do her any good. As Coolidge had already said, they knew she was here. Knew who she was. She couldn't hide. Nicole. Their pulses pounded against her. She felt them reach to her magically. They inspected her inside and out, hesitating at her heart. A sudden pressure forced Nicole to the floor of the farmhouse. She could barely breathe, couldn't move. She screamed, sensing as the Great Ones continued probing her mind, their touch searing like a hot iron. She felt them replace all of her senses with new ones, mental rather than physical. She saw what the Great Ones saw, heard what they heard, felt what they felt. They called her to come, and suddenly she was outside, floating 2 feet above the ground. The Great Ones towered around her, several sets of legs visible. She looked up, but couldn't see anything but the vast legs. Nicole struggled, swinging her arms, trying to get down, but nothing she did worked. She sensed it when the Great Ones started laughing. It was a patronizing chuckle. They were amused by her antics. "Where is the other?" one of the Great Ones said. Nicole thought she physically heard the voice, but the language was guttural and impossible for her to understand. The thoughts came directly to her mind in her own language. Just then, Austin appeared next to Nicole. His eyes moved wildly around before landing on her. She could see worry there, frustration too. Almost as soon as Austin was outside, he was slammed into her over and over. She tried to push him away, but again her efforts were in vain. And again the Great Ones laughed at her. "Why so eager to get him away from you?" another voice said, this one softer than the first, "when not long ago you couldn't stay away from one another. Isn't this what you want?" Austin's face was pressed up to Nicole's, his lips smearing along hers. The force behind the push was strong enough for Nicole's teeth to hurt the insides of her mouth. If it was hurting her, Austin was definitely feeling it too. "Stop it!" Nicole screamed. "You're hurting him." More laughter. "That's the point, little one," the softer voice said. "Let's fuse them together." That came from the first Great One. "Then they'll never be parted. They can be in each other's arms forever." The skin on the right side of Nicole's body started opening up. It felt like she was being cut with millions of shards of glass. Pain radiated throughout her entire body, making her scream. And she wasn't the only one being tortured. Blood poured from the left side of Austin's body, and she could see the agony in his eyes. "No!" Rebecca screamed, appearing next to Nicole. "Have you forgotten your purpose here? Why I've brought you?" "Why you've brought us," the louder Great One said. "Oh, by all means, do give us a reminder. We're working toward joining 2 Aretes, me and Nicole, into one supreme being. Let's not lose focus." The Great Ones chuckled. "And aren't we doing that right now?" asked the softer-voiced Great One. "Besides, what makes you think you're better than the boy? I'm more powerful. And I'm her grandmother." "Of course the hag tries to reason with us," the big-voiced Great One said. "It's less effort on your part." Rebecca looked like she was searching for other reasons. "Plus, there will be different, more entertaining results." Through her pain, Nicole sensed boredom in the minds of the Great Ones. She realized something then: they really didn't care what happened. They simply sought entertainment. The Great Ones finally decided to continue with Rebecca's plan. Nicole saw their mental conversation play out quickly. The possibility of trying something new, which was what Rebecca proposed, versus doing something they'd done before, which was what they were attempting with Nicole and Austin. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief when the pain stopped. The blood that floated in the air around her returned, and her skin patched together again. She saw the same relief mirrored in Austin's eyes. For a moment, the Great One seemed to forget he was there as they conversed. The conversation was so fast and so intellectual, Nicole wasn't able to follow it. She did sense multiple voices, however, and wondered just how many beings were nearby. The pain had finally disappeared, and for the first time in a while, Nicole was truly grateful for her grandmother. Until she remembered what the woman wanted to do with her instead. The Great Ones turned their mental attention on Nicole, sensing her thoughts. "Yes. It will be painful," the one with the big voice said. "And not just physically," said the softer-voiced Great One. It must hurt emotionally as well, as penance for your disobedience. If you'd only obeyed, little one, this would have been a fast process that you and he wouldn't remember. The loud-voiced Great One chuckled. We'll save the purification of your heart for last. No sense having him be a stranger to you. We want both of you to remember your agony as much as possible as he inflicts the wounds. A knife appeared in Austin's hand. He saw it at the same time Nicole did. Absolute terror flashed in his eyes as he realized what was about to happen. With his other hand, Austin shoved Nicole. She landed on a hard surface, banging her head. At first, she was too shocked to react as the surface raised to the height of Austin's waist. Then she rolled over, trying to get off of what was obviously a table before anything could happen. Austin grabbed her shoulder and yanked her back, stomach up again. He pinned her down, his forearm across her collarbones, and set the knife aside. Then he tied her arms with straps that appeared. Nicole kicked, no longer caring if she caused him harm. He wasn't doing this, the Great Ones were. One blow landed him solidly in the stomach and he doubled over, coughing, before slapping her across the face. Nicole's eyes smarted and she gasped, losing all fight, trying not to cry as Austin tied her legs and ankles too. His eyes didn't leave her face, and she could see the absolute horror and misery there. He was begging her to forgive him. I love you, Nicole whispered. Then she looked upward to where she knew the Great Ones watched. Please, please let us go. The Great Ones only laughed. Nicole tried another tactic. She gazed intently at Austin. Fight them, Austin. Overpower their control on you. He can't, said the soft-voiced monster. The magic inside his cells obeys its masters. Austin picked up the knife again. The louder Great One whispered, let him hold her heart in his hands and watch it beat its last beat. Rebecca stepped to Nicole, an expression of pure glee on her face. They'll have him remove your least important organs first, starting with your kidneys. Your heart and brain will be last. Nicole shook her head, staring at her grandmother. Rebecca, you can't go through with this. The old woman raised an eyebrow. You think you can convince me to put a stop to a plan that has been in the works for over 100 years? Rebecca clicked her tongue. Such naivety. Austin approached, his gaze torn, troubled, tears falling. He grabbed her shirt, pulling it up to her ribs. The knife point pricked her skin, and Nicole screamed from the pain. Apparently, the Great Ones wanted to draw out the operation because Austin's movements slowed. Nicole sensed the Great Ones chuckling, enjoying her misery. She threw up, and was vaguely aware of the Great Ones laughing even more. This one must enjoy vomiting, as she frequently allows her body to do it. Nicole had no idea which Great One said it. Austin pulled his hand back and the pain subsided. How deeply had she been cut? The agony was dissolving. They must not have had him push the knife too far. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to breathe through the pain, to think, to concentrate before they had him continue. She was her only hope for survival. Coolidge and the others in the farmhouse were probably frozen. Austin wasn't in control of his actions. He couldn't speak. Nicole knew better than to think she could use magic against these beings, but she could use her voice. She could use what she knew about Rebecca. Casting her thoughts around, aware that the Great Ones knew what was on her mind, Nicole mentally said, Rebecca plans to continue usurping your strength and abilities. This is only the first step. She'll gain more and more power. The Great Ones chuckled. And you think we'll allow her to do so? The loud one asked. What are you saying to them? Rebecca asked, glaring at Nicole. Don't pay her any attention. Finish the procedure. You've barely even cut her. Nicole ignored the woman, sensing that she had the Great One's attention. Perhaps not immediately, Nicole thought, but she'll pester you until you do. And if you allow her to remain free, she'll seek out other sources of power. Nothing will stop her until she rules over you. The Great Ones were silent for a moment. Search her, the louder one said. I have, the soft-voiced Great One said. There isn't anything in the hag's mind to show what little one says is true. And besides, it isn't possible. Ignoring the denial, Nicole turned to Rebecca. What do you plan to do with your powers once you have them? Rebecca answered immediately, without thought. Rule over the earth with the great ones. A grumbling sounded through the skies, and Rebecca glanced up in fear. I mean underneath you, great ones, always a step below. Just one step? Or however far below you I need to be. Nicole continued. Isn't she already where you want her? If she were higher, she'd have access to things she doesn't now. Nicole took a deep breath, hoping what she was about to say was true. That she wasn't gambling needlessly with her life. And there are others who are nearly as powerful as you, aren't there? What's to stop her from seeking them the moment she's out of your sight? How do you know she hasn't already talked to them, found a way to prevent you from seeing all her thoughts? The Great One scoffed. You speak of things you don't understand, the loud-voiced one said. This woman will never be at our level. Oh, I'm sure that's correct, Nicole thought. She decided to change tactics. And do you really plan to stay here on this planet, ruling over insignificant humans? Sure, we're amusing for a time, but what happens when you grow bored? What happens when the planet can no longer support such powerful beings? You'll destroy it and move on? Doesn't that require more energy than moving on now? The Great Ones hesitated for a moment. Stop trying to talk them out of this, Rebecca said, an ugly sneer on her face. Nicole raised an eyebrow at the woman. You really think I'll obey? She lay back on the table, exhausted from the mental conversation and needing a brief break, even if she risked going under the knife again. Her side ached. Austin stood motionless next to her, the same panic still in his eyes. It occurred to her that he might not be able to hear the conversation. She sent him a reassuring look, glad that for the time being, he wasn't getting pushed around like a dummy. She wondered if his blocker had been broken. How had the Great Ones even sensed him? Thinking this made her wonder. And she looked back at Rebecca. Are you hiding your thoughts from them? Rebecca's face went blank for a moment, her jaw dropping. She recovered quickly. What are you talking about? She sputtered. Nicole smiled. You're keeping them from sensing your true intentions, aren't you? Rebecca looked up, fear crossing her face. I would never do something like that, she said, more to the Great Ones than to Nicole. Is that so? The soft-voiced Great One said. Then why are you suddenly so afraid, so riddled with guilt? I am not. Seeming to be giving up on defending herself, Rebecca glared at Nicole. I'll kill you myself. She lunged at Nicole, her hands encircling Nicole's throat. She leaned over, screaming in Nicole's face. Just as soon as they'd gripped Nicole, however, Rebecca's hands released their hold. They spread apart, her arms straight, Rebecca's face registering shock. What are you doing? She shouted. I thought we agreed you wouldn't touch or control me in any way. And why is it so important that we not touch you, we wonder? The soft-voiced Great One said. Rebecca's clothing started shredding, and her body turning. Soon she was down to a simple set of underclothing, a black object tied around her waist. What's this? The loud Great One said. The black object was ripped from her body and smashed midair, pieces of metal flying in all directions, nearly striking Nicole and Austin. The moment the object was no longer whole, a horde of thoughts and memories flooded through Nicole's mind. At first, she couldn't make sense of them. They weren't her own, where were they coming from? Then she realized she was seeing them through the Great Ones, who were witnessing them in Rebecca's mind. Nicole had been right. Rebecca had sought out many other powerful beings. All promised to help the woman once she reached a certain level of ability. But she had to get it from the Great Ones first, as a way to prove her intentions. Once she'd done that, the other beings would unite and come against the Great Ones and destroy them, eventually combining their strengths to make Rebecca into something far more powerful than the Great Ones had been. The Great Ones were the most powerful beings anywhere, Nicole could see that. They'd created all of the other monsters, had given them abilities, had used them as slaves. But those creations had turned on them, and were now seeking to destroy the Great Ones. Nicole recognized Shoggoths and Agarks in Rebecca's memories, along with a few croants and nightgaunts. It quickly became obvious that Rebecca had started gathering supporters long before she'd passed away. Rebecca seemed to see the precarious position she was in. She put her hands forward, supplicating the Great Ones. I promise none of that is true. Those memories were planted in my head by Agarks. I have no desire to remove you from your positions. If only we believed that, the loud Great One said. Nicole was surprised at the complete void of feelings from the beings. Why weren't they upset? Angry? Were they separating their feelings from her? Or was she simply too far below them, intellectually, to follow? She figured the latter was probably more correct, as she caught a brief snippet of intense hatred and anger. Their level of emotions ran deep, far deeper than she could sense. Do we destroy her now? The soft-voiced one said. Or banish her to earth? We can't leave her outside our gaze, the loud-voiced being responded. She'll continue her plans until she succeeds. Rebecca's jaw dropped. No, I won't. I promise. I've learned my lesson. Please listen, please trust me. The Great Ones chuckled. Trust, the soft-voiced Great One said. You ask us to trust after you've lied so many times? We'll take her and the others with us, the softer Great One said, thoughts going out to the Tarians on the field. We haven't had help in many eons. And perhaps we'll fuse a few of them together. We'll continue the process we've started here. Nicole shivered as she felt all the Great Ones turn their attention to her. She no longer could tell who was saying what, the conversation bits were coming so quickly. Let us find someone who won't require purification. But we've already started the process with little one. It'll still take time for her heart to be ready. We should punish them further for disobeying. Yes, we should. But not today. She was instrumental in discovering a plot to destroy us. We'll leave her be for now. The bindings holding Nicole's arms and legs released, and Nicole sat up, rubbing her wrists and trying to ignore the throbbing in her side. Rebecca glared at Nicole. I won't forget this. Fear not, old woman, the soft-voiced Great One said to Rebecca. Soon you'll be living with us, and all will be right again. I don't understand. You'll allow me to dwell with you even after everything I've done? So she does admit to lying. Of course she would. Yes, the loud one said to Rebecca. Even after everything. Rebecca hesitated. It's that easy? Of course it is. We choose to uncomplicate matters by allowing you to join our other slaves. Rebecca's mouth opened and closed. Slaves? Slaves? No. I'm supposed to rule with you. It's my birthright, it's the reason I was born. No one rules with us. Have we not established this already? And you've said that wasn't your intention anyway. Are you now taking back what you said earlier? Rebecca looked down, anger radiating from her face, her fisted hands shaking. No, I'm not. Nicole was impressed with the woman's self-control. She walked on a precarious surface and recognized it, even though she wanted to scream and threaten the Great Ones. Very well. Prepare yourselves. We must transform you and the others before you can join us. Suddenly, the Tarians who filled the field started getting up, brushing themselves off. They'd obviously been released and allowed to move of their own will. When they realized who was standing around them, the men and women raised their faces and arms, loudly cheering the Great Ones, then bent down, worshipping them. Nicole gasped when the massive legs that surrounded her lifted, stepping repeatedly on the Tarians, crushing them. She couldn't bear to see the carnage when the legs pulled back, but there wasn't any. Instead, she was surprised to see the Tarians get up and shake themselves off. How was it possible? Cling to us, the loud Great One commanded. You first, the beast said to Rebecca. Rebecca and her Tarians obeyed. In hordes, the hundreds of them who were still living, and even hundreds more who had died, followed Rebecca to the leg. Rebecca was the first to climb. Using the vines, she pulled herself up into the thick growth that covered the leg. She latched herself to the living ropes, glancing down as her Tarians climbed up after. Nicole smiled at the anger and bitterness on her grandmother's face. Good riddance. All but one of the great ones left through the link. Nicole expected their steps to shake the earth, but she felt nothing. The last great one turned its attention to Nicole. Nicole, may we never meet again. Dread the day it happens. Learn from your grandmother. Nicole gave her word. She knew she'd never seek more power, she had so much to learn still. Even if she stopped progressing, she was happy with where she'd gotten. And she definitely didn't hunger for prestige. All she wanted were Austin and her friends. Austin, she whispered, suddenly realizing her physical senses had returned at some point. She was back in the farmhouse, lying on the floor, looking out the large window. As she watched, the link shrank in on itself, the tentacles that were holding it open pulling inward. Is it over? Lizzie whispered. Nicole carefully rolled to a sitting position, grimacing at the pain from her multiple wounds, and glanced over the rest of the room. Austin was unconscious near his parents, who were still knocked out. Lizzie, Coolidge, and Joe were stirring. At first no one responded, then Coolidge cleared his throat. It would seem so. Nicole looked at her side, where her shirt was still pulled up. A small incision, about a quarter-inch long, was there. Her side throbbed, but the incision wasn't bleeding anymore, the blood had clotted. All of that had actually happened. Whoa. She couldn't believe she'd nearly lost a kidney. Nicole straightened her shirt, covering the cut, just as Austin crawled to her side, obviously awake now. Tears streaked down his face, his eyes showing the agony he still felt. Nicole pulled him toward herself, holding him close, shushing him. It's all right, Austin. I'm fine, we're both fine. She felt her own tears start to fall, as she realized how close she'd come to having her boyfriend gut her alive. What's going on? Coolidge asked, hobbling to his feet, hesitating, his hand stretched toward Nicole and Austin. He seemed confused, wanting to comfort them but not sure why they needed comfort. Nicole met his gaze. Rebecca nearly got her wish. Which one? Nicole glanced down at Austin's face as he looked into her eyes. She pushed the hair off his forehead, running her fingers through it, trying to show him that she didn't harbor ill feelings toward him. The one where my organs were supposed to be joined with hers. Lizzie jumped to her feet, bounding across the room and falling to her knees next to Nicole and Austin. Are you serious? You're okay? What happened? Nicole took a deep breath, then filled the others in on the attempted operation and the discussion with the great ones. I was hoping none of it had really happened, but... She pulled up her shirt again, showing them the cut on her side. Even if it didn't occur, it was real to Austin and me. Austin had calmed down by then, and was sitting up, tightly holding Nicole's left hand, his other arm around her shoulders. Nicole knew he would have a hard time letting her go again, a feeling she shared. They'd experienced more together than probably any other living couple. None of you saw what happened? She asked. Lizzie sheepishly raised her hand. I saw a bit. I couldn't help it. I looked out the window after you did, Nicole. You and Austin were blocked from view. But plenty of other things happened. Did you see the Tarians all get killed? I'm betting that's when the Great Ones said they had to be transformed. Nicole frowned, tilting her head. No, I didn't. I only noticed the Great Ones stepping on them, then they all got up and left together. Lizzie shook her head. That's not what happened. The Great One's foot crushed them all. They didn't get up again after that, there's no way they would have been able to. Austin stood and went to his parents while Nicole stepped to the window. She gasped. Lizzie was right, the field was a mess of broken bodies. She slowly shook her head. But why did I see something totally different? You were seeing things through a different set of eyes, Austin said from where he knelt, checking his mother's pulse. Coolidge sat on the couch, leaning back and closing his eyes. I'm worried about that, actually. Nicole obviously has a connection to the Great Ones that none of us have. It's been there for quite some time too, since before the elixir. Nicole frowned. You're referring to when I played my cello in Aretes? He nodded. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that the Great Ones keep occasional tabs on all their creations. They probably know your print through those beasts. That's a happy thought, Elise murmured, her head rolling to face Nicole. She was pale and gaunt. The day had required a lot of her and her husband. Dave was also stirring. Coolidge got up from the couch and pulled his phone from his pocket. Well, let's hope Nicole's tie to the Great Ones was severed when they left. He stepped out of the room, talking on his phone. No one said anything. It was a sobering thought, and Nicole hoped she wouldn't forever be tied to those cruel beings. What I find hilarious, Lizzie said, is that the Tarians had to die in order to get what they wanted. Nicole smiled. She wouldn't describe it as hilarious. More like ironic. Then her smile disappeared, and she sank into the couch, putting her face in her hands. I didn't get everyone killed. I didn't fail. She bit her lips, trying to swallow the sobs that wanted to be released. Lizzie sat on one side of her, and Austin the other. Austin's hand sought hers. You were excellent, he whispered. Lizzie pointed to the band-aids on Nicole's thighs and arms. So you didn't explain how you got those injuries. Nicole had nearly forgotten about those wounds, with everything that had happened since. She told them about her little showdown with Rebecca and the monsters. You suffocated them? Lizzie said, grimacing. Genius, but wow. I hope I never get on your bad side. Nicole playfully elbowed Lizzie. Like I do that to you. Coolidge stepped back into the room. We're calling in the National Guard to help with all the bodies. He motioned to Joe, who had been sitting silent in a rocking chair the whole time. You won't need to worry about any of them. Joe nodded. Thank you. He ran a hand through his hair. Can't believe it happened on my property. Coolidge motioned to him and the others. Let's go outside and help get the injured people to the shade around the farmhouse. He eyed Nicole's wounds. You stay here. You're bleeding again. Austin, help her with that. Nicole swore she could see a glimmer of teasing in her professor's eyes. She smiled to herself. He knew they would love some alone time. Everyone but Nicole and Austin left. Nicole relaxed back against the couch while Austin replaced a couple of bandages and re-glued a few parts that hadn't been put together very well. He also found another cut on the back of her arm and fixed it up, then inspected the incision on her side, adding a bit of glue to it. When he was satisfied, he set the first aid kit aside and nestled next to Nicole, gingerly taking her in his arms. He brushed his face against her neck, breathing deeply. I know you don't blame me, but I'm so sorry for what happened out there. Nicole turned her head and kissed him. His lips were gentle, soft. The expression, the pain in your eyes will haunt me forever, she whispered. Austin grimaced. I think that's what they wanted. Nicole nodded, resting against him. Her body ached everywhere. Her cheek and thighs throbbed, her arms sighed and stomach stung. But she was in Austin's arms. She vowed she'd never leave them again if she didn't have to. Chapter 12. As Coolidge said they would, the National Guard showed up and helped sort through the bodies. Buses were called back, and several took wounded people to the closest medical centers. People were spread from Missoula down through Salmon and on to Idaho Falls. Then the process of identifying those who died started. It was a long ordeal, and Nicole was grateful she wasn't in charge of it. She did, however, insist on taking care of Jack's body. She knew they wouldn't find any family in this dimension, and she wanted to reunite Jack with Anna. The National Guard carted away the bodies of the beasts that had come through the link. Nicole didn't know where they were going, and she didn't care. Not surprisingly, most of the dead were Tarians, though several Aretes had also passed away. Nicole was saddened to learn that Robert was one of them. While they were taking care of the Tarians in this location, reports started coming in to Coolidge from Professor Nielsen and other Silvers around the world. Apparently, someone had filmed the entire event that had taken place on Joe's fields, and once the Tarians saw the Great Ones kill other Tarians so quickly and easily, they surrendered. That video ended up in the hands of the government, but Nicole knew copies of it would be surfacing all over. She also heard from Esteban. The Tarians still hadn't successfully broken into the lab, and their attacks had slowed to a trickle until finally coming to a stop after the disaster with the Great Ones occurred. Esteban had explored headquarters and found a year's supply of food, along with a lot more morphine. He and the others were quite happy to stay there for the rest of their short lives. He refused to tell Nicole how they were doing physically, not wanting her to be even more upset. He reassured her, however, that they were happy, relaxing, playing card games, and enjoying controlled doses of morphine. They were in a much better place now, thanks to Nicole and Lizzie. Nicole, Austin, Coolidge, and Lizzie accompanied Jack's body to Ohio, where they met Professor Nielsen. A week had passed since the Great Ones had visited this dimension, and it had taken that long before the link in Ohio was open again. During that time, Nicole had spent several days in the hospital getting stitched up and pumped full of antibiotics. Not surprisingly, she'd gotten an infection from the surgery on the field. It cleared up after a few days, and she was discharged with only scars and memories. Nicole had arranged with Trevor to meet them on the other side of Anna Morse's apartment in that dimension. He and several Aretes would accompany them to Anna Morse's burial spot, where a place had been chosen for Jack. The group was quiet as they walked the windy street up to the crooked building. The elderly people who lived on that street avoided making eye contact, as usual. So did the building's superintendent. As he promised, Trevor was waiting for Nicole and the rest. What surprised her was to find Robert there as well. His reunion with Coolidge was a happy one. After exchanging quick hugs and stories, they turned their attention to matters at hand. Trevor updated them on the situation this side of the link. "We've never seen such calm here. The beasts know they were whipped. The Great Ones have ordered them not to bother Earth for a long time. Have you heard from Elizabeth? Or any of the other Aretes who fought?" He smiled. "Everyone has resumed their usual activities without fanfare or expecting gratitude. They were fighting for themselves, their own powers. And Elizabeth decided to reside in another dimension, one that is difficult to reach. She's done helping, as you can probably imagine." Nicole could. She wished, though, that they could have given the woman a final thanks. After an hour of walking with the men carrying the coffin, they finally reached Anna Morse's grave. Nicole's wounds throbbed. She couldn't wait to get back home. Mrs. Morse been encased in a tomb constructed completely of bones. It was a little creepy, but obviously it was the norm. All of the tombs around Anna's were the same. And since that was the most easy to acquire material in the entire dimension, it made sense. After a brief burial service, Austin and Coolidge pushed the coffin in next to Anna's. Trevor and Robert shut the door, making sure it was firmly in place, then shook hands with all the living Aretes. "Until next time," Robert said, directing his comments to Coolidge. "Let me know what you decide." Coolidge nodded, a knowing expression on his face. He glanced at Nicole and Austin, then back to Robert. "I'll keep you updated." Nicole was too tired to press for information right then. Besides, she knew Coolidge would say something eventually. Nicole and Lizzie opened their apartment door, letting it slam against the wall. They stood on the threshold for several moments before Austin, who waited behind them, cleared his throat. "I kind of would like to put these down." Nicole sighed. "Okay." But she still didn't move. Though she knew it wasn't quite accurate, she felt like this apartment had started everything. It was here that Rebecca first made contact with Nicole. The leather journal had followed her here many times. She'd experienced her first horrible vision of other dimensions here. She'd practiced her powers here more than anywhere else. And it was home. She didn't feel attached to Dallas anymore. She knew she'd never return there again, except maybe to see her brothers occasionally. Tiffany and Dad had disappeared. No one had heard from them since before the link opened, and Paul, Nicole's brother, and his wife Julia were the only ones who seemed terribly upset about it. Chase and Derek actually admitted that they'd been able to breathe better. Nicole figured she'd eventually miss her dad, but Tiffany. She shook her head as she put her things in her bedroom. Tiffany was someone she'd love to avoid for the rest of her life. Nicole returned to the kitchen where Austin stood next to the counter, hands in his jeans pockets, darkened silver hair tousled, warmly smiling. He stared at Nicole, not even seeming to notice that Lizzie was still there. Lizzie grinned at Nicole and Austin, then excused herself, a mischievous expression on her face. Nicole stepped into Austin's embrace, sighing contentedly. His arms enveloped her, held her tightly. He nibbled her jaw. "I love you," he said, his voice husky. Nicole tilted her head, enjoying the feel of his lips on her face. She relaxed in his arms, putting hers around his neck. Austin's kisses cascaded over her cheeks, forehead, jaw. His hands roamed into her hair. Nicole smiled, realizing he was teasing her by avoiding her mouth. Well, she'd take things into her own hands. She grabbed his face, holding his head in place. "I love you too," she whispered back, looking into his warm brown eyes. Then she kissed him. He responded eagerly. That kiss was the sweetest, best she'd ever experienced. It had no strings attached. No guilt behind it. No pain or misery or suffering. The hunger she'd experienced last time in this apartment, when they'd shared that forbidden kiss, was gone now. He was hers forever. Their time together that evening ended far too early, and soon Nicole was saying goodbye. He promised to come by the next morning. She wished he didn't have to leave at all, but they both desperately needed a good night's sleep. Neither had slept more than 4 hours a night over the past month. Nicole took her time getting ready for bed. It was well past midnight when she finally relaxed between the sheets, gingerly pulling her covers up and over her wounded body. She was just slipping away when she heard something at her window. A tap-tapping. Nicole's eyes fled open. She stared outside, her heart racing. Had the Vines returned? Was Rebecca back to torture her? Nothing was there. But someone was in the apartment. She heard a whispered voice, a creak in the hallway. More on edge now than ever, Nicole wished for one of Dad's guns. Then she rolled her eyes. She was an Aretes. She had powers at her disposal, even if they were slightly less strong now that the elixir was gone. But they were there, they were hers, and she sensed them now, ready and willing. It suddenly occurred to her that the nighttime visitors might actually be friends, wanting to play a prank on her. She'd seen Denise, her upstairs neighbor, in the lobby of the building briefly. She'd mentioned wanting to welcome Nicole and Lizzie back, Denise style, whatever that meant. Not knowing what else to do, Nicole pretended to be asleep. Her door creaked open. She struggled with keeping her body relaxed. Just in case, she reached out magically for the chair at her desk, ready to use it if needed. What she didn't expect was the sound of a gun cocking. "Keep it on her," a man whispered. "But you promised I could have my fun, give her what she deserves before you shoot." Nicole's floor creaked a split second before someone landed on top of her. She gasped, struggling to get out from under whoever it was. Moonlight glinted on bright blonde hair and a pair of brown eyes. "Greg." "Get off me." Nicole struggled, trying to push him away. "Stop fighting, Nicole." Tiffany shouted. Nicole froze. Her mother stood in the doorway, a large .45 revolver trained on her daughter. Greg laughed. "Thanks, Tiff," he said. He yanked on Nicole's pajama top, trying to rip it off of her. She gasped at the pain of the fabric digging into the bruises on her back. "Lizzie!" Nicole screamed. Her mind was too panicked, she couldn't reach her magic anymore. "I took care of her," Tiffany said. "She won't be waking up for several hours." Greg groaned, giving up on Nicole's shirt. Instead, he pulled the blankets away from her and started undoing his belt. Realizing she was truly on her own, that ugly things were about to happen, that she'd rather get shot than allow Greg to molest her, Nicole forced herself to find her magic. She reached for the chair. Controlling the wood particles, she easily hefted it into the air, slamming it against the man kneeling on top of her. Greg fell off the bed and sprawled across the floor. Tiffany screamed, lunging for Nicole, obviously forgetting to use the most obvious weapon at her disposal. Nicole jerked toward the wall and away from her mother, jumping to a standing position. She wrestled Tiffany, finally knocking the woman off the bed. Tiffany fell to the floor, but Greg had gotten up. He grabbed Nicole by the ankles, yanking her feet out from under her. She fell on the mattress, hitting her head on the wall above her bed. Lights erupted in her sight. For a moment, she was too dazed to comprehend what was going on. When her vision cleared, she saw that Tiffany had the gun trained on her again, and Greg had torn the blankets off the bed and was grabbing at the ankles of her pajama bottoms. Nicole forced herself to think through the pain. She needed something else. But what? The windows weren't open. She could open them. Nicole called to her powers again. Wind rattled the pane. She urged the wind to build stronger. Suddenly, with an explosion, glass shards sprayed into the room, striking all three people. Greg howled in pain. The gun went off once. Twice. 3 times. The third bullet hit Nicole in the leg. She screamed, holding her thigh. Greg slumped to the floor, blood soaking the shirt on his chest. Tiffany gasped, looking down at Greg. She dropped the gun. Dad casually stepped into the room. His eyes widened when he took everything in. It was obvious he'd been expecting a completely different scene. Nicole's thigh was bleeding, her poor leg. How much more did it need to experience? Realizing she wasn't out of danger yet, she dropped to the floor next to Greg and picked up the gun where it had fallen. She turned it around, pointing it toward Dad and Tiffany. She didn't worry about Greg, he wouldn't be getting up again. Both of you against the wall, she said. Dad frowned, though he did what she said. Don't be mad with me, Cole. I tried to warn you, I threw rocks at your window. Nicole scowled at him. Gee, thanks for the help, Dad. Tiffany turned an ugly expression to her husband. How dare you? Dad shrugged. She may not have fulfilled her purpose, but I really wasn't sure I wanted her dead just yet. So much for fatherly affection. Not wanting to waste any more time, Nicole grabbed her phone and dialed 911, then placed it on her nightstand, pushing the speakerphone button. She kept her eyes on her parents while reporting what had happened. The operator had her stay on the line until the cops burst into the apartment and found them in the bedroom. Nicole handed the gun over, then slumped onto her mattress, watching as her parents were handcuffed and carted from the room. More cops marked where Greg had fallen, then covered him with a sheet. An ambulance soon arrived, and paramedics rushed into the room, helping Nicole onto a stretcher. Lizzie, Nicole said. My best friend, she's in the other room. They did something to her. Now that the adrenaline had left her system, she could barely move. Her leg throbbed so badly it made her teeth chatter. Her breathing was shallow, she couldn't seem to force herself to calm down, and the blood loss made her lightheaded and nauseated. The paramedics promised they'd take care of Lizzie, as they hooked Nicole up to an IV and wheeled her from the room. She still clutched her cell phone in her hand. Can I call my boyfriend? The paramedics didn't respond, and Nicole dialed Austin's number. She didn't wait for him to say hello before blurting out, My parents attacked me. Greg tried to rape me. Call Coolidge. Get to my apartment and make sure Lizzie is okay. I'm heading to the nearest hospital. What? Austin said. I am so never leaving your side again. Sounds good. Nicole smiled through the grogginess that hit her. The painkillers must have started working. Nicole woke up in a sterile hospital room. Austin sat next to her, holding her hand. Déjà vu, Nicole murmured. She'd woken up like this before. Several months ago. What was that? Austin leaned closer, a smile on his beautiful lips. Oh, those lips. She wanted to kiss them now. She sighed, realizing her warm fuzzies were a result of the pain meds that made her feel content, happy. Safe. Nicole blinked, trying to think through the blissful fog. Lizzie? Austin didn't answer. He turned and called out, She's awake. Lizzie and Coolidge stepped into the room, Lizzie rushing to Nicole's side. "Oh my gosh, I've been freaking out. I had surgery again, didn't I?" Lizzie nodded. "They had to remove the bullet. It got stuck in your femur." "My parents? Greg?" "Greg is dead," Austin said, a happy and somewhat evil gleam in his eyes. He was glad Greg was gone. She didn't blame him. "And your parents are in jail," Coolidge said. "The police want to ask you a few questions." Nicole sighed. She'd expected as much. "Let them in." While waiting, Nicole found out that Lizzie hadn't really been drugged. Tiffany and Greg had bound and gagged her. Then Dad had stood guard while Tiffany and Greg went to Nicole's room. "I'm so sorry," Nicole said to her best friend. "It's fine, girl," Lizzie said, patting Nicole's hand. "Life will probably calm down considerably now." Austin grunted. "It had better." His eyes didn't leave Nicole's. "I'd love to date my girlfriend and go to college without worrying that one of us will be killed any moment." The cops entered the room just then, and Austin and Lizzie backed up, giving Nicole some space to answer the billions of questions that followed. Nicole didn't mind. She had all the time in the world to sort through things. She relaxed into her bed, realizing the biggest deadline she'd ever dealt with, that of all Aretes possibly being destroyed, was behind her. And she'd never have to face Rebecca again. Epilogue. Nicole decided not to press charges. Tiffany was already going to be convicted of murder, along with illegal possession of a gun. Instead of trying to get one of Dad's into the state, she'd borrowed Andrew and Shayna's. She would be carted away for several years. Dad would be charged as an accomplice, even though he'd tried to warn Nicole before they broke into the apartment. Nicole was discharged from the hospital and given strict instructions to be careful and take it easy. With Lizzie and Austin, Nicole would be perfectly fine. Coolidge and his wife, Hala, were frequent visitors. It was during one of these visits, when Coolidge finally broke the news concerning what he and Robert had hinted about while they'd been in Anna Morse's dimension. "I've been doing some traveling," Coolidge said. He paused, making sure Austin and Lizzie were also paying attention. "And I've made frequent visits to another dimension of Earth where Aretes don't exist. In fact, there aren't any magical people there at all." "So?" Lizzie said, voicing Nicole's feelings. "What's special about that?" "A teenage boy who is the only one on the entire planet with magical powers. He's quite remarkable, actually. I met him a few years ago by accident, while on break from Caton University." Coolidge glanced at Austin. "The boy is how I got those keys you had to put in order the very first day of class." Austin nodded. "The ones that were the same in magical power?" "Yes. The key of Kilenia and the key of Iunli." Coolidge leaned forward. "I'd be very interested in having the two of you meet him," he said to Nicole and Austin. "The boy isn't aware of our dimension, nor is he aware that when someone dies, they're not gone forever. A certain enemy of his has been up to no good in other dimensions and plans to visit this one soon." Nicole grinned. "Let us know what you want us to do." She knew that as long as she was friends with Coolidge, he'd always have missions like these to carry out. And even though the last one, the hardest of her life, had just barely ended, she found herself excited to go on more expeditions to learn more about her powers. Nicole took Austin's hand, clasping it tightly. This was only the beginning of her life as an Aretes. Good thing she would always be in great company. You've been listening to Reclaim, Mosaic Chronicles Book 5 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening. Would you like to know what was on Austin's mind when he first met Nicole? Why he was so annoyed with her? Austin's Perception, the audiobook, is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description for more information.